Section 1 of Cities of the Plain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michael O'Kelly. Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. Part 1. Introducing the men-women, descendants of those of the inhabitants of Sodom who were spared by the fire from heaven. La femme aura Gomorrhe, et l'homme aura Sodome. Alfred de Vigny. The reader will remember that long before going that day, on the evening of which the Prince de Guermantes was to give her party, to pay the Duke and Duchess the visit which I have just described, I had kept watch for their return, and had made, in the course of my vigil, a discovery, which, albeit concerning M. de Charlus in particular, was in itself so important that I have until now, until the moment when I could give it the prominence and treat it with the fullness that it demanded, postponed giving any account of it. I had, as I have said, left the marvellous point of vantage so snugly contrived for me at the top of the house, commanding the broken and irregular slopes leading up to the Hôtel de Bréquigny, and gaily decorated in the Italian manner by the rose-pink campanile of the Marquis de Frécourt's stables. I had felt it more convenient, when I thought that the Duke and Duchess were on the point of returning, to post myself on the staircase. I regretted somewhat the abandonment of my watchtower, but at that time of day, namely the hour immediately following luncheon, I had less cause for regret, for I should not have then seen, as in the morning, the footmen of the Bréquigny-Trême household, converted by distance into minute figures in a picture, make their leisurely ascent of the abrupt precipice, feather-brush in hand, behind the large, transparent flakes of mica which stood out so charmingly upon its ruddy bastions. Failing the geologist's field of contemplation, I had at least that of the botanist, and was peering through the shutters of the staircase window at the Duchess's little tree, and at the precious plant, exposed in the courtyard with that insistence with which mothers bring out their marriageable offspring, and asking myself whether the unlikely insect would come by a providential hazard to visit the offered and neglected pistil. My curiosity emboldening me by degrees, I went down to the ground-floor window, which also stood open with its shutters ajar. I could hear distinctly, as he got ready to go out, Jupien, who could not detect me behind my blind, where I stood perfectly still, until the moment when I drew quickly aside, in order not to be seen by M. de Charlus, who, on his way to call upon Madame de Villeparisis, was slowly crossing the courtyard. A pursy figure, aged by the strong light, his hair visibly grey. Nothing short of an indisposition of Madame de Villeparisis, consequent on the illness of the Marquis de Fierbois, with whom he personally was at daggers drawn, could have made M. de Charlus pay a call, perhaps for the first time in his life, at that hour of the day. For with that eccentricity of the Guermantes, who, instead of conforming to the ways of society, used to modify them to suit their own personal habits not, they thought, social, and deserving in consequence of the abasement before them of that thing of no value, society. Thus it was that Madame de Marsan had no regular day, but was at home to her friends every morning between 10 o'clock and noon. The Baron, reserving those hours for reading, hunting for old curiosities, and so forth, paid calls only between 4 and 6 in the afternoon. At 6 o'clock he went to the Jockey Club or took a stroll in the Bois. A moment later I again recoiled, in order not to be seen by Jupien. It was nearly time for him to start for the office, from which he would return only for dinner, and not even then always during the week, his niece and her apprentices having gone to the country to finish a dress there for a customer. Then, realizing that no one could see me, I decided not to let myself be disturbed again, for fear of missing, should the miracle be fated to occur, the arrival, almost beyond the possibility of hope, across so many obstacles of distance, of adverse risks, of dangers, of the insect sent from so far as ambassador to the Virgin who had so long been waiting for him to appear. I knew that this expectancy was no more passive in the male flower whose stamens had spontaneously curved so that the insect might more easily receive their offering. Similarly, the female flower that stood here, if the insect came, would coquettishly arch her styles, and, to be more effectively penetrated by him, would imperceptibly advance, like a hypocritical but ardent damsel, to meet him halfway. The laws of the vegetable kingdom are themselves governed by other laws, increasingly exalted. If the visit of an insect, that is to say, the transportation of the seed of one flower, is generally necessary for the fertilization of another, that is because autofecundation, the fertilization of a flower by itself, would lead, like a succession of intermarriages in the same family, to degeneracy and sterility, whereas the crossing effected by the insects gives to the subsequent generations of the same species a vigour unknown to their forebears. This invigoration may, however, prove excessive. The species develop out of all proportion, and then, as an antitoxin protects us against disease, as the thyroid gland regulates our adiposity, as defeat comes to punish pride, fatigue, indulgence, and as sleep in turn depends upon fatigue, so an exceptional act of autofecundation comes at a given point to apply its turn of the screw, its pull on the curb, brings back within normal limits the flower that has exaggerated its transgression of them. My reflections had followed a tendency which I shall describe in due course, and I had already drawn from the visible stratagems of flowers a conclusion that bore upon a whole unconscious element of literary work, when I saw M. de Charlus coming away from the Marquise. Perhaps he had learned from his elderly relative herself, or merely from a servant, the great improvement, or rather her complete recovery, from what had been nothing more than a slight indisposition. At this moment, when he did not suspect that anyone was watching him, his eyelids lowered as a screen against the sun, M. de Charlus had relaxed that tension in his face, deadened that artificial vitality, which the animation of his talk and the force of his will kept in evidence there as a rule. Pale as marble, his nose stood out firmly. His fine features no longer received from an expression deliberately assumed a different meaning which altered the beauty of their modelling. Nothing more now than a Guermantes, he seemed already carved in stone, he, Palamede the 15th, in their chapel at Cambrai. These general features of a whole family took on, however, in the face of M. de Charlus, a fineness more spiritualized, above all, more gentle. I regretted for his sake that he should habitually adulterate with so many acts of violence, offensive oddities, tale-bearings, with such harshness, susceptibility, and arrogance, that he should conceal beneath a false brutality the amenity, the kindness, which, at the moment of his emerging from Madame de Villeparisis, I could see displayed so innocently upon his face. Blinking his eyes in the sunlight, he seemed almost to be smiling. I found in his face, seen thus in repose, and, so to speak, in its natural state, something so affectionate, so disarmed, that I could not help thinking how angry M. de Charlus would have been could he have known that he was being watched. For what was suggested to me by the sight of this man who was so insistent, who prided himself so upon his virility, to whom all other men seemed odiously effeminate, what he made me suddenly think of, so far had he momentarily assumed her features, expression, smile, was a woman. I was about to change my position again so that he should not catch sight of me. I had neither the time nor the need to do so. What did I see? Face to face, in that courtyard, where certainly they had never met before, M. de Charlus coming to the Hôtel de Guermantes only in the afternoon, during the time when Jupien was at his office. The Baron, having suddenly opened wide his half-shut eyes, was studying with unusual attention the ex-tailor poised on the threshold of his shop, while the latter, fastened suddenly to the ground before M. de Charlus, taking root in it like a plant, was contemplating with a look of amazement the plump form of the middle-aged Baron. But more astounding still, M. de Charlus's attitude having changed, Jupien's, as though in obedience to the laws of an occult art, at once brought itself into harmony with it. The Baron, who was now seeking to conceal the impression that had been made on him, and yet, in spite of his affectation of indifference, seemed unable to move away without regret, went, came, looked vaguely into the distance in the way which he felt most enhanced the beauty of his eyes, assumed a complacent, careless, fatuous air. Meanwhile, Jupien, shedding at once the humble, honest expression which I had always associated with him, had, in perfect symmetry with the Baron, thrown up his head, given a becoming tilt to his body, placed his hand with a grotesque impertinence on his hip, stuck out his behind, posed himself with the coquetry that the orchid might have adopted on the providential arrival of the bee. I had not supposed that he could appear so repellent, but I was equally unaware that he was capable of improvising his part in this sort of dumb charade, which, albeit he found himself for the first time in the presence of M. de Charlus, seemed to have been long and carefully rehearsed. One does not arrive spontaneously at that pitch of perfection, except when one meets in a foreign country a compatriot with whom an understanding then grows up of itself, both parties speaking the same language, even although they have never seen one another before. This scene was not, however, positively comic. It was stamped with a strangeness, or if you like, a naturalness, the beauty of which steadily increased. M. de Charlus might indeed assume a detached air, indifferently let his eyelids droop. Every now and then he raised them, and at such moments turned on Jupien an attentive gaze. But, doubtless because he felt that such a scene could not be prolonged indefinitely in this place, whether for reasons which we shall learn later on, or possibly from that feeling of the brevity of all things, which makes us determine that every blow must strike home, and renders so moving the spectacle of every kind of love. Each time that M. de Charlus looked at Jupien, he took care that his glance should be accompanied by a spoken word, which made it infinitely unlike the glances we usually direct at a person whom we do or do not know. He stared at Jupien with the peculiar fixity of the person who is about to say to us, "Excuse me taking the liberty, but you've a long white thread hanging down your back," or else, "Surely I can't be mistaken. You come from Zurich too. I'm certain that I must have seen you there often in the curiosity shop." Thus, every other minute, the same question seemed to be being intensely put to Jupien in the stare of M. de Charlus, like those questioning phrases of Beethoven, indefinitely repeated at regular intervals, and intended, with an exaggerated lavishness of preparation, to introduce a new theme, a change of tone, a re-entry. On the other hand, the beauty of the reciprocal glances of M. de Charlus and Jupien arose precisely from the fact that they did not, for the moment at least, seem to be intended to lead to anything farther. This beauty, it was the first time that I had seen the Baron and Jupien display it. In the eyes of both of them, it was the sky not of Zurich, but of some oriental city, the name of which I had not yet divined, that I saw reflected. Whatever the point might be that held M. de Charlus and the ex-tailor thus arrested, their pact seemed concluded, and these superfluous glances to be but ritual preliminaries, like the parties that people give before a marriage which has been definitely arranged. Nearer still to nature, and the multiplicity of these analogies is itself all the more natural, in that the same man, if we examine him for a few minutes, appears in turn as a man bird or man insect, and so forth. One would have called them a pair of birds, the male and the female seeking to make advances, the female, Jupien, no longer giving any sign of response to these overtures, but regarding her new friend without surprise, with an inattentive fixity of gaze, which she doubtless felt to be more disturbing and the only effective method, once the male had taken the first steps and had fallen back upon preening his feathers. At length Jupien's indifference seemed to suffice him no longer. From this certainty of having conquered to making himself be pursued and desired was but the next stage, and Jupien, deciding to go off to his work, passed through the carriage gate. It was only, however, after turning his head 2 or 3 times that he escaped into the street, towards which the Baron, trembling lest he should lose the trail, boldly humming a tune, not forgetting to fling a good day to the porter, who, half tipsy himself and engaged in treating a few friends in his back kitchen, did not even hear him, hurried briskly to overtake him. At that same instant, just as M. de Charlus disappeared through the gate, humming like a great bumble-bee, another real bee this time came into the courtyard. For all I knew, this might be the one so long awaited by the orchid, which was coming to bring it that rare pollen without which it must die a virgin. But I was distracted, from following the gyrations of the insect for a few minutes later, engaging my attention afresh, Jupien, perhaps to pick up a parcel which he did take away with him eventually, and so, presumably, in the emotion aroused by the apparition of M. de Charlus, had forgotten, perhaps simply for a more natural reason, returned, followed by the Baron. The latter, deciding to cut short the preliminaries, asked the tailor for a light, but at once observed, "I ask you for a light, but I feel that I have left my cigars at home." The laws of hospitality prevailed over those of coquetry. "Come inside, you shall have everything you require," said the tailor, on whose features disdain now gave place to joy. The door of the shop closed behind them, and I could hear no more. I had lost sight of the bee. I did not know whether he was the insect that the orchid needed, but I had no longer any doubt, in the case of an extremely rare insect and a captive flower, of the miraculous possibility of their conjunction, when Monsieur de Charlus, this is simply a comparison of providential hazards, whatever they may be, without the slightest scientific claim to establish a relation between certain laws and what is sometimes most ineptly termed homosexuality, who for years past had never come to the house except at hours when Jupien was not there, by the mere accident of Madame de Villeparisis' illness, had encountered the tailor, and with him the good fortune reserved for men of the type of the Baron, by one of those fellow creatures who may indeed be, as we shall see, infinitely younger than Jupien and better looking, the man predestined to exist in order that they may have their share of sensual pleasure on this earth, the man who cares only for elderly gentlemen. All that I have just said, however, I was not to understand until several minutes had elapsed. So much is reality encumbered by those properties of invisibility until a chance occurrence has divested it of them. Anyhow, for the moment, I was greatly annoyed at not being able to hear any more of the conversation between the ex-tailor and the Baron. I then bethought myself of the vacant shop, separated from Jupien's only by a partition that was extremely slender. I had, in order to get to it, merely to go up to our flat, pass through the kitchen, go down by the service stair to the cellars, make my way through them across the breadth of the courtyard above, and on coming to the right place underground, where the joiner had, a few months ago, still been storing his timber, and where Jupien intended to keep his coal, climb the flight of steps which led to the interior of the shop. Thus the whole of my journey would be made under cover. I should not be seen by anyone. This was the most prudent method. It was not the one I adopted, but, keeping close to the walls, I made a circuit in the open air of the courtyard, trying not to let myself be seen. If I was not, I owe it more, I am sure, to chance than to my own sagacity. For the fact that I took so imprudent a course, when the way through the cellar was so safe, I can see 3 possible reasons, assuming that I had any reason at all. First of all, my impatience. Secondly, perhaps, a dim memory of the scene at Montjouvain, when I stood concealed outside Mademoiselle Vinteuil's window. Certainly, the affairs of this sort, of which I had been a spectator, have always been presented in a setting of the most imprudent and least probable character, as if such revelations were to be the reward of an action full of risk, though in part clandestine. Lastly, I hardly dare, so childish does it appear, to confess the third reason, which was, I am quite sure, unconsciously decisive. Since, in order to follow, and see controverted the military principles enunciated by Saint-Loup. I had followed in close detail the course of the Boer War. I had been led on from that to read again old accounts of explorations, narratives of travel. These stories had excited me, and I applied them to the events of my daily life to stimulate my courage. When attacks of illness had compelled me to remain for several days and nights on end, not only without sleep, but without lying down, without tasting food or drink, at the moment when my pain and exhaustion became so intense that I felt I should never escape from them, I would think of some traveller cast on the beach, poisoned by noxious herbs, shivering with fever in clothes drenched by the salt water, who, nevertheless, in a day or two felt stronger, rose, and went blindly upon his way in search of possible inhabitants who might, when he came to them, prove cannibals. His example acted on me as a tonic, restored my hope, and I felt ashamed of my momentary discouragement. Thinking of the Boers who, with British armies facing them, were not afraid to expose themselves at the moment when they had to cross, in order to reach a covered position, a tract of open country, it would be a fine thing, I thought to myself, if I were to show less courage when the theatre of operations is simply the human heart, and when the only steel that I, who engaged in more than one duel without fear at the time of the Dreyfus case, have to fear is that of the eyes of the neighbours who have other things to do besides looking into the courtyard. But when I was inside the shop, taking care not to let any plank in the floor make the slightest creak, as I found that the least sound in Jupien's shop could be heard from the other, I thought to myself how rash Jupien and Monsieur de Charlus had been, and how wonderfully fortune had favoured them. I did not dare move. The Guermantes groom, taking advantage, no doubt, of his master's absence, had, as it happened, transferred to the shop in which I now stood a ladder, which hitherto had been kept in the coach-house, and if I had climbed this, I could have opened the ventilator above, and heard as well as if I had been in Jupien's shop itself. But I was afraid of making a noise. Besides, it was unnecessary. I had not even cause to regret my not having arrived in the shop until several minutes had elapsed, for from what I heard at first in Jupien's shop, which was only a series of inarticulate sounds, I imagined that few words had been exchanged. It is true that these sounds were so violent that if one set had not been taken up an octave higher by a parallel plaint, I might have thought that one person was strangling another within a few feet of me, and that subsequently the murderer and his resuscitated victim were taking a bath to wash away the traces of the crime. I concluded from this, later on, that there is another thing as vociferous as pain, namely pleasure, especially when there is added to it, failing the fear of an eventual parturition, which could not be present in this case, despite the hardly convincing example in the Golden Legend, an immediate afterthought of cleanliness. Finally, after about half an hour, during which time I had climbed on tiptoe up my ladder so as to peep through the ventilator, which I did not open, a conversation began. Jupien refused with insistence the money that Monsieur de Charlus was pressing upon him. "Why do you have your chin shaved like that?" he inquired of the Baron in a cajoling tone. "It's so becoming a nice beard." "Ugh, it's disgusting," the Baron replied. Meanwhile he still lingered upon the threshold, and plied Jupien with questions about the neighbourhood. "You don't know anything about the man who sells chestnuts at the corner. Not the one on the left, he's a horror, but the other way, a great dark fellow. And the chemist opposite, he has a charming cyclist who delivers his parcels?" These questions must have ruffled Jupien, for, drawing himself up with the scorn of a great courtesan who has been forsaken, he replied, "I can see you are completely heartless." Uttered in a pained, frigid, affected tone, this reproach must have made its sting felt by M. de Charlus, who, to counteract the bad impression made by his curiosity, addressed to Jupien, in too low a tone for me to be able to make out his words, a request the granting of which would doubtless necessitate their prolonging their sojourn in the shop, and which moved the tailor sufficiently to make him forget his annoyance, for he studied the Baron's face, plump and flushed beneath his grey hair, with the supremely blissful air of a person whose self-esteem has just been profoundly flattered, and, deciding to grant M. de Charlus the favour that he had just asked of him, after various remarks lacking in refinement, such as, "Aren't you naughty?" said to the Baron with a smiling, emotional, superior, and grateful air, "All right, you big baby, come along." "If I hark back to the question of the tram conductor," M. de Charlus went on imperturbably, "it is because, apart from everything else, he might offer me some entertainment on my homeward journey, for it falls to my lot, now and then, like the Caliph, who used to roam the streets of Baghdad in the guise of a common merchant, to condescend to follow some curious little person whose profile may have taken my fancy." I made at this point the same observation that I had made on Bergotte. If he should ever have to plead before a bench, he would employ not the sentences calculated to convince his judge, but such Bergottesque sentences as his peculiar literary temperament suggested to him, and made him find pleasure in using. Similarly, M. de Charlus, in conversing with the tailor, made use of the same language that he would have used to fashionable people of his own set, even exaggerating its eccentricities, whether because the shyness which he was striving to overcome drove him to an excess of pride, or by preventing him from mastering himself, for we are always less at our ease in the company of someone who is not of our station, forced him to unveil, to lay bare his true nature, which was, in fact, arrogant and a trifle mad, as Madame de Guermantes had remarked. "So as not to lose the trail," he went on, "I spring like a little usher, like a young and good-looking doctor, into the same car as the little person herself, of whom we speak in the feminine gender, only so as to conform with the rules of grammar. As we say in speaking of a prince, is his highness enjoying her health? If she changes her car, I take, with possibly the germs of the plague, that incredible thing called a transfer, a number, and one which, albeit it is presented to me, is not always number one. I change carriages in this way as many as 3 or 4 times. I end up sometimes at 11 o'clock at night at the Orléans station and have to come home. Still, if it were only the Orléans station. Once, I must tell you, not having managed to get into conversation sooner, I went all the way to Orléans itself, in one of those frightful compartments where one has to rest one's eyes upon between triangles of what is known as string work, photographs of the principal architectural features of the line. There was only one vacant seat. I had in front of me, as an historic edifice, a view of the Cathedral of Orléans, quite the ugliest in France, and as tiring a thing to have to stare at in that way against my will, as if somebody had forced me to focus its towers in the lens of one of those optical pen holders which give one ophthalmia. I got out of the train at Les Aubrais, together with my young person, for whom, alas, his family, when I had imagined him to possess every defect except of that of having a family, were waiting on the platform. My sole consolation, as I waited for a train to take me back to Paris, was the house of Diane de Poitiers. She may indeed have charmed one of my royal ancestors. I should have preferred a more living beauty. That is why, as an antidote to the boredom of returning home myself, I should rather like to make friends with a sleeping car attendant or the conductor of an omnibus. Now don't be shocked, the Baron wound up. It is all a question of class. With what you would call young gentlemen, for instance, I feel no desire actually to have them, but I am never satisfied until I have touched them. I don't mean physically, but touched a responsive chord. As soon as, instead of leaving my letters unanswered, a young man starts writing to me incessantly, when he is morally at my disposal, I grow calm again, or at least I should grow calm were I not immediately caught by the attraction of another. Rather curious, ain't it? Speaking of young gentlemen, those that come to the house here, do you know any of them? No, baby. Oh, yes, I do, a dark one, very tall, with an eyeglass, who keeps smiling and turning around. I don't know who you mean. Jupien filled in the portrait, but Monsieur de Charlus could not succeed in identifying its subject, not knowing that the ex-tailor was one of those persons, more common than is generally supposed, who never remember the colour of the hair of people they do not know well. But to me, who was aware of this infirmity in Jupien and substituted fair for dark, the portrait appeared to be an exact description of the Duc de Châtellerault. To return to young men not of the lower orders, the Baron went on, at the present moment my head has been turned by a strange little fellow, an intelligent little cit, who shows with regard to myself a prodigious want of civility. He has absolutely no idea of the prodigious personage I am, and of the microscopic animalcule that he is in comparison. After all, what does it matter? The little ass may bray his head off before my august bishop's mantle. Bishop? Cried Jupien, who had understood nothing of Monsieur de Charlus's concluding remarks, but was completely taken aback by the word bishop. But that sort of thing doesn't go with religion, he said. I have 3 popes in my family, replied Monsieur de Charlus, and enjoy the right to mantle in gules by virtue of a cardinalatial title, the niece of the cardinal, my great-uncle, having conveyed to my grandfather the title of duke, which was substituted for it. I see, though, that metaphor leaves you deaf, and French history cold. Besides, he added, less perhaps by way of conclusion than as a warning, this attraction that I feel towards the young people who avoid me, from fear, of course, for only their natural respect stops their mouths from crying out to me that they love me, requires in them an outstanding social position. And again, their feint of indifference may produce, in spite of that, the directly opposite effect. Fatuously prolonged, it sickens me. To take an example from a class with which you are more familiar, when they were doing up my hôtel, so as not to create jealousies among all the duchesses, who were vying with one another for the honour of being able to say that they had given me a lodging, I went for a few days to an hotel, as they call inns nowadays. One of the bedroom valets I knew, I pointed out to him an interesting little page who used to open and shut the front door, and who remained refractory to my proposals. Finally, losing my temper, in order to prove to him that my intentions were pure, I made him an offer of a ridiculously high sum simply to come upstairs and talk to me for 5 minutes in my room. I waited for him in vain. I then took such a dislike to him that I used to go out by the service door so as not to see his villainous little mug at the other. I learned afterwards that he had never had any of my notes, which had been intercepted the first by the bedroom valet, who was jealous, the next by the day porter, who was virtuous, the third by the night porter, who was in love with the little page, and used to couch with him at the hour when Diane rose. But my disgust persisted none the less, and were they to bring me the page, simply like a dish of venison on a silver platter, I should have thrust him away with a retching stomach. But there's the unfortunate part of it. We have spoken of serious matters, and now all is over between us. There can be no more question of what I hoped to secure. But you could render me great services. Act as my agent. Why, no, the mere thought of such a thing restores my vigour, and I could see that all is by no means over. From the beginning of this scene, a revolution in my unsealed eyes had occurred in Monsieur de Charlus, as complete, as immediate, as if he had been touched by a magician's wand. Until then, because I had not understood, I had not seen. The vice, we use the word for convenience only, the vice of each of us accompanies him through life after the manner of the familiar genius who was invisible to men so long as they were unaware of his presence. Our goodness, our meanness, our name, our social relations do not disclose themselves to the eye. We carry them hidden within us. Even Ulysses did not at once recognize Athena. But the gods are immediately perceptible to one another, as quickly like to like, and so too had Monsieur de Charlus been to Jupien. Until that moment I had been, in the presence of Monsieur de Charlus, in the position of an absent-minded man who, standing before a pregnant woman whose distended outline he has failed to remark, persists, while she smilingly reiterates, "Yes, I am a little tired just now," in asking her indiscreetly, "Why, what is the matter with you?" But let someone say she is expecting a child. Suddenly he catches sight of her abdomen and ceases to see anything else. It is the explanation that opens our eyes. The dispelling of an error gives us an additional sense. Those of my readers who do not care to refer for examples of this law to the Messieurs de Charlus of their acquaintance, whom for long years they had never suspected, until the day when, upon the smooth surface of the individual, just like everyone else, there suddenly appeared, traced in an ink hitherto invisible, the characters that compose the word dear to the ancient Greeks, have only, in order to convince themselves that the world which surrounds them appears to them at first naked, bare of 1,000 ornaments, which it offers to the eyes of others better informed, to remind themselves how many times in the course of their lives they have found themselves on the point of making a blunder. Nothing upon the blank, undocumented face of this man or that could have led them to suppose that he was precisely the brother or the intended husband or the lover of a woman of whom they were just going to remark, "What a cow!" But then, fortunately, a word whispered to them by someone standing near arrests the fatal expression on their lips. At once there appear, like a mene tekel upharsin, the words, "He is engaged to," or "He is the brother of," or "He is the lover of the woman whom we ought not to describe in his hearing as a cow." And this one new conception will bring about an entire regrouping, thrusting some back, others forward, of the fractional conceptions, henceforward a complete whole, which we possessed of the rest of the family. In Monsieur de Charlus, another creature might indeed have coupled itself with him, which made him as different from other men as the horse makes the centaur. This creature might indeed have incorporated itself in the Baron. I had never caught a glimpse of it. Now the abstraction had become materialized. The creature at last discerned had lost its power of remaining invisible, and the transformation of Monsieur de Charlus into a new person was so complete that not only the contrasts of his face, of his voice, but, in retrospect, the very ups and downs of his relations with myself, everything that hitherto had seemed to my mind incoherent, became intelligible, brought itself into evidence, just as a sentence which presents no meaning so long as it remains broken up in letters scattered at random upon a table, expresses, if these letters be rearranged in the proper order, a thought which one can never afterwards forget. End of section 1. Section 2 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. Introducing the men, women, descendants of those of the inhabitants of Sodom who were spared by the fire from heaven, continued. I now understood, moreover, how earlier in the day, when I had seen him coming away from Madame de Villeparisis', I had managed to arrive at the conclusion that Monsieur de Charlus looked like a woman. He was one. He belonged to that race of beings, less paradoxical than they appear, whose ideal is manly simply because their temperament is feminine, and who in life resemble in appearance only the rest of men. There where each of us carries, inscribed in those eyes through which he beholds everything in the universe, a human outline engraved on the surface of the pupil. For them it is that not of a nymph, but of a youth. Race upon which a curse weighs, and which must live amid falsehood and perjury, because it knows the world to regard as a punishable and a scandalous, as an inadmissible thing, its desire, that which constitutes for every human creature the greatest happiness in life, which must deny its God, since even Christians, when at the bar of justice they appear and are arraigned, must, before Christ and in his name, defend themselves as from a calumny, from the charge of what to them is life itself. Sons without a mother, to whom they are obliged to lie all her life long, and even in the hour when they close her dying eyes. Friends without friendships, despite all those which their charm, frequently recognized, inspires, and their hearts, often generous, would gladly feel. But can we describe as friendship those relations which flourish only by virtue of a lie, and from which the first outburst of confidence and sincerity in which they might be tempted to indulge would make them be expelled with disgust, unless they are dealing with an impartial, that is to say, a sympathetic mind, which, however, in that case, misled with regard to them by conventional psychology, will suppose to spring from the vice confessed, the very affection that is most alien to it, just as certain judges assume and are more inclined to pardon murder in inverts and treason in Jews, for reasons derived from original sin and racial predestination. And lastly, according at least to the first theory which I sketched in outline at the time, and which we shall see subjected to some modification in the sequel, a theory by which this would have angered them above all things, had not the paradox been hidden from their eyes by the very illusion that made them see and live, lovers, from whom is always precluded the possibility of that love, the hope of which gives them the strength to endure so many risks and so much loneliness, since they fall in love with precisely that type of man who has nothing feminine about him, who is not an invert, and consequently cannot love them in return, with the result that their desire would be forever insatiable did not their money procure for them real men, their imagination end by making them take for real men the inverts to whom they had prostituted themselves. Their honour precarious, their liberty provisional, lasting only until the discovery of their crime. Their position unstable, like that of the poet who one day was feasted at every table, applauded in every theatre in London, and on the next was driven from every lodging, unable to find a pillow upon which to lay his head, turning the mill like Samson, and saying like him, "The two sexes shall die, each in a place apart." Excluded even, save on the days of disaster when the majority rally round the victim, as the Jews rallied round Dreyfus, from the sympathy, at times from the society, of their fellows, in whom they inspire only disgust at seeing themselves as they are, portrayed in a mirror which, ceasing to flatter them, accentuates every blemish that they have refused to observe in themselves, and makes them understand that what they have been calling their love, a thing to which, playing upon the word, they have by association annexed all that poetry, painting, music, chivalry, asceticism have contrived to add to love, springs not from an ideal of beauty which they have chosen, but from an incurable malady. Like the Jews again, save some who will associate only with others of their race, and have always on their lips ritual words and consecrated pleasantries, shunning one another, seeking out those who are most directly their opposite, who do not desire their company, pardoning their rebuffs, moved to ecstasy by their condescension, but also brought into the company of their own kind by the ostracism that strikes them, the opprobrium under which they have fallen, having finally been invested by a persecution similar to that of Israel, with the physical and moral characteristics of a race, sometimes beautiful, often hideous, finding, in spite of all the mockery with which he who, more closely blended with, better assimilated to the opposing race, is relatively, in appearance, the least inverted, heaps upon him who has remained more so, a relief in frequenting the society of their kind, and even some corroboration of their own life, so much so that, while steadfastly denying that they are a race, the name of which is the vilest of insults, those who succeed in concealing the fact that they belong to it, they readily unmask, with a view less to injuring them, though they have no scruple about that, than to excusing themselves, and going in search, as a doctor seeks cases of appendicitis, of cases of inversion in history, taking pleasure in recalling that Socrates was one of themselves, as the Israelites claimed that Jesus was one of them, without reflecting that there were no abnormals when homosexuality was the norm, no anti-Christians before Christ, that the disgrace alone makes the crime because it has allowed to survive only those who remained obdurate to every warning, to every example, to every punishment, by virtue of an innate disposition so peculiar that it is more repugnant to other men, even although it may be accompanied by exalted moral qualities, than certain other vices which exclude those qualities, such as theft, cruelty, breach of faith, vices better understood and so more readily excused by the generality of men, forming a Freemasonry far more extensive, more powerful, and less suspected than that of the lodges, for it rests upon an identity of tastes, needs, habits, dangers, apprenticeship, knowledge, traffic, glossary, and one in which the members themselves, who intend not to know one another, recognize one another immediately by natural or conventional, involuntary or deliberate signs, which indicate one of his congeners to the beggar in the street, in the great nobleman whose carriage door he is shutting, to the father in the suitor for his daughter's hand, to him who has sought healing, absolution, defence, in the doctor, the priest, the barrister, to whom he has had recourse. All of them obliged to protect their own secret, but having their part in a secret shared by others, which the rest of humanity does not suspect, and which means that to them the most wildly improbable tales of adventure seem true, for in this romantic, anachronistic life, the ambassador is a bosom friend of the felon, the prince, with a certain independence of action with which his aristocratic breeding has furnished him, and which the trembling little cit would lack, on leaving the Duchess's party, goes off to confer in private with the hooligan, a reprobate part of the human whole, but an important part, suspected where it does not exist, flaunting itself, insolent and unpunished where its existence is never guessed, numbering its adherents everywhere, among the people, in the army, in the church, in the prison, on the throne. Living, in short, at least to a great extent, in a playful and perilous intimacy with the men of the other race, provoking them, playing with them by speaking of its vice as of something alien to it, a game that is rendered easy by the blindness or duplicity of the others, a game that may be kept up for years, until the day of the scandal on which these lion tamers are devoured. Until then, obliged to make a secret of their lives, to turn away their eyes from the things on which they would naturally fasten them, to fasten them upon those from which they would naturally turn away, to change the gender of many of the words in their vocabulary, a social constraint slight in comparison with the inward constraint which their vice, or what is improperly so called, imposes upon them with regard not so much now to others as to themselves, and in such a way that to themselves it does not appear a vice. But certain among them, more practical, busier men, who have not the time to go and drive their own bargains, or to dispense with the simplification of life, and that saving of time which may result from cooperation, have formed two societies, of which the second is composed exclusively of persons similar to themselves. This is noticeable in those who are poor and have come up from the country with nothing but their ambition to be some day a celebrated doctor or barrister, with a mind still barren of opinions, a person unadorned with manners, which they intend, as soon as possible, to decorate, just as they would buy furniture for their little attic in the Latin Quarter, copying whatever they had observed in those who had already arrived, in the useful and serious profession in which they also intend to establish themselves and to become famous. In these their special taste, unconsciously inherited, like a weakness for drawing, for music, a weakness of vision, is perhaps the only living and despotic originality, which on certain evenings compels them to miss some meeting, advantageous to their career, with people whose ways in other respects, of speaking, dressing, parting their hair, they have adopted. In their quarter, where otherwise they mix only with their brother students, their teachers, or some fellow provincial who has succeeded and can help them on, they have speedily discovered other young men whom the same peculiar taste attracts to them. As in a small town, one sees an intimacy grow up between the assistant master and the lawyer, who are both interested in chamber music or medieval ivories. Applying to the object of their distraction the same utilitarian instinct, the same professional spirit which guides them in their career, they meet these young men at gatherings to which no profane outsider is admitted, any more than to those that bring together collectors of old snuff-boxes, Japanese prints, or rare flowers, and at which, what with the pleasure of gaining information, the practical value of making exchanges, and the fear of competition, there prevail simultaneously, as in a sale room of postage stamps, the close cooperation of the specialists and the fierce rivalry of the collectors. No one, moreover, in the cafe where they have their table, knows what the gathering is, whether it is that of an angling club, or of an editorial staff, or of the sons of the Indre. So correct is their attire, so cold and reserved their manner, so modestly do they refrain from anything more than the most covert glances at the young men of fashion, the young lions, who, a few feet away, are making a great clamour about their mistresses, and among whom those who are admiring them without venturing to raise their eyes will learn only 20 years later, when they themselves are on the eve of admission to the academy, and the others are middle-aged gentlemen in club windows, that the most seductive among them, now a stout and grizzled Charlus, was in reality akin to themselves, but differently, in another world, beneath other external symbols, with foreign labels, the strangeness of which led them into error. But these groups are at varying stages of advancement, and just as the Union of the Left differs from the Socialist Federation, or some Mendelssohnian musical club from the Schola Cantorum, on certain evenings, at another table, there are extremists who allow a bracelet to slip down from beneath a cuff, sometimes a necklace to gleam in the gap of a collar, who by their persistent stares, their cooings, their laughter, their mutual caresses, oblige a band of students to depart in hot haste, and are served with a civility beneath which indignation boils, by a waiter who, as on the evenings when he has to serve Dreyfusard, would find pleasure in summoning the police, did he not find profit in pocketing their gratuities. It is with these professional organizations that the mind contrasts the taste of the solitaries, and in one respect without straining the points of difference, since it is doing no more than copy the solitaries themselves, who imagine that nothing differs more widely from organized vice than what appears to them to be a misunderstood love, but with some strain nevertheless, for these different classes correspond, no less than to diverse physiological types, to successive stages in a pathological or merely social evolution. And it is in fact very rarely that one day or another it is not in some such organization that the solitaries come to merge themselves, sometimes from simple weariness or for convenience, just as the people who have been most strongly opposed to such innovations end by having the telephone installed, inviting the hyenas to their parties, or dealing with potins. They meet there, for that matter, with none too friendly a reception, as a rule, for in their relatively pure lives, their want of experience, the saturation in dreams to which they have been reduced, have branded more strongly upon them those special marks of effeminacy which the professionals have sought to efface. And it must be admitted that among certain of these newcomers the woman is not only inwardly united to the man, but hideously visible, agitated as one sees them by a hysterical spasm, by a shrill laugh which convulses their knees and hands, looking no more like the common run of men than those monkeys with melancholy shadowed eyes and prehensile feet who dress up in dinner jackets and black bow ties. So that these new recruits are judged by others, less chaste for all that themselves, to be compromising associates, and their admission is hedged with difficulties. They are accepted nevertheless, and they benefit then from those facilities by which commerce, great undertakings, have transformed the lives of individuals and have brought within their reach commodities hitherto too costly to acquire, and indeed hard to find, which now submerge them beneath the plethora of what by themselves they had never succeeded in discovering amid the densest crowds. But even with these innumerable outlets, the burden of social constraint is still too heavy for some. Recruited principally among those who have not made a practice of self-control, and who still take to be rarer than it actually is, their way of love. Let us leave out of consideration for the moment those who, the exceptional character of their inclinations making them regard themselves as superior to the other sex, look down upon women, make homosexuality the privilege of great genius and of glorious epochs of history, and, when they seek to communicate their taste to others, approach not so much those who seem to them to be predisposed towards it, as the morphinomaniac does with his morphia, as those who seem to them to be worthy of it, from apostolic zeal, just as others preach Zionism, conscientious objection to military service, Saint-Simonism, vegetarianism, or anarchy. Here is one who, should we intrude upon him in the morning, still in bed, will present to our gaze an admirable female head, so general is its expression and typical of the sex as a whole. His very hair affirms this, so feminine is its ripple. Unbrushed, it falls so naturally in long curls over the cheek that one marvels how the young woman, the girl, the Galatea, barely awakened to life, in the unconscious mass of this male body in which she is imprisoned, has contrived so ingeniously by herself, without instruction from anyone, to make use of the narrowest apertures in her prison wall to find out what was necessary to her existence. No doubt the young man who sports this delicious head does not say, "I am a woman." Even if, for any of the countless possible reasons, he lives with a woman, he can deny to her that he is himself one, can swear to her that he has never had intercourse with men, but let her look at him, as we have just revealed him, lying back in bed, in pyjamas, his arms bare, his throat and neck bare also beneath the darkness of his hair. The pyjama jacket becomes a woman's shift, the head that of a pretty Spanish girl. The mistress is astounded by these confidences offered to her gaze, truer than any spoken confidence could be, or indeed any action, which his actions indeed, if they have not already done so, cannot fail later on to confirm, for every creature follows the line of his own pleasure, and if this creature is not too vicious, he will seek it in a sex complementary to his own. And for the invert, vice begins not when he forms relations, for there are all sorts of reasons that may enjoin these, but when he takes his pleasure with women. The young man whom we have been attempting to portray was so evidently a woman that the women who looked upon him with longing were doomed, failing a special taste on their part, to the same disappointment as those who in Shakespeare's comedies are taken in by a girl in disguise who passes as a youth. The deception is mutual. The invert is himself aware of it. He guesses the disillusionment which, once the mask is removed, the woman will experience, and feels to what an extent this mistake as to sex is a source of poetical imaginings. Besides, even from his exacting mistress, in vain does he keep back the admission, if she, that is to say, be not herself a denizen of Gomorrah, "I am a woman," when all the time, with what stratagems, what agility, what obstinacy, as of a climbing plant, the unconscious but visible woman in him seeks the masculine organ. We have only to look at that head of curling hair on the white pillow to understand that if, in the evening, this young man slips through his guardian's fingers, in spite of anything that they or he himself can do to restrain him, it will not be to go in pursuit of women. His mistress may chastise him, may lock him up. Next day, the man-woman will have found some way of attaching himself to a man, as the convolvulus throws out its tendrils wherever it finds a convenient post or rake. Why, when we admire in the face of this person a delicacy that touches our hearts, a gracefulness, a spontaneous affability such as men do not possess, should we be dismayed to learn that this young man runs after boxers? They are different aspects of an identical reality. And indeed, what repels us is the most touching thing of all, more touching than any refinement of delicacy, for it represents an admirable, though unconscious, effort on the part of nature, the recognition of his sex by itself, in spite of the sexual deception, becomes apparent, the unconfessed attempt to escape from itself towards what an initial error on the part of society has segregated from it. Some, those no doubt who have been most timid in childhood, are scarcely concerned with the material kind of pleasure they receive, provided that they can associate it with a masculine face, whereas others, whose sensuality is doubtless more violent, imperiously restrict their material pleasure within certain definite limitations. These live perhaps less exclusively beneath the sway of Saturn's outrider, since for them women are not entirely barred, as for the former set, in whose eyes women would have no existence apart from conversation, flirtation, loves not of the heart, but of the head. But the second sort seek out those women who love other women, who can procure for them a young man, enhance the pleasure which they feel on finding themselves in his company. Better still, they can, in the same fashion, enjoy with such women the same pleasure as with a man. Whence it arises that jealousy is kindled in those who love the first sort only by the pleasure which they may be enjoying with a man, which alone seems to their lovers a betrayal, since these do not participate in the love of women, have practiced it only as a habit, and so as to reserve for themselves the possibility of eventual marriage, representing to themselves so little the pleasure that it is capable of giving, that they cannot be distressed by the thought that he whom they love is enjoying that pleasure. Whereas the other sort often inspire jealousy by their love affairs with women. For in the relations which they have with her, they play, for the woman who loves her own sex, the part of another woman, and she offers them at the same time more or less what they find in other men, so that the jealous friend suffers from the feeling that he whom he loves is riveted to her who is to him almost a man, and at the same time feels that his beloved almost escape him, because to these women he is something which the lover himself cannot conceive, a sort of woman. We need not pause here to consider those young fools who, by a sort of arrested development, to tease their friends or to shock their families, proceed with a kind of frenzy to choose clothes that resemble women's dress, to redden their lips and blacken their eyelashes. We may leave them out of account, for they are those whom we shall find later on, when they have suffered the all too cruel penalty of their affectation, spending what remains of their lifetime in vain attempts to repair, by a sternly Protestant demeanour, the wrong that they did to themselves when they were carried away by the same demon that urges young women of the Faubourg Saint-Germain to live in a scandalous fashion, to set every convention at defiance, to scoff at the entreaties of their relatives, until the day when they set themselves with perseverance, but without success, to reascend the slope, down which it seemed to them that it would be so amusing to glide, down which they had found it so amusing, or rather had not been able to stop themselves from gliding. Finally, let us leave to a later volume the men who have sealed a pact with Gomorrah. We shall deal with them when M. de Charlus comes to know them. Let us leave out for the present all those, of one sort or another, who will appear, each in his turn, and to conclude this first sketch of the subject, let us say a word only of those whom we began to mention just now, the solitary class. Supposing their vice to be more exceptional than it is, they have retired into solitude from the day on which they discovered it, after having carried it within themselves for a long time without knowing it, for a longer time only than certain other men. For no one can tell at first that he is an invert, or a poet, or a snob, or a scoundrel. The boy who has been reading erotic poetry, or looking at indecent pictures, if he then presses his body against a schoolfellow's, imagines himself only to be communing with him in an identical desire for a woman. How should he suppose that he is not like everybody else, when he recognizes the substance of what he feels on reading Madame de Lafayette, Racine, Baudelaire, Walter Scott, at a time when he is still too little capable of observing himself to take account of what he has added from his own store to the picture, and that if the sentiment be the same, the object differs, that what he desires is Rob Roy and not Diana Vernon. With many, by a defensive prudence on the part of the instinct that precedes the clearer vision of the intellect, the mirror and walls of their bedroom vanish beneath a cloud of coloured prints of actresses. They compose poetry such as, I love Chloe in the world, for Chloe is divine, her golden hair is sweetly curled, for her my heart doth pine. Must we on that account attribute to the opening phase of such lives a taste which we shall never find in them later on, like those flaxen ringlets on the heads of children which are destined to change to the darkest brown? Who can tell whether the photographs of women are not the first sign of hypocrisy, a first sign also of horror at other inverts? But the solitary kind are precisely those to whom hypocrisy is painful. Possibly even the example of the Jews, of a different type of colony, is not strong enough to account for the frail hold that their upbringing has upon them, or for the artfulness with which they find their way back, perhaps not to anything so sheerly terrible as the suicide to which maniacs, whatever precautions one may take with them, return, and, pulled out of the river into which they have flung themselves, take poison, procure revolvers, and so forth, but to a life of which the men of the other race not only do not understand, cannot imagine, abominate the essential pleasures, but would be filled with horror by the thought of its frequent danger and everlasting shame. Perhaps to form a picture of these we ought to think, if not of the wild animals that never become domesticated, of the lion cubs said to be tame but lions still at heart, then at least of the Negroes, whom the comfortable existence of the white man renders desperately unhappy, and who prefers the risks of a life of savagery and its incomprehensible joys. When the day has dawned on which they have discovered themselves to be incapable at once of lying to others and of lying to themselves, they go away to live in the country, shunning the society of their own kind, whom they believe to be few in number, from the horror of the monstrosity, or fear of the temptation, and that of the rest of humanity, from shame. Never having arrived at true maturity, plunged in a constant melancholy, now and again, some Sunday evening, when there is no moon, they go for a solitary walk as far as a crossroads where, although not a word has been said, there has come to meet them one of their boyhood's friends who is living in a house in the neighbourhood, and they begin again the pastimes of long ago, on the grass, in the night, neither uttering a word. During the week, they meet in their respective houses, talk of no matter what, without any allusion to what has occurred between them, exactly as though they had done nothing, and were not to do anything again, save, in their relations, a trace of coldness, of irony, of irritability and rancour, at times of hatred. Then the neighbour sets out on a strenuous expedition on horseback, and on a mule climbs mountain peaks, sleeps in the snow. His friend, who identifies his own vice with a weakness of temperament, the cabined and timid life, realizes that vice can no longer exist in his friend, now so emancipated, so many thousands of feet above sea level. And sure enough, the other takes a wife. And yet the abandoned one is not cured, in spite of the cases in which, as we shall see, inversion is curable. He insists upon going down himself every morning to the kitchen to receive the milk from the hands of the dairyman's boy, and on the evenings when desire is too strong for him, will go out of his way to set a drunkard on the right road, or to adjust the dress of a blind man. No doubt the life of certain inverts appears at times to change, their vice, as it is called, no longer apparent in their habits. But nothing is ever lost. A missing jewel turns up again. When the quantity of a sick man's urine decreases, it is because he is perspiring more freely, but excretion must invariably occur. One day this homosexual hears of the death of a young cousin, and from his inconsolable grief we learned that it was to this love, chaste possibly, and aimed rather at retaining esteem than at obtaining possession, that his desires have passed by a sort of virement, as, in a budget without any alteration in the total, certain expenditure is carried under another head. As is the case with invalids in whom a sudden attack of urticaria makes their chronic ailments temporarily disappear, this pure love for a young relative seems, in the invert, to have momentarily replaced, by metastasis, habits that will, one day or another, return to fill the place of the vicarious cured malady. Meanwhile, the married neighbour of our recluse has returned. Before the beauty of the young bride and the demonstrative affection of her husband, on the day when their friend is obliged to invite them to dinner, he feels ashamed of the past. Already in an interesting condition, she must return home early, leaving her husband behind. He, when the time has come for him to go home also, asks his host to accompany him for part of the way. At first no suspicion enters his mind, but at the crossroads he finds himself thrown down on the grass, with not a word said, by the mountaineer who is shortly to become a father. Their meetings begin again and continue until the day when there comes to live not far off a cousin of the young woman with whom her husband is now constantly to be seen. And he, if the twice abandoned friend calls in the evening and endeavours to approach him, is furious and repulses him with indignation that the other has not had the tact to foresee the disgust which he must henceforward inspire. Once, however, there appears a stranger sent to him by his faithless friend. But being busy at the time, the abandoned one cannot see him, and only afterwards learns with what object his visitor came. Then the solitary languishes alone. He has no other diversion than to go to the neighbouring watering place to ask for some information or other from a certain railwayman there. But the latter has obtained promotion and has been transferred to the other end of the country. The solitary will no longer be able to go and ask him the times of the trains or the price of a first-class ticket, and before retiring to dream Griselda-like in his tower, loiters upon the beach a strange Andromeda whom no Argonaut will come to free, a sterile Medusa that must perish upon the sand, or else he stands idly until his train starts upon the platform, casting over the crowd of passengers a gaze that will seem indifferent, contemptuous, or distracted to those of another race, but like the luminous glow with which certain insects bedeck themselves in order to attract others of their species, or like the nectar which certain flowers offer to attract the insects that will fertilize them, would not deceive the almost undiscoverable sharer of a pleasure too singular, too hard to place, which is offered him, the colleague with whom our specialist could converse in the half-forgotten tongue, in which last, at the most, some seedy loafer upon the platform will put up a show of interest, but for pecuniary gain alone, like those people at the Collège de France, in the room in which the professor of Sanskrit lectures without an audience, attend his course, but only because the room itself is heated. Medusa, orchid. When I followed my instinct only, the Medusa used to revolt me at Baalbek. But if I had the eyes to regard it, like Michelet, from the standpoint of natural history and aesthetic, I saw an exquisite wheel of azure flame. Are they not, with the transparent velvet of their petals, as it were the mauve orchids of the sea? Like so many creatures of the animal and vegetable kingdoms, like the plant which would produce vanilla, but because in its structure the male organ is divided by a partition from the female, remains sterile unless the hummingbirds or certain tiny bees convey the pollen from one to the other, or man fertilizes them by artificial means. Monsieur de Charlus, and here the word fertilize must be understood in a moral sense, since in the physical sense the union of male with male is and must be sterile. But it is no small matter that a person may encounter the sole pleasure which he is capable of enjoying, and that every creature here below can impart to some other his music or his fragrance or his flame. Monsieur de Charlus was one of those men who may be called exceptional, because, however many there may be, the satisfaction, so easy in others, of their sexual requirements depends upon the coincidence of too many conditions, and of conditions too difficult to ensure. For men like Monsieur de Charlus, leaving out of account the compromises which will appear in the course of this story, and which the reader may already have foreseen, enforced by the need for pleasure, which resigns itself to partial acceptations, mutual love, apart from the difficulties, so great as to be almost insurmountable, which it meets in the ordinary man, adds to these others so exceptional that what is always extremely rare for everyone becomes in their case well nigh impossible. And if there should befall them an encounter which really is fortunate, or which nature makes appear so to them, their good fortune, far more than that of the normal lover, has about it something extraordinary, selective, profoundly necessary. The feud of the Capulets and the Montagues was as nothing compared with the obstacles of every sort which must have been surmounted, the special eliminations which nature has had to submit to the hazards, already far from common, which result in love, before a retired tailor, who was intending to set off soberly for his office, can stand quivering in ecstasy before a stoutish man of 50. This Romeo and this Juliet may believe with good reason that their love is not the caprice of a moment, but a true predestination, prepared by the harmonies of their temperaments, and not only by their own personal temperaments, but by those of their ancestors, by their most distant strains of heredity, so much so that the fellow creature who is conjoined with them has belonged to them from before their birth, has attracted them by a force comparable to that which governs the worlds in which we passed our former lives. Monsieur de Charlus had distracted me from looking to see whether the bee was bringing to the orchid the pollen it had so long been waiting to receive, and had no chance of receiving save by an accident so unlikely that one might call it a sort of miracle. But this was a miracle also that I had just witnessed, almost of the same order, and no less marvellous. As soon as I had considered their meeting from this point of view, everything about it seemed to me instinct with beauty. The most extraordinary devices that nature has invented to compel insects to ensure the fertilization of flowers which without their intervention could not be fertilized because the male flower is too far away from the female, or when, if it is the wind that must provide for the transportation of the pollen, she makes that pollen so much more simply detachable from the male, so much more easily arrested in its flight by the female flower, by eliminating the secretion of nectar, which is no longer of any use, since there is no insect to be attracted, and that the flower may be kept free for the pollen which it needs, which can fructify only in itself, makes it secrete a liquid which renders it immune to all other pollens, seemed to me no more marvellous than the existence of the sub-variety of inverts destined to guarantee the pleasures of love to the invert who is growing old. Men who are attracted not by all other men, but by a phenomenon of correspondence and harmony similar to those that precede the fertilization of heterostyle trimorphous flowers like the Lythrum salicoria, only by men considerably older than themselves. Of this sub-variety, Jupien had just furnished me with an example, less striking, however, than certain others, which every collector of a human herbary, every moral botanist, can observe in spite of their rarity, and which will present to the eye a delicate youth who is waiting for the advances of a robust and paunchy quinquagenarian, remaining as indifferent to those of other young men as the hermaphrodite flowers of the short-styled Primula veris, so long as they are fertilized only by other Primulae veris of the short style also, whereas they welcome with joy the pollen of the Primula veris with the long styles. As for Monsieur de Charlus' part in the transaction, I noticed afterwards that there were for him various kinds of conjunction, some of which, by their multiplicity, their almost invisible speed, and above all the absence of contact between the two actors, recalled still more forcibly those flowers that in a garden are fertilized by the pollen of a neighbouring flower which they may never touch. There were, in fact, certain persons whom it was sufficient for him to make come to his house, hold for an hour or two under the domination of his talk, for his desire, quickened by some earlier encounter, to be assuaged. By a simple use of words, the conjunction was effected, as simply as it can be among the infusoria. Sometimes, as had doubtless been the case with me on the evening on which I had been summoned by him after the Guermantes dinner-party, The relief was effected by a violent ejaculation, which the Baron made in his visitor's face. Just as certain flowers, furnished with a hidden spring, sprinkle from within the unconsciously collaborating and disconcerted insect. Monsieur de Charlus, from vanquished turning victor, feeling himself purged of his uneasiness and calmed, would send away the visitor who had at once ceased to appear to him desirable. Finally, inasmuch as inversion itself springs from the fact that the invert is too closely akin to woman to be capable of having any effective relations with her, it comes under a higher law, which ordains that so many hermaphrodite flowers shall remain infertile, that is to say, the law of sterility of autofecundation. It is true that inverts in their search for a male person will often be found to put up with other inverts as effeminate as themselves. But it is enough that they do not belong to the female sex, of which they have in them an embryo which they can put to no useful purpose, such as we find in so many hermaphrodite flowers, and even in certain hermaphrodite animals, such as the snail, which cannot be fertilized by themselves, but can by other hermaphrodites. In this respect, the race of inverts who eagerly connect themselves with Oriental antiquity or the Golden Age in Greece might be traced back further still to those experimental epochs in which there existed neither dioecious plants nor monosexual animals, to that initial hermaphroditism of which certain rudiments of male organs in the anatomy of the woman and of female organs in that of the man seem still to preserve the trace. I found the pantomime, incomprehensible to me at first, of Joupian and Monsieur de Charlus as curious as those seductive gestures addressed, Darwin tells us, to insects, not only by the flowers called composite, which erect the florets of their capitals so as to be seen from a greater distance, such as a certain heterostyle which turns back its stamens and bends them to open the way for the insect, or offers him an ablution, or, to take an immediate instance, the nectar fragrance and vivid hue of the corollae that were at the moment attracting insects to our courtyard. From this day onwards, Monsieur de Charlus was to alter the times of his visits to Madame de Villeparisis, not that he could not see Joupian elsewhere, and with greater convenience, but because to him, just as much as to me, the afternoon sunshine and the blossoming plant were, no doubt, linked together in memory. Apart from this, he did not confine himself to recommending the Joupians to Madame de Villeparisis, to the Duchesse de Guermantes, to a whole brilliant list of patrons, who were all the more assiduous in their attentions to the young seamstress when they saw that the few ladies who had held out, or had merely delayed their submission, were subjected to the direst reprisals by the Baron, whether in order that they might serve as an example, or because they had aroused his wrath and had stood out against his attempted domination. He made Joupian's position more and more lucrative, until he definitely engaged him as his secretary, and established him in the state in which we shall see him later on. "Ah, now there's a happy man, if you like, that Joupian," said Françoise, who had a tendency to minimize or exaggerate people's generosity according as it was bestowed on herself or on others. Not that in this instance she had any need to exaggerate, nor for that matter did she feel any jealousy, being genuinely fond of Joupian. "Oh, he's such a good man, the Baron," she went on. "Such a well-behaved, religious, proper sort of man. If I had a daughter to marry, and was one of the rich myself, I would give her to the Baron with my eyes shut." "But Françoise," my mother observed gently, She'd be well supplied with husbands, that daughter of yours. Don't forget you've already promised her to Jupien." "Ah, lordy now," replied Françoise. "There's another of them that would make a woman happy. It doesn't matter whether you're rich or poor. It makes no difference to your nature. The Baron and Jupien, they're just the same sort of person." However, I greatly exaggerated at the time, on the strength of this first revelation, the elective character of so carefully selected a combination. Admittedly, every man of the kind of Monsieur de Charlus is an extraordinary creature, since, if he does not make concessions to the possibilities of life, he seeks out essentially the love of a man of the other race, that is to say, a man who is a lover of women, and incapable, consequently, of loving him. In contradiction of what I had imagined in the courtyard, where I had seen Jupien turning towards Monsieur de Charlus like the orchid making overtures to the bee, these exceptional creatures whom we commiserate are a vast crowd, as we shall see in the course of this work, for a reason that will be disclosed only at the end of it, and commiserate themselves for being too many rather than too few. For the 2 angels who were posted at the gates of Sodom to learn whether its inhabitants, according to Genesis, had indeed done all the things the report of which had ascended to the eternal throne, must have been, and of this one can only be glad, exceedingly ill chosen by the Lord, who ought not to have entrusted the task to any but a sodomite. Such an one, the excuses, "Father of 6 children, I keep 2 mistresses," and so forth, could never have persuaded benevolently to lower his flaming sword and to mitigate the punishment. He would have answered, "Yes, and your wife lives in a torment of jealousy. But even when these women have not been chosen by you from Gomorrah, you spend your nights with a watcher of flocks upon Hebron." And he would at once have made him retrace his steps to the city which the rain of fire and brimstone was to destroy. On the contrary, they allowed to escape all the shamefaced sodomites, even if these, on catching sight of a boy, turned their heads like Lot's wife, though without being on that account changed, like her, into pillars of salt. With the result that they engendered a numerous posterity, with whom this gesture has continued to be habitual, like that of the dissolute woman who, while apparently studying a row of shoes displayed in a shop window, turned their heads to keep track of a passing student. These descendants of the Sodomites, so numerous that we may apply to them that other verse of Genesis, "If a man can number the dust of the earth, then shall thy seed also be numbered," have established themselves throughout the entire world. They have had access to every profession, and pass so easily into the most exclusive clubs that, whenever a sodomite fails to secure election, the black balls are, for the most part, cast by other sodomites, who are anxious to penalize sodomy, having inherited the falsehood that enabled their ancestors to escape from the accursed city. It is possible that they may return there one day. Certainly they form in every land an oriental colony, cultured, musical, malicious, which has certain charming qualities and intolerable defects. We shall study them with greater thoroughness in the course of the following pages, but I have thought it as well to utter here a provisional warning against the lamentable error of proposing, just as people have encouraged a Zionist movement, to create a sodomist movement and to rebuild Sodom. For no sooner had they arrived there than the Sodomites would leave the town so as not to have the appearance of belonging to it, would take wives, keep mistresses in other cities where they would find, incidentally, every diversion that appealed to them. They would repair to Sodom only on days of supreme necessity, when their own town was empty, at those seasons when hunger drives the wolf from the woods. In other words, everything would go on very much as it does today in London, Berlin, Rome, Petrograd, or Paris. Anyhow, on the day in question, before paying my call on the Duchess, I did not look so far ahead, and I was distressed to find that I had, by my engrossment in the Jupien-Charlus conjunction, missed perhaps an opportunity of witnessing the fertilization of the blossom by the bee. End of section 2. Section 3 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. Monsieur de Charlus in society, a physician, typical physiognomy of Madame de Vaugoubert. As I was in no haste to arrive at this party at the Guermantes, to which I was not certain that I had been invited, I remained sauntering out of doors, but the summer day seemed to be in no greater haste than myself to stir. Albeit it was after 9 o'clock, it was still the light of day that on the Place de la Concorde was still giving the Luxor obelisk the appearance of being made of pink nougat. Then it diluted the tint and changed the surface to a metallic substance, so that the obelisk not only became more precious, but seemed to have grown slender and almost flexible. You imagined that you might have twisted it in your fingers, had perhaps already slightly distorted its outline. The moon was now in the sky, like a section of orange delicately peeled, although slightly bruised. But presently she was to be fashioned of the most enduring gold. Sheltering alone behind her, a poor little star was to serve as sole companion to the lonely moon, while she, keeping her friend protected, but bolder and striding ahead, would brandish like an irresistible weapon, like an oriental symbol, her broad and marvellous crescent of gold. Outside the mansion of the Princess de Guermantes, I met the Duc de Châtellerault. I no longer remembered that half an hour earlier I had still been persecuted by the fear, which for that matter was speedily to grip me again, that I might be entering the house uninvited. We grow uneasy, and it is sometimes long after the hour of danger, which a subsequent distraction has made us forget, that we remember our uneasiness. I greeted the young Duke and made my way into the house. But here I must first of all record a trifling incident which will enable us to understand something that was presently to occur. There was one person who, on that evening, as on the previous evenings, had been thinking a great deal about the Duc de Châtellerault, without, however, suspecting who he was. This was the usher, styled at that time the aboyeur, of Madame de Guermantes. Monsieur de Châtellerault, far from being one of the princess's intimate friends, albeit he was one of her cousins, had been invited to her house for the first time. His parents, who had not been on speaking terms with her for the last 10 years, had been reconciled to her within the last fortnight, and, obliged to be out of Paris that evening, had requested their son to fill their place. Now, a few days earlier, the princess's usher had met in the Champs-Élysées a young man whom he had found charming, but whose identity he had been unable to establish. Not that the young man had not shown himself as obliging as he had been generous. All the favours that the usher had supposed that he would have to bestow upon so young a gentleman, he had, on the contrary, received. But Monsieur de Châtellerault was as reticent as he was rash. he was all the more determined not to disclose his incognito, since he did not know with what sort of person he was dealing. His fear would have been far greater, although quite unfounded, if he had known. He had confined himself to posing as an Englishman, and to all the passionate questions with which he was plied by the usher, desirous to meet again a person to whom he was indebted for so much pleasure and so ample a gratuity, the Duke had merely replied, from one end of the Avenue Gabriel to the other, "I do not speak French." Albeit, in spite of everything, remembering his cousin Gilbert's maternal ancestry, the Duc de Guermantes pretended to find a touch of Courvoisier in the drawing-room of the Princesse de Guermantes Bavière. The general estimate of that lady's initiative, spirit, and intellectual superiority was based upon an innovation that was to be found nowhere else in her set. After dinner, however important the party that was to follow, the chairs at the Princesse de Guermantes were arranged in such a way as to form little groups, in which people might have to turn their backs upon one another. The princess then displayed her social sense by going to sit down, as though by preference, in one of these. Not that she was afraid to pick out and to attract to herself a member of another group. If, for instance, she had remarked to Monsieur de Taille, who naturally agreed with her, on the beauty of Madame de Vimeure's neck, of which that lady's position in another group made her present a back view, the princess did not hesitate to raise her voice. "Madame de Vimeur, Monsieur de Taille, with his wonderful painter's eye, has just been admiring your neck." Madame de Vimeur interpreted this as a direct invitation to join in the conversation. With the agility of a practised horsewoman, she made her chair rotate slowly through 3 quadrants of a circle, and, without in the least disturbing her neighbours, came to rest almost facing the princess. "You don't know Monsieur de Taille?" exclaimed their hostess, for whom her guest's nimble and modest tergiversation was not sufficient. "I do not know him, but I know his work," replied Madame de Vimeur, with a respectful, engaging air, and a promptitude which many of the onlookers envied her, addressing the while to the celebrated painter, whom this invocation had not been sufficient to introduce to her in a formal manner, an imperceptible bow. "Come, Monsieur de Taille," said the princess, "let me introduce you to Madame de Vimeur." That lady thereupon showed as great ingenuity in making room for the creator of the dream as she had shown a moment earlier in wheeling round to face him. And the princess drew forward a chair for herself. She had indeed invoked Madame de Vimeur only to have an excuse for quitting the first group, in which she had spent the statutory 10 minutes, and bestowing a similar allowance of her time upon the second. In 3/4 of an hour all the groups had received a visit from her which seemed to have been determined in each instance by impulse and predilection, but had the paramount object of making it apparent how naturally a great lady knows how to entertain. But now the guests for the party were beginning to arrive, and the lady of the house was seated not far from the door, erect and proud in her semi-regal majesty, her eyes ablaze with their own incandescence, between 2 unattractive royalties and the Spanish ambassadress. I stood waiting behind a number of guests who had arrived before me. Facing me was the princess, whose beauty is probably not the only thing, where there are so many beauties, that reminds me of this party. But the face of my hostess was so perfect, stamped like so beautiful a medal, that it has retained a commemorative force in my mind. The princess was in the habit of saying to her guests, when she met them a day or 2 before one of her parties, "You will come, won't you?" as though she felt a great desire to talk to them. But as, on the contrary, she had nothing to talk to them about, when they entered her presence, she contented herself, without rising, with breaking off for an instant her vapid conversation with the two royalties and the ambassadress, and thanking them with, "How good of you to have come." Not that she thought that the guest had shown his goodness by coming, but to enhance her own. Then, at once dropping him back into the stream, she would add, "You will find Monsieur de Guermantes by the garden door," so that the guest proceeded on his way and ceased to bother her. To some, indeed, she said nothing, contenting herself with showing them her admirable onyx eyes, as though they had come merely to visit an exhibition of precious stones. The person immediately in front of me was the Duc de Châtellerault. Having to respond to all the smiles, all the greetings waved to him from inside the drawing-room, he had not noticed the usher. But from the first moment the usher had recognized him. The identity of this stranger, which he had so ardently desired to learn, in another minute he would know. When he asked his Englishman of the other evening what name he was to announce, the usher was not merely stirred. He considered that he was being indiscreet, indelicate. He felt that he was about to reveal to the whole world, which would, however, suspect nothing, a secret which it was criminal of him to force like this and to proclaim in public. Upon hearing the guest's reply, Le Duc de Châtellerault, he felt such a burst of pride that he remained for a moment speechless. The Duke looked at him, recognized him, saw himself ruined, while the servant, who had recovered his composure and was sufficiently versed in heraldry to complete for himself an appellation that was too modest, shouted with a professional vehemence softened by an emotional tenderness, "Son Altesse, Monseigneur le Duc de Châtellerault!" But it was now my turn to be announced. Absorbed in contemplation of my hostess, who had not yet seen me, I had not thought of the function, terrible to me, although not in the same sense as to Monsieur de Châtellerault, of this usher garbed in black like a headsman, surrounded by a group of lackeys in the most cheerful livery, lusty fellows ready to seize hold of an intruder and cast him out of doors. The usher asked me my name. I told him it as mechanically as the condemned man allows himself to be strapped to the block. At once he lifted his head majestically, and before I could beg him to announce me in a lowered tone, so as to spare my own feelings if I were not invited, and those of the Princesse de Guermantes if I were, shouted the disturbing syllables with a force capable of bringing down the roof. The famous Huxley, whose grandson occupies an unassailable position in the English literary world of today, relates that one of his patients dared not continue to go into society because often on the actual chair that was pointed out to her with a courteous gesture, she saw an old gentleman already seated. She could be quite certain that either the gesture of invitation or the old gentleman's presence was a hallucination, for her hostess would not have offered her a chair that was already occupied. And when Huxley, to cure her, forced her to reappear in society, she felt a moment of painful hesitation when she asked herself whether the friendly sign that was being made to her was the real thing, or, in obedience to a non-existent vision, she was about to sit down in public upon the knees of a gentleman in flesh and blood. Her brief uncertainty was agonizing. Less so, perhaps, than mine. From the moment at which I had taken in the sound of my name, like the rumble that warns us of a possible cataclysm, I was bound to plead my own good faith in either event, and as though I were not tormented by any doubt, to advance towards the princess with a resolute air. She caught sight of me when I was still a few feet away, and, to leave me in no doubt that I was the victim of a conspiracy, instead of remaining seated, as she had done for the rest of her guests, rose and came towards me. A moment later I was able to heave the sigh of relief of Huxley's patient when, having made up her mind to sit down on the chair, she found it vacant and realized that it was the old gentleman that was the hallucination. The princess just held out her hand to me with a smile. She remained standing for some moments with the kind of charm enshrined in the verse of Malherbe, which ends, "To do them honour all the angels rise." She apologized because the Duchess had not yet come, as though I must be bored there without her. In order to give me this greeting, she wheeled around me, holding me by the hand in a graceful revolution, by the whirl of which I felt myself carried off my feet. I almost expected that she would next offer me, like the leader of a cotillion, an ivory-headed cane or a watch-bracelet. She did not, however, give me anything of the sort, and, as though instead of dancing the Boston she had been listening to a sacred quartet by Beethoven, the sublime strains of which she was afraid of interrupting, she cut short the conversation there and then, or rather did not begin it, and, still radiant at having seen me come in, merely informed me where the prince was to be found. I moved away from her and did not venture to approach her again, feeling that she had absolutely nothing to say to me, and that in her vast kindness this woman, marvellously tall and handsome, noble as were so many great ladies who stepped so proudly upon the scaffold, could only, short of offering me a draught of honeydew, repeat what she had already said to me twice: "You will find the prince in the garden." Now, to go in search of the prince was to feel my doubts revive in a fresh form. In any case, I should have to find somebody to introduce me. One could hear, above all the din of conversation, the interminable chatter of Monsieur de Charlus talking to His Excellency the Duke of Sidonia, whose acquaintance he had just made. Members of the same profession find one another out, and so it is with a common vice. Monsieur de Charlus and Monsieur de Sidonia had each of them immediately detected the other's vice, which was in both cases that of soliloquizing in society, to the extent of not being able to stand any interruption. Having decided at once that, in the words of a famous sonnet, there was no help, they had made up their minds not to be silent, but to each go on talking without any regard to what the other might say. This had resulted in the confused babble produced in Molière's comedies by a number of people saying different things simultaneously. The Baron, with his deafening voice, was, moreover, certain of keeping the upper hand, of drowning the feeble voice of Monsieur de Sidonia, without ever discouraging him, for whenever Monsieur de Charlus paused for a moment to breathe, the interval was filled by the murmurs of the grandee of Spain, who had imperturbably continued his discourse. I could easily have asked Monsieur de Charlus to introduce me to the Prince de Guermantes, but I feared, and with good reason, that he might be cross with me. I had treated him in the most ungrateful fashion, by letting his offer pass unheeded for the second time, and by never giving him a sign of my existence since the evening when he had so affectionately escorted me home. And yet I could not plead the excuse of having anticipated the scene which I had just witnessed that very afternoon, enacted by himself and Dupin. I suspected nothing of the sort. It is true that shortly before this, when my parents reproached me with my laziness and with not having taken the trouble to write a line to Monsieur de Charlus, I had violently reproached them with wishing me to accept a degrading proposal. But anger alone, the desire to hit upon the expression that would be most offensive to them, had dictated this mendacious retort. In reality, I had imagined nothing sensual, nothing sentimental even, underlying the Baron's offers. I had said this to my parents with entire irresponsibility. But sometimes the future is latent in us without our knowledge, and our words, which we suppose to be false, forecast an imminent reality. Monsieur de Charlus would doubtless have forgiven me my want of gratitude, but what made him furious was that my presence this evening at the Princesse de Guermantes, as for some time past at her cousin's, seemed to be a defiance of his solemn declaration, "There is no admission to these houses save through me." A grave fault, a crime that was perhaps inexpiable. I had not followed the conventional path. Monsieur de Charlus knew well that the thunderbolts which he hurled at those who did not comply with his orders, or to whom he had taken a dislike, were beginning to be regarded by many people, however furiously he might brandish them, as mere pasteboard, and had no longer the force to banish anybody from anywhere. But he believed perhaps that his diminished power, still considerable, remained intact in the eyes of novices like myself. And so I did not consider it well advised to ask a favour of him at a party at which the mere fact of my presence seemed an ironical denial of his pretensions. I was buttonholed at that moment by a man of a distinctly common type, Professor E. He had been surprised to see me at the Guermantes. I was no less surprised to see him there, for nobody had ever seen before, or was ever to see again, a person of his sort at one of the princess's parties. He had just succeeded in curing the prince, after the last rites had been administered, of a septic pneumonia, and the special gratitude that Madame de Guermantes felt towards him was the reason for her thus departing from custom and inviting him to her house. As he knew absolutely nobody in the rooms, and could not wander about there indefinitely by himself, like a minister of death, having recognized me, he had discovered, for the first time in his life, that he had an infinite number of things to say to me, which enabled him to assume an air of composure, and this was one of the reasons for his advancing upon me. There was also another. He attached great importance to his never being mistaken in his diagnoses. Now, his correspondence was so numerous that he could not always bear in mind, when he had seen a patient once only, whether the disease had really followed the course that he had traced for it. The reader may perhaps remember that, immediately after my grandmother's stroke, I had taken her to see him, on the afternoon when he was having all his decorations stitched to his coat. After so long an interval, he no longer remembered the formal announcement which had been sent to him at the time. "Your grandmother is dead, isn't she?" he said to me in a voice in which a semi-certainty calmed a slight apprehension. "Ah, indeed. Well, from the moment I saw her, my prognosis was extremely grave. I remember it quite well." It was thus that Professor E. learned or recalled the death of my grandmother, and I must say to his credit, which is that of the medical profession as a whole, without displaying, without perhaps feeling, any satisfaction. The mistakes made by doctors are innumerable. They err habitually on the side of optimism as to treatment, of pessimism as to the outcome. Wine? In moderation it can do you no harm. It is always a tonic. Sexual enjoyment? After all, it is a natural function. I allow you to use, but not to abuse it. You understand. Excess in anything is wrong. At once, what a temptation to the patient to renounce those two life-givers, water and chastity. If, on the other hand, he has any trouble with his heart, albumin and so forth, disorders that are grave but purely functional, are at once ascribed to an imaginary cancer. It is useless to continue visits which are powerless to eradicate an incurable malady. Let the patient, left to his own devices, thereupon subject himself to an implacable regime, and in time recover, or merely survive, and the doctor, to whom he touches his hat in the Avenue de l'Opéra, when he supposed him to have long been lying in Père Lachaise, will interpret the gesture as an act of insolent defiance. An innocent stroll, taken beneath his nose and venerable beard, would arouse no greater wrath in the assize judge who, 2 years earlier, had sentenced the rascal, now passing him with apparent impunity, to death. Doctors, we do not here include them all, of course, and make a mental reservation of certain admirable exceptions, are, in general, more displeased, more irritated by the quashing of their sentence than pleased by its execution. This explains why Professor E, despite the intellectual satisfaction that he doubtless felt at finding that he had not been mistaken, was able to speak to me only with regret of the blow that had fallen upon us. He was in no hurry to cut short the conversation, which kept him in countenance, and gave him a reason for remaining. He spoke to me of the great heat through which we were passing, but, albeit he was a well-read man, and capable of expressing himself in good French, said to me, "You are none the worse for this hyperthermia." The fact is that medicine has made some slight advance in knowledge since Molière's days, but none in its vocabulary. My companion went on, "The great thing is to avoid the sedations that are caused by weather like this, especially in superheated rooms. You can remedy them when you go home and feel thirsty by the application of heat," by which he meant apparently hot drinks. Owing to the circumstances of my grandmother's death, the subject interested me, and I had recently read in a book by a great specialist that perspiration was injurious to the kidneys by making moisture pass through the skin when its proper outlet was elsewhere. I thought with regret of those dog days at the time of my grandmother's death, and was inclined to blame them for it. I did not mention this to Dr. E, but of his own accord he said to me, "The advantage of this very hot weather, in which perspiration is abundant, is that the kidney is correspondingly relieved." Medicine is not an exact science. Keeping me engaged in talk, Professor E asked only not to be forced to leave me. But I had just seen, making a series of sweeping bows to right and left of the Princesse de Guermantes, stepping back a pace first, the Marquis de Vaugoubert. Monsieur de Norpois had recently introduced me to him, and I hoped that I might find in him a person capable of introducing me to our host. The proportions of this work do not permit me to explain here, in consequence of what incidents in his youth Monsieur de Vaugoubert was one of the few men, possibly the only man, in society who happened to be in what is called at Sodom the confidence of Monsieur de Charlus. But if our minister to the court of King Theodosius had certain defects in common with the Baron, they were only a very pale reflection. It was merely in an infinitely softened, sentimental, and simple form that he displayed those alternations of affection and hatred, through which the desire to attract, and then the fear, equally imaginary, of being, if not scorned, at any rate unmasked, made the Baron pass. Made ridiculous by a chastity, a platonicism, to which, as a man of keen ambition, he had, from the moment of passing his examination, sacrificed all pleasure, above all by his intellectual nullity, these alternations Monsieur de Vaugoubert did nevertheless display. But whereas in Monsieur de Charlus the immoderate praises were proclaimed with a positive burst of eloquence, and seasoned with the subtlest, the most mordant banter, which marked a man forever, by Monsieur de Vaugoubert, on the other hand, the affection was expressed with the banality of a man of the lowest intelligence, of a public official. The grievances worked up generally into a complete indictment, as with the Baron, by a malevolence which, though relentless, was at the same time spiritless, and was all the more startling inasmuch as it was invariably a direct contradiction of what the minister had said 6 months earlier, and might soon perhaps be saying again. The regularity of change which gave an almost astronomic poetry to the various phases of M. de Vaugoubert's life, albeit apart from this, nobody was ever less suggestive of a star. The greeting that he gave me had nothing in common with that I should have received from M. de Charlus. To this greeting, M. de Vaugoubert, apart from the 1,000 mannerisms which he supposed to be indicative of good breeding and diplomacy, imparted a cavalier, brisk, smiling air, which should make him seem on the one hand to be rejoicing at being alive at a time when he was inwardly chewing the mortification of a career with no prospect of advancement, and with the threat of enforced retirement, and on the other hand young, virile, and charming, when he could see, and no longer ventured to go and examine in the glass, the lines gathered upon a face which he would have wished to keep full of seduction. Not that he would have hoped for effective conquests, the mere thought of which filled him with terror on account of what people would say, scandals, blackmail. Having passed from an almost infantile corruption to an absolute continence, dating from the day on which his thoughts had turned to the Quai d'Orsay, and he had begun to plan a great career for himself, he had the air of a caged animal, casting in every direction glances expressive of fear, appetite, and stupidity. This last was so dense that he did not reflect that the street Arabs of his adolescence were boys no longer, and when a news vendor bawled in his face, "La presse!" even more than with longing, he shuddered with terror, imagining himself recognized and denounced. But in default of the pleasures sacrificed to the ingratitude of the Quai d'Orsay, M. de Vaugoubert, and it was for this that he was anxious still to attract, was liable to sudden stirrings of the heart. Heaven knows with how many letters he would overwhelm the ministry, what personal ruses he would employ, the drafts that he made upon the credit of Madame de Vaugoubert, who, on account of her corpulence, her exalted birth, her masculine air, and above all the mediocrity of her husband, was reputed to be endowed with eminent capacities, and to be herself, for all practical purposes, the minister, to introduce, without any valid reason, a young man destitute of all merit into the staff of the legation. It is true that a few months, a few years later, the insignificant attaché had only to appear, without the least trace of any hostile intention, to have shown signs of coldness towards his chief, for the latter, supposing himself scorned or betrayed, to devote the same hysterical ardour to punishing him with which he had showered favours upon him in the past. He would move heaven and earth to have him recalled, and the Director of Political Affairs would receive a letter daily. "Why don't you hurry up and rid me of that Lascar? Give him a dressing down in his own interest. What he needs is a slice of humble pie." The post of attaché at the court of King Theodosius was on this account far from enjoyable. But in all other respects, thanks to his perfect common sense, as a man of the world, M. de Vaugoubert was one of the best representatives of the French government abroad. When a man who was reckoned a superior person, a Jacobin with an expert knowledge of all subjects, replaced him later on, it was not long before war broke out between France and the country over which that monarch reigned. Monsieur de Vaugoubert, like Monsieur de Charlus, did not care to be the first to give a greeting. Each of them preferred to respond, being constantly afraid of the gossip which the person to whom otherwise they might have offered their hand might have heard about them since their last meeting. In my case, Monsieur de Vaugoubert had no need to ask himself this question. I had, as a matter of fact, gone up of my own accord to greet him, if only because of the difference in our ages. He replied with an air of wonder and delight, his eyes continuing to stray as though there had been a patch of clover on either side of me upon which he was forbidden to graze. I felt that it would be more becoming to ask him to introduce me to Madame de Vaugoubert before effecting that introduction to the prince, which I had decided not to mention to him until afterwards. The idea of making me acquainted with his wife seemed to fill him with joy, for his own sake as well as for hers, and he led me at a solemn pace towards the marquise. Arriving in front of her, and indicating me with his hand and eyes, with every conceivable mark of consideration, he nevertheless remained silent, and withdrew after a few minutes, in a sidelong fashion, leaving me alone with his wife. She had at once given me her hand, but without knowing to whom this token of friendship was addressed, for I realized that Monsieur de Vaugoubert had forgotten my name, perhaps even had failed to recognize me, and being unwilling, from politeness, to confess his ignorance, had made the introduction consist in a mere dumb show. And so I was no farther advanced. How was I to get myself introduced to my host by a woman who did not know my name? Worse still, I found myself obliged to remain for some moments talking to Madame de Vaugoubert, and this annoyed me for two reasons. I had no wish to remain all night at this party, for I had arranged with Albertine, I had given her a box for Phèdre, that she was to pay me a visit shortly before midnight. Certainly I was not in the least in love with her. I was yielding, in making her come this evening, to a wholly sensual desire, albeit we were at that torrid period of the year when sensuality, evaporating, visits more readily the organ of taste, seeks above all things coolness. More than for the kiss of a girl, it thirsts for orangeade, for a cold bath, or even to gaze at that peeled and juicy moon, which was quenching the thirst of heaven. I counted, however, upon ridding myself, in Albertine's company, which moreover reminded me of the coolness of the sea, of the regret that I should not fail to feel for many charming faces, for it was a party quite as much for girls as for married women that the princess was giving. On the other hand, the face of the imposing Madame de Vaugoubert, Bourbonian and morose, was in no way attractive. People said at the ministry, without any suggestion of malice, that in their household it was the husband who wore the petticoats and the wife the trousers. Now there was more truth in this saying than was supposed. Madame de Vaugoubert was really a man. Whether she had always been one, or had grown to be as I saw her, matters little. We have to deal with one of the most touching miracles of nature, which, in the latter alternative especially, makes the human kingdom resemble the kingdom of flowers. On the former hypothesis, if the future Madame de Vaugoubert had always been so clumsily manlike, nature, by a fiendish and beneficent ruse, bestows on the girl the deceiving aspect of a man, and the youth who has no love for women and is seeking to be cured greets with joy this subterfuge of discovering a bride who figures in his eyes as a market porter. In the alternative case, if the woman has not originally these masculine characteristics, she adopts them by degrees, to please her husband, and even unconsciously, by that sort of mimicry which makes certain flowers assume the appearance of the insects which they seek to attract. Her regret that she is not loved, that she is not a man, virilizes her. Indeed, quite apart from the case that we are now considering, who has not remarked how often the most normal couples end by resembling each other, at times even by an exchange of qualities? A former German Chancellor, Prince von Bülow, married an Italian. In the course of time, on the Pincio, it was remarked how much the Teutonic husband had absorbed of Italian delicacy, and the Italian princess of German coarseness. To turn aside to a point without the province of the laws which we are now tracing, everyone knows an eminent French diplomat whose origin was at first suggested only by his name, one of the most illustrious in the East. As he matured, as he grew old, there was revealed in him the Oriental whom no one had ever suspected, and now when we see him we regret the absence of the fez that would complete the picture. To revert to the habits completely unknown to the ambassador, whose profile, coarsened by heredity, we have just recalled, Madame de Vaugoubert realized the acquired or predestined type, the immortal example of which is the Princess Palatine, never out of a riding habit, who, having borrowed from her husband more than his virility, championing the defects of the men who do not care for women, reports in her familiar correspondence the mutual relations of all the great noblemen of the court of Louis XIV. One of the reasons which will enhance still further the masculine air of women like Madame de Vaugoubert is that the neglect which they receive from their husbands, the shame that they feel at such neglect, destroy in them by degrees everything that is womanly. They end by acquiring both the good and the bad qualities which their husbands lack. The more frivolous, effeminate, indiscreet their husbands are, the more they grow into the effigy, devoid of charm, of the virtues which their husbands ought to practice. Traces of abasement, boredom, indignation marred the regular features of Madame de Vaugoubert. Alas, I felt that she was regarding me with interest and curiosity, as one of those young men who appealed to Monsieur de Vaugoubert, and one of whom she herself would so much have liked to be, now that her husband, growing old, showed a preference for youth. She was gazing at me with the close attention shown by provincial ladies who, from an illustrated catalogue, copy the tailor-made dress so becoming to the charming person in the picture, actually the same person on every page, but deceptively multiplied into different creatures, thanks to the difference of pose and the variety of attire. The instinctive attraction which urged Madame de Vaugoubert towards me was so strong that she went the length of seizing my arm so that I might take her to get a glass of orangeade. But I released myself, alleging that I must presently be going, and had not yet been introduced to our host. End of section 3. Section 4 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. Madame d'Arpajon, the Hubert Robert Fountain, and the merriment of the Grand Duke Vladimir. This distance between me and the garden door, where he stood talking to a group of people, was not very great, but it alarmed me more than if, in order to cross it, I should have to expose myself to a continuous hail of fire. A number of women from whom I felt that I might be able to secure an introduction were in the garden, where, while feigning an ecstatic admiration, they were at a loss for an occupation. Parties of this sort are, as a rule, premature. They have little reality until the following day, when they occupy the attention of the people who are not invited. A real author, devoid of the foolish self-esteem of so many literary people, If, when he reads an article by a critic who has always expressed the greatest admiration for his works, and sees the names of various inferior writers mentioned, but not his own, has no time to stop and consider what might be to him a matter for astonishment, his books are calling him. But a society woman has nothing to do, and on seeing in the Figaro, "Last night the Prince and Princess de Guermantes gave a large party," etc., exclaims, "What? Only 3 days ago I talked to Marie Gilbert for an hour, and she never said a word about it," and racks her brains to discover how she can have offended the Guermantes. It must be said that, so far as the princess's parties were concerned, the astonishment was sometimes as great among those who were invited as among those who were not. For they would burst forth at the moment when one least expected them, and summoned in people whose existence Madame de Guermantes had forgotten for years. And almost all the people in society are so insignificant that others of their sort adopt, in judging them, only the measure of their social success, cherish them if they are invited, if they are omitted, detest them. As to the latter, if it was the fact that the princess often, even when they were her friends, did not invite them, that was often due to her fear of annoying Palamède, who had excommunicated them. And so I might be certain that she had not spoken of me to M. de Charlus, for otherwise I should not have found myself there. He, meanwhile, was posted between the house and the garden, by the side of the German ambassador, leaning upon the balustrade of the great staircase, which led from the garden to the house, so that other guests, in spite of the 3 or 4 feminine admirers who were grouped round the Baron and almost concealed him, were obliged to greet him as they passed. He responded by naming each of them in turn, and one heard an incessant "Good evening, Monsieur du Aizé. Good evening, Madame de la Tour du Pin Verclose. Good evening, Madame de la Tour du Pin Gouvernet. Good evening, Philibert. Good evening, my dear ambassadress," and so on. This created a continuous barking sound, interspersed with benevolent suggestions or inquiries, to the answers to which he paid no attention, which M. de Charlus addressed to them in a tone softened, artificial to show his indifference, and benign. "Take care the child doesn't catch cold. It is rather damp in the gardens. Good evening, Madame de Brandt. Good evening, Madame de Mecklenburg. Have you brought your daughter? Is she wearing that delicious pink frock? Good evening, Saint-Geran." Certainly, there was an element of pride in this attitude, for M. de Charlus was aware that he was a Guermantes, and that he occupied a supreme place at the party. But there was more in it than pride, and the very word fête suggested to the man with aesthetic gifts the luxurious, curious sense that it might bear if this party were being given not by people in contemporary society, but in a painting by Carpaccio or Veronese. It is indeed highly probable that the German prince that M. de Charlus was must rather have been picturing to himself the reception that occurs in Tannhäuser, and himself as the Margrave, standing at the entrance to the Warburg, with a kind word of condescension for each of his guests, while their procession into the castle or the park is greeted by the long phrase, 100 times renewed, of the famous March. I must, however, make up my mind. I could distinguish beneath the trees various women with whom I was more or less closely acquainted, but they seemed transformed because they were at the princess's and not at her cousin's, and because I saw them seated not in front of Dresden china plates, but beneath the boughs of a chestnut. The refinement of their setting mattered nothing. Had it been infinitely less refined than at Oriane's, I should have felt the same uneasiness. When the electric light in our drawing room fails, we are obliged to replace it with oil lamps. Everything seems altered. I was recalled from my uncertainty by Madame de Souvray. "Good evening," she said as she approached me. "Have you seen the Duchesse de Guermantes lately?" She excelled in giving to speeches of this sort an intonation which proved that she was not uttering them from sheer silliness, like people who, not knowing what to talk about, come up to you 1,000 times over to mention some bond of common acquaintance, often extremely slight. She had, on the contrary, a fine conducting wire in her glance, which signified, "Don't suppose for a moment that I haven't recognized you. You are the young man I met at the Duchesse de Guermantes. I remember quite well." Unfortunately, this protection, extended over me by this phrase, stupid in appearance, but delicate in intention, was extremely fragile, and vanished as soon as I tried to make use of it. Madame de Souvray had the art, if called upon to convey a request to some influential person, of appearing at the same time in the petitioner's eyes to be recommending him, and in those of the influential person not to be recommending the petitioner, so that her ambiguous gesture opened a credit balance of gratitude to her with the latter, without placing her in any way in debt to the former. Encouraged by this lady's civilities to ask her to introduce me to Monsieur de Guermantes, I found that she took advantage of a moment when our host was not looking in our direction, laid a motherly hand on my shoulder, and, smiling at the averted face of the prince, who was unable to see her, thrust me towards him with a gesture of feigned protection, but deliberately ineffective, which left me stranded almost at my starting point. Such is the cowardice of people in society. That of a lady who came to greet me, addressing me by my name, was greater still. I tried to recall her own name as I talked to her. I remembered quite well having met her at dinner. I could remember things that she had said, but my attention, concentrated upon the inward region in which these memories of her lingered, was unable to discover her name there. It was there, nevertheless. My thoughts began playing a sort of game with it, to grasp its outlines, its initial letter, and so finally to bring the whole name to light. It was labour in vain. I could more or less estimate its mass, its weight, but as for its forms, confronting them with the shadowy captive in the inward night, I said to myself, it is not that. Certainly my mind would have been capable of creating the most difficult names. Unfortunately, it had not to create, but to reproduce. All action by the mind is easy if it is not subjected to the test of reality. Here I was forced to own myself beaten. Finally, in a flash, the name came back to me as a whole. Madame d'Arpajon. I am wrong in saying that it came, for it did not, I think, appear to me by a spontaneous propulsion. I do not think either that the many slight memories which associated me with the lady, and to which I did not cease to appeal for help by such exhortations as, "Come now, it is the lady who is a friend of Madame de Souvray, who feels for Victor Hugo so artless an admiration, mingled with so much alarm and horror." I do not believe that all these memories, hovering between me and her name, served in any way to bring it to light. In that great game of hide-and-seek which is played in our memory when we seek to recapture a name, there is not any series of gradual approximations. We see nothing, then suddenly the name appears in its exact form, and very different from what we thought we could make out. It is not the name that has come to us. No, I believe rather that, as we go on living, we pass our time in keeping away from the zone in which a name is distinct, and it was by an exercise of will and attention, which increased the acuteness of my inward vision, that all of a sudden I had pierced the semi-darkness and seen daylight. In any case, if there are transitions between oblivion and memory, then these transitions are unconscious. For the intermediate names through which we pass before finding the real name are themselves false and bring us nowhere nearer to it. They are not even, properly speaking, names at all, but often mere consonants, which are not to be found in the recaptured name. And yet this operation of the mind passing from a blank to reality is so mysterious that it is possible, after all, that these false consonants are really handles awkwardly held out to enable us to seize hold of the correct name. All this, the reader will remark, tells us nothing as to the lady's failure to oblige. But since you have made so long a digression, allow me, gentle author, to waste another moment of your time in telling you that it is a pity that, young as you were, or as your hero was, if he be not yourself, you had already so feeble a memory that you could not recall the name of a lady whom you knew quite well. It is indeed a pity, gentle reader, and sadder than you think, when one feels the time approaching when names and words will vanish from the clear zone of consciousness, and when one must forever cease to name to oneself the people whom one has known most intimately. It is indeed a pity that one should require this effort, when one is still young, to recapture names which one knows quite well. But if this infirmity occurred only in the case of names barely known, quite naturally forgotten, names which one would not take the trouble to remember, the infirmity would not be without its advantages. And what are they, may I ask? Well, sir, that the malady alone makes us remark and apprehend, and allows us to dissect, the mechanism of which otherwise we should know nothing. The man who, night after night, falls like a lump of lead upon his bed, and ceases to live until the moment when he wakes and rises, will such a man ever dream of making, I do not say great discoveries, but even minute observations upon sleep? He barely knows that he does sleep. A little insomnia is not without its value in making us appreciate sleep, in throwing a ray of light upon that darkness. A memory without fault is not a very powerful incentive to studying the phenomena of memory. In a word, did Madame d'Arpajon introduce you to the prince? No. But be quiet and let me go on with my story. Madame d'Arpajon was even more cowardly than Madame de Souvray, but there was more excuse for her cowardice. She knew that she had always had very little influence in society. This influence, such as it was, had been reduced still further by her connection with the Duc de Guermantes. His desertion of her dealt it the final blow. The resentment which she felt at my request that she should introduce me to the prince produced a silence which, she was artless enough to suppose, conveyed the impression that she had not heard what I said. She was not even aware that she was knitting her brows with anger. Perhaps, on the other hand, she was aware of it, and did not bother about the inconsistency, and made use of it for the lesson which she was thus able to teach me without undue rudeness. I mean a silent lesson, but none the less eloquent for that. Apart from this, Madame d'Arpajon was extremely annoyed. Many eyes were raised in the direction of a Renaissance balcony at the corner of which, instead of one of those monumental statues which were so often used as ornaments at that period, there leaned, no less sculptural than they, the magnificent Marquise de Surgy-le-Duc, who had recently succeeded Madame d'Arpajon in the heart of Prince de Guermantes. Beneath the flimsy white tulle which protected her from the cool night air, one saw the supple form of a winged Victory. I had no recourse left save to Monsieur de Charlus, who had withdrawn to a room downstairs which opened on the garden. I had plenty of time, as he was pretending to be absorbed in a fictitious game of whist, which enabled him to appear not to notice people, to admire the deliberate, artistic simplicity of his evening coat, which, by the merest trifles which only a tailor's eye could have picked out, had the air of a harmony in black and white by Whistler. Black, white, and red, rather, for Monsieur de Charlus was wearing, hanging from a broad ribbon pinned to the lapel of his coat, the cross in black and white and red enamel of a knight of the religious order of Malta. At that moment the Baron's game was interrupted by Madame de Gallardon, leading her nephew, the Vicomte de Courvoisier, a young man with an attractive face and an impertinent air. "Cousin," said Madame de Gallardon, "allow me to introduce my nephew, Adalbert. Adalbert, you remember the famous Palamède, of whom you have heard so much." "Good evening, Madame de Gallardon," Monsieur de Charlus replied, and he added, without so much as a glance at the young man, "Good evening, sir," with a truculent air, and in a tone so violently discourteous that everyone in the room was stupefied. Perhaps Monsieur de Charlus, knowing that Madame de Gallardon had her doubts as to his morals, and guessing that she had not been able to resist, for once in a way, the temptation to allude to them, was determined to nip in the bud any scandal that she might have embroidered upon a friendly reception of her nephew, making at the same time a resounding profession of indifference with regard to young men in general. Perhaps he had not considered that the said Adalbert had responded to his aunt's speech with a sufficiently respectful air. Perhaps, desirous in making headway in time to come with so attractive a cousin, he chose to give himself the advantage of a preliminary assault, like those sovereigns who, before engaging upon diplomatic action, strengthen it by an act of war. It was not so difficult as I had supposed to secure Monsieur de Charlus' consent that he should introduce me to the Prince de Guermantes. For one thing, in the course of the last 20 years, this Don Quixote had tilted against so many windmills, often relatives who he imagined had behaved badly to him. He had so frequently banned people as being impossible to have in the house from being invited by various male or female Guermantes, that these were beginning to be afraid of quarrelling with all the people they knew and liked, of condemning themselves to a lifelong deprivation of the society of certain newcomers whom they were curious to meet, by espousing the thunderous but unexplained rancours of a brother-in-law or cousin, who expected them to abandon for his sake wife, brother, children. More intelligent than the other Guermantes, Monsieur de Charlus realized that people were ceasing to pay any attention, save once in a while, to his veto, and looking to the future, fearing lest one day it might be with his society that they would dispense, he had begun to make allowances, to reduce, as the saying is, his terms. Furthermore, if he had the faculty of ascribing for months, for years on end, an identical life to a detested person, to such an one he would not have tolerated their sending an invitation, and would have fought rather like a trooper against a queen, the status of the person who stood in his way ceasing to count for anything in his eyes. On the other hand, his explosions of wrath were too frequent not to be somewhat fragmentary. "The imbecile! The rascal! We shall have to put him in his place, sweep him into the gutter, where, unfortunately, he will not be innocuous to the health of the town," he would scream, even when he was alone in his own room, while reading a letter that he considered irreverent, or upon recalling some remark that had been repeated to him. But a fresh outburst against a second imbecile cancelled the first, and the former victim had only to show due deference for the crisis that he had occasioned to be forgotten, it not having lasted long enough to establish a foundation of hatred upon which to build. And so I might perhaps, despite his ill humour towards me, have been successful when I asked him to introduce me to the prince, had I not been so ill-inspired as to add, from a scruple of conscience, and so that he might not suppose me guilty of the indelicacy of entering the house at a venture, counting upon him to enable me to remain there, "You are aware that I know them quite well. The princess has been very kind to me." "Very well, if you know them, why do you need me to introduce you?" he replied in a sharp tone, and, turning his back, resumed his make-believe game with the nuncio, the German ambassador, and another personage whom I did not know by sight. Then, from the depths of those gardens where in days past the Duc d'Aiguillon used to breed rare animals, there came to my ears, through the great open doors, the sound of a sniffing nose that was savouring all those refinements, and determined to miss none of them. The sound approached. I moved at a venture in its direction, with the result that "Good evening" were murmured in my ear by Monsieur de Bréauté, not like the rusty metallic sound of a knife being sharpened on a grindstone, even less like the cry of the wild boar, devastator of tilled fields, but like the voice of a possible saviour. Less influential than Madame de Souvray, but less deeply ingrained than she with the incapacity to oblige, far more at his ease with the prince than was Madame d'Arpajon, entertaining some illusion perhaps as to my position in the Guermantes set, or perhaps knowing more about it than myself, I had nevertheless for the first few moments some difficulty in arresting his attention, for with fluttering, distended nostrils he was turning in every direction, inquisitively protruding his monocle as though he found himself face to face with 500 matchless works of art. But having heard my request, he received it with satisfaction, led me towards the prince, and presented me to him with a relishing, ceremonious, vulgar air, as though he had been handing him, with a word of commendation, a plate of cakes. Just as the greeting of the Duc de Guermantes was, when he chose, friendly, instinct with good fellowship, cordial and familiar, so I found that of the prince stiff, solemn, haughty. He barely smiled at me, addressed me gravely as Sir. I had often heard the Duke make fun of his cousin's stiffness, but from the first words that he addressed to me, which by their cold and serious tone formed the most entire contrast with the language of Bassin, I realized at once that the fundamentally disdainful man was the Duke, who spoke to you at your first meeting with him as man to man, and that of the two cousins the one who was really simple was the prince. I found in his reserve a stronger feeling, I do not say of equality, for that would have been inconceivable to him, but at least of the consideration which one may show to an inferior, such as may be found in all strongly hierarchical societies, in the law courts, for instance, in a faculty, where a public prosecutor or a dean, conscious of their high charge, conceal perhaps more genuine simplicity, and when you come to know them better, more kindness, true simplicity, cordiality beneath their traditional aloofness than the more modern brethren beneath their jocular affectation of comradeship. "Do you intend to follow the career of Monsieur, your father?" he said to me with a distant but interested air. I answered his question briefly, realizing that he had asked it only out of politeness, and moved away to allow him to greet the fresh arrivals. I caught sight of Swann, and meant to speak to him, but at that moment I saw that the Prince de Guermantes, instead of waiting where he was to receive the greeting of Odette's husband, had immediately, with the force of a suction pump, carried him off to the farther end of the garden in order, as some said, to show him the door. So entirely absorbed in the company that I did not learn until 2 days later from the newspapers that a Czech orchestra had been playing throughout the evening, and that Bengal lights had been burning in constant succession, I recovered some power of attention with the idea of going to look at the celebrated fountain of Hubert Robert. In a clearing surrounded by fine trees, several of which were as old as itself, set in a place apart, one could see it in the distance, slender, immobile, stiffened, allowing the breeze to stir only the lighter fall of its pale and quivering plume. The 18th century had refined the elegance of its lines, but by fixing the style of the jet, seemed to have arrested its life. At this distance, one had the impression of a work of art, rather than the sensation of water. The moist cloud itself, that was perpetually gathering at its crest, preserved the character of the period, like those that in the sky assemble round the palaces of Versailles. But from a closer view, one realized that, while it respected, like the stones of an ancient palace, the design traced for it beforehand, it was a constantly changing stream of water that, springing upwards and seeking to obey the architect's traditional orders, performed them to the letter only by seeming to infringe them, its 1,000 separate bursts succeeding only at a distance in giving the impression of a single flow. This was, in reality, as often interrupted as the scattering of the fall, whereas from a distance it had appeared to me unyielding, solid, unbroken in its continuity. From a little nearer, one saw that this continuity, apparently complete, was assured at every point in the ascent of the jet, wherever it must otherwise have been broken, by the entering into line, by the lateral incorporation of a parallel jet, which mounted higher than the first, and was itself, at an altitude greater, but already a strain upon its endurance, relieved by a third. Seen close at hand, drops without strength fell back from the column of water, crossing on their way their climbing sisters, and at times torn, caught in an eddy of the night air, disturbed by this ceaseless flow, floated a while before being drowned in the basin. They teased with their hesitations, with their passage in the opposite direction, and blurred with their soft vapour the vertical tension of that stem, bearing aloft an oblong cloud composed of 1,000 tiny drops, but apparently painted in an unchanging golden brown, which rose, unbreakable, constant, urgent, swift, to mingle with the clouds in the sky. Unfortunately, a gust of wind was enough to scatter it obliquely on the ground. At times, indeed, a single jet, disobeying its orders, swerved, and, had they not kept a respectful distance, would have drenched to their skins the incautious crowd of gazers. One of these little accidents, which could scarcely occur save when the breeze freshened for a moment, was distinctly unpleasant. Somebody had told Madame d'Arpajon that the Duc de Guermantes, who, as a matter of fact, had not yet arrived, was with Madame de Surgy in one of the galleries of pink marble to which one ascended by the double colonnade hollowed out of the wall, which rose from the brink of the fountain. Now, just as Madame d'Arpajon was making for one of these staircases, a strong gust of warm air made the jet of water swerve and inundated the fair lady so completely that the water streaming down from her open bosom inside her dress, She was soaked as if she had been plunged into a bath. Whereupon, a few feet away, a rhythmical roar resounded, loud enough to be heard by a whole army, and at the same time protracted in periods, as though it were being addressed not to the army as a whole, but to each unit in turn. It was the Grand Duke Vladimir, who was laughing wholeheartedly upon seeing the immersion of Madame d'Arpajon, one of the funniest sights, as he was never tired of repeating afterwards, that he had ever seen in his life. Some charitable persons, having suggested to the Muscovite that a word of sympathy from himself was perhaps deserved, and would give pleasure to the lady who, notwithstanding her tale of 40 winters fully told, wiping herself with her scarf, without appealing to anyone for help, was stepping clear in spite of the water that was maliciously spilling over the edge of the basin, the Grand Duke, who had a kind heart, felt that he must say a word in season, and before the last military tattoo of his laughter had altogether subsided, one heard a fresh roar, more vociferous even than the last. "Bravo, old girl!" he cried, clapping his hands as though at the theatre. Madame d'Arpajon was not at all pleased that her dexterity should be commended at the expense of her youth, and when someone remarked to her, in a voice drowned by the roar of the water, over which nevertheless rose the princely thunder, "I think His Imperial Highness said something to you." "No, it was to Madame Sauvray," was her reply. I passed through the gardens and returned by the stair, upon which the absence of the prince, who had vanished with Swann, enlarged the crowd of guests around M. de Charlus, just as, when Louis XIV was not at Versailles, there was a more numerous attendance upon Monsieur, his brother. I was stopped on my way by the Baron, while behind me 2 ladies and a young man came to greet him. "It is nice to see you here," he said to me, as he held out his hand. "Good evening, Madame de la Trémoille. Good evening, my dear Herminie." But doubtless the memory of what he had said to me as to his own supreme position in the Hôtel Guermantes made him wish to appear to be feeling, with regard to a matter which annoyed him, but which he had been unable to prevent, a satisfaction which his high and mighty impertinence and his hysterical excitement immediately invested in a cloak of exaggerated irony. "It is nice," he repeated, "but it is really very odd." And he broke into peals of laughter, which appeared to be indicative at once of his joy and of the inadequacy of human speech to express it. Certain persons, meanwhile, who knew both how difficult he was of access and how prone to insolent retorts, had been drawn towards us by curiosity, and with an almost indecent haste took to their heels. "Come now, don't be cross," he said to me, patting me gently on the shoulder. "You know that I'm your friend." "Good evening, Antioch. Good evening, Louis René. Have you been to look at the fountain?" he asked me, in a tone that was affirmative rather than questioning. "It is quite pretty, ain't it? It is marvellous. It might be made better still, naturally, if certain things were removed, and then there would be nothing like it in France. But even as it stands, it is quite one of the best things. Bréauté will tell you that it was a mistake to put lamps around it, to try to make people forget that it was he who was responsible for that absurd idea. But after all, he has only managed to spoil it a very little. It is far more difficult to deface a great work of art than to create one. Not that we had not a vague suspicion all the time that Bréauté was not quite a match for Hubert Robert." I drifted back into the stream of guests who were entering the house. "Have you seen my delicious cousin Oriane lately?" I was asked by the princess, who had now deserted her post by the door, and with whom I was making my way back to the rooms. "She's sure to be here tonight. I saw her this afternoon," my host added. "She promised me to come. I believe, too, that you will be dining with us both to meet the Queen of Italy at the embassy on Thursday. There are to be all the royalties imaginable. It will be most alarming." They could not in any way alarm the Princesse de Guermantes, whose rooms swarmed with them, and who would say, "My little Coburgs," as she might have said, "my little dogs." And so Madame de Guermantes said, "It will be most alarming," out of sheer silliness, which among people in society overrides even their vanity. With regard to her own pedigree, she knew less than a passman in history. As for the people of her circle, she liked to show that she knew the nicknames by which they had been labelled. Having asked me whether I was dining the week after with the Marquise de la Pommelière, who was often called La Pomme, the princess, having elicited a reply in the negative, remained silent for some moments. Then, without any other motive than a deliberate display of instinctive erudition, banality, and conformity to the prevailing spirit, she added, "She's not a bad sort, the Pomme." While the princess was talking to me, it so happened that the Duc and Duchesse de Guermantes made their entrance. I could not go at once to greet them, for I was waylaid by the Turkish ambassadress, who, pointing to our hostess whom I had just left, exclaimed as she seized me by the arm, "Ah, what a delicious woman the princess is! What a superior being! I feel sure that if I were a man," she went on, with a trace of oriental servility and sensuality, "I would give my life for that heavenly creature." I replied that I did indeed find her charming, but that I knew her cousin, the Duchess, better. "But there is no comparison," said the ambassadress. "Oriane is a charming society woman who gets her wit from Mmes and Babal, whereas Marie Gilbert is somebody." I never much like to be told like this without a chance to reply what I ought to think about people whom I know. And there was no reason why the Turkish ambassadress should be in any way better qualified than myself to judge the worth of the Duchesse de Guermantes. On the other hand, and this explained also my annoyance with the ambassadress, the defects of a mere acquaintance, or even of a friend, are to us real poisons, against which we are fortunately mithridated. But without applying any standard of scientific comparison and talking of anaphylaxis, let us say that at the heart of our friendly or purely social relations there lurks a hostility, momentarily cured, but recurring by fits and starts. As a rule, we suffer little from these poisons, so long as people are natural. By saying Babal and Meme to indicate people with whom she was not acquainted, the Turkish ambassadress suspended the effect of the mithridatism, which, as a rule, made me find her tolerable. She annoyed me, which was all the more unfair, inasmuch as she did not speak like this to make me think that she was an intimate friend of Meme, but owing to a too rapid education, which made her name these noble lords according to what she believed to be the custom of the country. She had crowded her course into a few months, and had not picked up the rules. But on thinking it over, I found another reason for my disinclination to remain in the ambassadress's company. It was not so very long since, at Oriane's, this same diplomatic personage had said to me, with a purposeful and serious air, that she found the Princesse de Guermantes frankly antipathetic. I felt that I need not stop to consider this change of front. The invitation to the party this evening had brought it about. The ambassadress was perfectly sincere when she told me that the Princesse de Guermantes was a sublime creature. She had always thought so. But, having never before been invited to the princess's house, she had felt herself bound to give this non-invitation the appearance of a deliberate abstention on principle. Now that she had been asked, and would presumably continue to be asked in the future, she could give free expression to her feelings. There is no need, in accounting for 3 out of 4 of the opinions that we hold about other people, to go so far as crossed love or exclusion from public office. Our judgment remains uncertain. The withholding or bestowal of an invitation determines it. Anyhow, the Turkish ambassadress, as the Baronne de Guermantes remarked while making a tour of inspection through the rooms with me, was all right. She was, above all, extremely useful. The real stars of society are tired of appearing there. He who is curious to gaze at them must often migrate to another hemisphere where they are more or less alone. But women like the Ottoman ambassadress, of quite recent admission to society, are never weary of shining there and, so to speak, everywhere at once. They are of value at entertainments of the sort known as soirée or rout, to which they would let themselves be dragged from their deathbeds rather than miss one. They are the supers upon whom a hostess can always count, determined never to miss a party. And so the foolish young men, unaware that they are false stars, take them for the queens of fashion, whereas it would require a formal lecture to explain to them by virtue of what reasons Madame Standish, who, her existence unknown to them, lives remote from the world, painting cushions, is at least as great a lady as the Duchesse de Dodoville. In the ordinary course of life, the eyes of the Duchesse de Guermantes were absent and slightly melancholy. She made them sparkle with a flame of wit only when she had to say "how do you do" to a friend, precisely as though the said friend had been some witty remark, some charming touch, some titbit for delicate palates, the savour of which has set on the face of the connoisseur an expression of refined joy. But upon big evenings, as she had too many greetings to bestow, she decided that it would be tiring to have to switch off the light after each. Just as an ardent reader, when he goes to the theatre to see a new piece by one of the masters of the stage, testifies to his certainty that he is not going to spend a dull evening by having, while he hands in his hat and coat to the attendant, his lip adjusted in readiness for a sapient smile, his eye kindled for a sardonic approval. Similarly, it was at the moment of her arrival that the Duchess lighted up for the whole evening. And while she was handing over her evening cloak of a magnificent Tiepolo red, exposing a huge collar of rubies round her neck, having cast over her gown that final rapid, minute, and exhaustive dressmaker's glance, which is also that of a woman of the world, Oriane made sure that her eyes, just as much as her other jewels, were sparkling. In vain might sundry kind friends, such as Monsieur de Genville, fling themselves upon the Duke to keep him from entering. "But don't you know that poor Mamma is at his last gasp? He has had the sacraments." I know, answered Monsieur de Guermantes, thrusting the tiresome fellow aside in order to enter the room. "The viaticum has acted splendidly," he added, with a smile of pleasure at the thought of the ball which he was determined not to miss after the prince's party. "We did not want people to know that we had come back," the Duchess said to me. She never suspected that the princess had already disproved this statement by telling me that she had seen her cousin for a moment, who had promised to come. The Duke, after a protracted stare with which he proceeded to crush his wife for the space of 5 minutes, observed, "I told Oriane about your misgivings." Now that she saw that they were unfounded, and that she herself need take no action in the attempt to dispel them, she pronounced them absurd, and continued to chaff me about them. "The idea of supposing that you were not invited! Besides, wasn't I there? Do you suppose that I would be unable to get you an invitation to my cousin's house?" I must admit that frequently, after this, she did things for me that were far more difficult. Nevertheless, I took care not to interpret her words in the sense that I had been too modest. I was beginning to learn the exact value of the language, spoken or mute, of aristocratic affability, an affability that is happy to shed balm upon the sense of inferiority in those persons towards whom it is directed, though not to the point of dispelling that sense, for in that case it would no longer have any reason to exist. "But you are our equal, if not our superior," the Guermantes seemed, in all their actions, to be saying. They said it in the most courteous fashion imaginable, to be loved, admired, but not to be believed. That one should discern the fictitious character of this affability was what they called being well bred. To suppose it to be genuine, a sign of ill breeding. I was to receive, as it happened, shortly after this, a lesson which gave me a full and perfect understanding of the extent and limitations of certain forms of aristocratic affability. It was at an afternoon party given by the Duchesse de Montmorency to meet the Queen of England. There was a sort of royal procession to the buffet, at the head of which walked Her Majesty on the arm of the Duc de Guermantes. I happened to arrive at that very moment. With his disengaged hand, the Duke conveyed to me, from a distance of nearly 50 yards, 1,000 signs of friendly invitation, which appeared to mean that I need not be afraid to approach, that I should not be devoured alive instead of the sandwiches. But I, who was becoming word perfect in the language of the court, instead of going even one step nearer, kept my 50 yards interval, made a deep bow, but without smiling, the sort of bow that I should have made to someone whom I scarcely knew, then proceeded in the opposite direction. Had I written a masterpiece, the Guermantes would have given me less credit for it than I earned by that bow. Not only did it not pass unperceived by the Duke, albeit he had that day to acknowledge the greetings of more than 500 people, it caught the eye of the Duchess, who, happening to meet my mother, told her of it, and, so far from suggesting that I had done wrong, that I ought to have gone up to him, said that her husband had been lost in admiration of my bow, that it would have been impossible for anyone to put more into it. They never ceased to find in that bow every possible merit, without however mentioning that which had seemed the most priceless of all, to wit, that it had been discreet. Nor did they cease either to pay me compliments, which I understood to be even less a reward for the past than a hint for the future, after the fashion of the hint delicately conveyed to his pupils by the headmaster of a school. "Do not forget, my boys, that these prizes are intended not so much for you as for your parents, so that they may send you back next term." So it was that Madame de Marsantes, when someone from a different world entered her circle, would praise in his hearing the discreet people whom you would find at home when you go to see them, and who at other times let you forget their existence. As one warns, by an indirect allusion, a servant who has an unpleasant smell, that the practice of taking a bath is beneficial to the health. End of section 4. Section 5 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain, read by Michael O'Kelly. Curious conversation between Swann and the Prince de Guermantes. While, before she had even left the entrance hall, I was talking to Madame de Guermantes, I could hear a voice of the sort which, for the future, I was able to classify without the possibility of error. It was, in this particular instance, the voice of Monsieur de Vaugoubert talking to Monsieur de Charlus. A skilled physician need not even make his patient unbutton his shirt nor listen to his breathing. The sound of his voice is enough. How often, in time to come, was my ear to be caught in a drawing-room by the intonation or laughter of some man who, for all that, was copying exactly the language of his profession or the manners of his class, affecting a stern aloofness or a coarse familiarity, but whose artificial voice was enough to indicate, "He is a Charlus," to my trained ear, like the note of a tuning fork. At that moment, the entire staff of one of the embassies went past, pausing to greet Monsieur de Charlus. For all that my discovery of that sort of malady in question dated only from that afternoon, when I had surprised Monsieur de Charlus with Jupien, I should have had no need, before giving a diagnosis, to put questions, to auscultate. But Monsieur de Vaugoubert, when talking to Monsieur de Charlus, appeared uncertain, and yet he must have known what was in the air after the doubts of his adolescence. The invert believes himself to be the only one of his kind in the universe. It is only in later years that he imagines, another exaggeration, that the unique exception is the normal man. But, ambitious and timorous, Monsieur de Vaugoubert had not, for many years past, surrendered himself to what would to him have meant pleasure. The career of diplomacy had had the same effect upon his life as a monastic profession. Combined with his assiduous frequentation of the School of Political Sciences, it had vowed him from his 20th year to the chastity of a professing Christian. And so, as each of our senses loses its strength and vivacity, becomes atrophied when it is no longer exercised, Monsieur de Vaugoubert, just as the civilized man is no longer capable of the feats of strength, of the acuteness of hearing, of the cave-dweller, had lost that special perspicacity which was rarely at fault in Monsieur de Charlus, and at official banquets, whether in Paris or abroad, the minister plenipotentiary was no longer capable of identifying those who, beneath the disguise of their uniform, were at heart his congeners. Certain names mentioned by Monsieur de Charlus, indignant if he himself was cited for his peculiarities, but always delighted to give away those of other people, caused Monsieur de Vaugoubert an exquisite surprise. Not that, after all these years, he dreamed of profiting by any windfall, but these rapid revelations, similar to those which in Racine's tragedies inform Athalie and Abner that Joas is of the house of David, that Esther, enthroned in the purple, comes of a Yiddish stock, changing the aspect of the ex-legation, or of one or another department of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, rendered those palaces as mysterious, in retrospect, as the Temple of Jerusalem or the throne room at Susa. At the sight of the youthful staff of this embassy advancing in a body to shake hands with Monsieur de Charlus, Monsieur de Vaugoubert assumed the astonished air of Elise, exclaiming in Esther, "Great heavens! What a swarm of innocent beauties issuing from all sides presents itself to my gaze! How charming a modesty is depicted on their faces!" Then, athirst for more definite information, he cast at Monsieur de Charlus a smiling glance, fatuously interrogative and concupiscent. "Why, of course they all are," said Monsieur de Charlus, with the knowing air of a learned man speaking to an ignoramus. From that instant, Monsieur de Vaugoubert, greatly to the annoyance of Monsieur de Charlus, could not tear his eyes from these young secretaries whom the ex-ambassador to France, an old stager, had not chosen blindfold. Monsieur de Vaugoubert remained silent. I could only watch his eyes, but, being accustomed from my childhood to apply, even to what is voiceless, the language of the classics, I made Monsieur de Vaugoubert's eyes repeat the lines in which Esther explains to Elise that Mardochée, in his zeal for the religion, has made it his rule that only those maidens who profess it shall be employed about the Queen's person. And now his love for our nation has peopled this palace with daughters of Sion, young and tender flowers, wafted by fate, transplanted, like myself, beneath a foreign sky. In a place set apart from profane eyes, he, the worthy ambassador, devotes his skill and labour to shaping them. At length, Monsieur de Vaugoubert spoke, otherwise than with his eyes. Who knows, he said sadly, that in the country where I live, the same thing does not exist also? It is probable, replied Monsieur de Charlus, starting with King Theodosius, not that I know anything definite about him. Oh dear, no, nothing of that sort. Then he has no right to look it so completely. Besides, he has all the little tricks. He had that "my dear" manner, which I detest more than anything in the world. I should never dare to be seen walking in the street with him. Anyhow, you must know what he is. They all call him the White Wolf. You are entirely mistaken about him. He's quite charming all the same. The day on which the agreement with France was signed, the king kissed me. I've never been so moved. That was the moment to tell him what you wanted. Oh, good heavens, what an idea! If he were even to suspect such a thing. But I have no fear in that direction. A conversation which I could hear, for I was standing close by, and which made me repeat to myself, "The king unto this day knows not who I am, and this secret keeps my tongue still enchained." This dialogue, half mute, half spoken, had lasted but a few moments, and I had barely entered the first of the drawing-rooms with the Duchesse de Guermantes, when a little dark lady, extremely pretty, stopped her. "I've been looking for you everywhere. D'Annunzio saw you from a box in the theatre. He has written to the Princesse de T a letter in which he says that he never saw anything so lovely. He would give his life for 10 minutes' conversation with you. In any case, even if you can't or won't, the letter is in my possession. You must fix a day to come and see me. There are some secrets which I cannot tell you here. I see you don't remember me," she added, turning to myself. "I met you at the Princesse de Parme's, where I had never been. The Emperor of Russia is anxious for your father to be sent to Petersburg. If you could come in on Monday, Izvolsky himself will be there. He will talk to you about it. I have a present for you, my dear," she went on, returning to the Duchess, "which I should not dream of giving to anyone but you. The manuscripts of 3 of Ibsen's plays, which he sent to me by his old attendant. I shall keep one and give you the other 2. The Duc de Guermantes was not overpleased by these offers. Uncertain whether Ibsen and D'Annunzio were dead or alive, he could see in his mind's eye a tribe of authors, playwrights, coming to call upon his wife and putting her in their works. People in society are too apt to think of a book as a sort of cube, one side of which has been removed, so that the author can at once put in the people he meets. This is obviously disloyal, and authors are a pretty low class. Certainly it would not be a bad thing to meet them once in a way, for thanks to them, when one reads a book or an article, one can read between the lines, unmask the characters. After all, though, the wisest thing is to stick to dead authors. Monsieur de Guermantes considered quite all right only the gentleman who did the funeral notices in the Gaulois. He, at any rate, confined himself to including Monsieur de Guermantes among the people conspicuous by their presence at funerals at which the Duke had given his name. When he preferred that his name should not appear, instead of giving it, he sent a letter of condolence to the relatives of the deceased, assuring them of his deep and heartfelt sympathy. If, then, the family sent to the paper, "Among the letters received we may mention one from the Duc de Guermantes," etc., this was the fault, not of the ink-slinger, but of the son, brother, father of the deceased, whom the Duke thereupon described as upstarts, and with whom he decided for the future to have no further dealings, what he called, not being very well up in the meaning of such expressions, having a crow to pick. In any event, the names of Ibsen and D'Annunzio, and his uncertainty as to their survival, brought a frown to the brows of the Duke, who was not far enough away from us to escape hearing the various blandishments of Madame Timoleon d'Amoncourt. This was a charming woman, her wit, like her beauty, so entrancing that either of them by itself would have made her shine. But, born outside the world in which she now lived, having aspired at first merely to a literary salon, the friend successively, and nothing more than a friend, for her morals were above reproach, and exclusively, of every great writer, who gave her all his manuscripts, wrote books for her, chance having once introduced her into the Faubourg Saint-Germain, these literary privileges were of service to her there. She had now an established position, and no longer needed to dispense other graces than those which were shed by her presence, but, accustomed in times past to act as go-between, to render services, she persevered in them even when they were no longer necessary. She had always a state secret to reveal to you, a potentate whom you must meet, a watercolour by a master to present to you. There was indeed in all these superfluous attractions a trace of falsehood, but they made her life a comedy that scintillated with complications, and it was no exaggeration to say that she appointed prefects and generals. As she strolled by my side, the Duchesse de Guermantes allowed the azure light of her eyes to float in front of her, but vaguely, so as to avoid the people with whom she did not wish to enter into relations, whose presence she discerned at times like a menacing reef in the distance. We advanced between a double hedge of guests who, conscious that they would never come to know Oriane, were anxious at least to point her out as a curiosity to their wives. "Quick, Ursule, come and look at Madame de Guermantes talking to that young man." And one felt that in another moment they would be clambering upon the chairs for a better view, as at the military review on the 14th of July, or the Grand Prix. Not that the Duchesse de Guermantes had a more aristocratic salon than her cousin. The former's was frequented by people whom the latter would never have been willing to invite, principally on account of her husband. She would never have been at home to Madame Alphonse de Rothschild, who, an intimate friend of Madame de la Trémouille and of Madame de Sagan, as was Oriane herself, was constantly to be seen in the house of the last named. It was the same with Baron Hirsch, whom the Prince of Wales had brought to see her, but not to the Princess, who would not have approved of him, and also with certain outstandingly notorious Bonapartists, or even Republicans, whom the Duchess found interesting, but whom the Prince, a convinced royalist, would not have allowed inside his house. His anti-Semitism, also being founded on principle, did not yield before any social distinction, however strongly accredited, and if he was at home to Swann, whose friend he had been since their boyhood, being, however, the only one of the Guermantes who addressed him as Swann and not as Charles, this was because, knowing that Swann's grandmother, a Protestant married to a Jew, had been the Duc de Berry's mistress, he endeavoured, from time to time, to believe in the legend which made out Swann's father to be a natural son of that prince. By this hypothesis, which incidentally was false, Swann, the son of a Catholic father, himself the son of a Bourbon by a Catholic mother, was a Christian to his fingertips. "What, you don't know these glories?" said the Duchess, referring to the rooms through which we were moving. But having given its due meed of praise to her cousin's palace, she hastened to add that she 1,000 times preferred her own humble den. "This is an admirable house to visit, but I should die of misery if I had to stay behind and sleep in rooms that have witnessed so many historic events. It would give me the feeling of having been left after closing time forgotten in the chateau of Blois or of Fontainebleau or even the Louvre, with no antidote to my depression except to tell myself that I was in the room in which Mondaleski was murdered. As a sedative, that is not good enough. Why, here comes Madame de Saint-Euverte. We've just been dining with her. As she's giving her great annual bean feast tomorrow, I supposed she would be going straight to bed, but she can never miss a party. If this one had been in the country, she would have jumped on a lorry rather than not go to it. As a matter of fact, Madame de Saint-Euverte had come this evening less for the pleasure of not missing another person's party than, in order to ensure the success of her own, recruit the latest additions to her list, and, so to speak, hold an 11th-hour review of the troops who were, on the morrow, to perform such brilliant evolutions at her garden party. For in the long course of years, the guests at the Saint-Euverte parties had almost entirely changed. The female celebrities of the Guermantes world, formerly so sparsely scattered, had, loaded with attentions by their hostess, begun gradually to bring their friends. At the same time, by an enterprise equally progressive, but in the opposite direction, Madame de Saint-Euverte had, year by year, reduced the number of persons unknown to the world of fashion. You had ceased to see first one of them, then another. For some time the batch system was in operation, which enabled her, thanks to parties over which a veil of silence was drawn, to summon the ineligibles separately to entertain one another, which dispensed her from having to invite them with the nice people. What cause had they for complaint? Were they not given, panem et circenses, light refreshments, and a select musical programme? And so, in a kind of symmetry with the two exiled duchesses whom, in years past, when the Saint-Euverte salon was only starting, one used to see holding up, like a pair of caryatids, its unstable crest, in these later years one could distinguish, mingling with the fashionable throng, only two heterogeneous persons, old Madame de Cambremer and the architect's wife with a fine voice, who was always having to be asked to sing. But no longer knowing anybody at Madame de Saint-Euverte's, bewailing their lost comrades, feeling that they were in the way, they stood about with a frozen-to-death air, like two swallows that have not migrated in time. And so, the following year, they were not invited. Madame de Franquetot made an attempt on behalf of her cousin, who was so fond of music, but as she could obtain for her no more explicit reply than the words, "Why, people can always come and listen to music if they like. There's nothing criminal in that," Madame de Cambremer did not find the invitation sufficiently pressing and abstained. Such a transformation having been effected by Madame de Saint-Euverte from a leper hospice to a gathering of great ladies, the latest form apparently in the height of fashion that it had assumed, it might seem odd that the person who, on the following day, was to give the most brilliant party of the season should need to appear overnight to address a last word of command to her troops. But the fact was that the preeminence of Madame de Saint-Euverte's drawing-room existed only for those whose social life consisted entirely in reading the accounts of afternoon and evening parties in the Gaulois or Figaro without ever having been present at one. To these worldlings, who see the world only as reflected in the newspapers, the enumeration of the British, Austrian, etc. ambassadresses, of the Duchesse d'Uzès, de la Trémoille, etc., etc., was sufficient to make them instinctively imagine the Saint-Euverte drawing-room to be the first in Paris, whereas it was among the last. Not that the reports were mendacious. The majority of persons mentioned had indeed been present, but each of them had come in response to entreaties, civilities, services, and with the sense of doing an infinite honour to Madame de Saint-Euverte. Such drawing-rooms, shunned rather than sought after, to which people are, so to speak, roped in, deceive no one but the fair readers of the Society column. They pass over a really fashionable party, the sort at which the hostess, who could have had all the duchesses in existence, they being athirst to be numbered among the elect, invites only 2 or 3, and does not send any list of her guests to the papers. And so these hostesses, ignorant or contemptuous of the power that publicity has acquired today, are considered fashionable by the Queen of Spain, but are overlooked by the crowd, because the former knows and the latter does not know who they are. Madame de Saint-Euverte was not one of these women, and, with an eye to the main chance, had come to gather up for the morrow everyone who had been invited. Monsieur de Charlus was not among these. He had always refused to go to her house, but he had quarrelled with so many people that Madame de Saint-Euverte might put this down to his peculiar nature. Assuredly, if it had only been Oriane, Madame de Saint-Euverte need not have put herself to the trouble, for the invitation had been given by word of mouth, and, what was more, accepted, with that charming, deceiving grace, in the exercise of which those academicians are unsurpassed, from whose door the candidate emerges with a melting heart, never doubting that he can count upon their support. But there were others as well. The Prince de Guermantes, would he come? And Madame de Durfort. And so, with an eye to business, Madame de Saint-Euverte had thought it expedient to appear on the scene in person. Insinuating with some, imperative with others, to all alike she hinted in veiled words at inconceivable attractions, which could never be seen anywhere again, and promised each that he would find at her party the person he most wished, or the personage he most wanted to meet. And this sort of function, with which she was invested in one day in the year, like certain public offices in the ancient world, of the person who is to give on the morrow the biggest garden party of the season, conferred upon her a momentary authority. Her lists were made up and closed, so that while she wandered slowly through the princess's rooms to drop into one ear after another, "You won't forget about me tomorrow," she had the ephemeral glory of turning away her eyes, while continuing to smile, if she caught sight of some horrid creature who was to be avoided, or some country squire for whom the bond of a schoolboy friendship had secured admission to Gilbert's, and whose presence at her garden party would be no gain. She preferred not to speak to him, so as to be able to say later on, "I issued my invitations verbally, and unfortunately I didn't see you anywhere." And so she, a mere Saint-Euverte, set to work with her gimlet eye to pick and to choose among the guests at the princess's party. And she imagined herself, in so doing, to be every inch a Duchesse de Guermantes. It must be admitted that the latter lady had not, either, whatever one might suppose, the unrestricted use of her greetings and smiles. To some extent, no doubt, when she withheld them, it was deliberately. "But the woman bores me to tears," she would say. "Am I expected to talk to her about her party for the next hour?" A duchess of swarthy complexion went past, whom her ugliness and stupidity, and certain irregularities of behaviour, had exiled, not from society as a whole, but from certain small and fashionable circles. "Ah!" murmured Madame de Guermantes, with the sharp, unerring glance of the connoisseur who is shown a false jewel. "So they have that sort here." By the mere sight of this semi-tarnished lady, whose face was burdened with a surfeit of moles from which black hairs sprouted, Madame de Guermantes gauged the mediocre importance of this party. They had been brought up together, but she had severed all relations with the lady, and responded to her greeting only with the curtest little nod. "I cannot understand," she said to me, "how Marie Gilbert can invite us with all that scum. You might say that there was a deputation of paupers from every parish. Mélanie Pourtallet arranged things far better. She could have the Holy Synod and the Oratoire Chapel in her house if she liked, but at least she didn't invite us on the same day." But in many cases it was from timidity, fear of a scene with her husband, who did not like her to entertain artists and such like. Marie Gilbert took a kindly interest in dozens of them. You had to take care not to be accosted by some illustrious German diva. From misgivings, too, with regard to nationalist feeling, which, inasmuch as he was endowed, like M. de Charlus, with the wit of the Guermantes, she despised from the social point of view. People were now, for the greater glory of the General Staff, sending a plebeian general in to dinner before certain dukes, but to which, nevertheless, as she knew that she was considered unsound in her views, she made liberal concessions, even dreading the prospect of having to offer her hand to Swann in these anti-Semitic surroundings. With regard to this, her mind was soon set at rest, for she learned that the prince had refused to have Swann in the house, and had had a sort of altercation with him. There was no risk of her having to converse in public with poor Charles, whom she preferred to cherish in private. "And who in the world is that?" Madame de Guermantes exclaimed, upon seeing a little lady with a slightly lost air, in a black gown so simple that you would have taken her for a pauper, greet her, as did also the lady's husband, with a sweeping bow. She did not recognize the lady, and, in her insolent way, drew herself up as though offended, and stared at her without responding. "Who is that person, Bastien?" she asked, with an air of astonishment, while M. de Guermantes, to atone for Oriane's impoliteness, was bowing to the lady and shaking hands with her husband. "Why, it's Madame de Chaussepierre! You are most impolite. I have never heard of anyone called Chaussepierre. Old Mother Chanlivaud's nephew. I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about. Who is the woman, and why does she bow to me?" "But you know her perfectly. She's Madame de Charleval's daughter, Henriette de Montmorency." "Oh, but I knew her mother quite well. She was charming, extremely intelligent. What made her go and marry all these people I never heard of? You say that she calls herself Madame de Chaussepierre," she said, isolating each syllable of the name with a questioning air, and as though she were afraid of making a mistake. "It is not so ridiculous as you appear to think, to call oneself Chaussepierre. Old Chaussepierre was the brother of the aforesaid Chanlivaud, of Madame de Senecourt, and of the Vicomtesse de Merlereau. They're a good family." "Oh, do stop," cried the Duchess, who, like a lion-tamer, never cared to appear to be allowing herself to be intimidated by the devouring glare of the animal. "Bastien, you are the joy of my life. I can't imagine where you picked up those names, but I congratulate you on them. If I did not know Chaussepierre, I have at least read Balzac. You are not the only one. And I've even read La Biche. I can appreciate Chanlivaud. I do not object to Charleval, but I must confess that Merlereau is a masterpiece. However, let us admit that Chaussepierre is not bad either. You must have gone about collecting them. It's not possible. You mean to write a book?" She turned to me. "You ought to make a note of Charleval and Merlereau. You will find nothing better." "He will find himself in the dock and will go to prison. You are giving him very bad advice, Oriane." "I hope, for his own sake, that he has younger people than me at his disposal, if he wishes to ask for bad advice, especially if he means to follow it. But if he means to do nothing worse than write a book—" At some distance from us, a wonderful, proud young woman stood out delicately from the throng, in a white dress, all diamonds and tulle. Madame de Guermantes watched her talking to a whole group of people fascinated by her grace. "Your sister is the belle of the ball, as usual. She is charming tonight," she said as she took a chair to the Prince de Guermantes, who went past. Colonel de Froberville, the general of that name was his uncle, came and sat down beside us, as did Monsieur de Bréauté, while Monsieur de Vaugoubert, after hovering about us by an excessive politeness which he maintained even when playing tennis, when, by dint of asking leave of the eminent personages present before hitting the ball, he invariably lost the game for his partner, returned to Monsieur de Charlus, until that moment almost concealed by the huge skirt of the Comtesse Molay, whom he professed to admire above all other women, and, as it happened, at the moment when several members of the latest diplomatic mission to Paris were greeting the Baron. At the sight of a young secretary with a particularly intelligent air, Monsieur de Vaugoubert fastened on Monsieur de Charlus a smile upon which there bloomed visibly one question only. Monsieur de Charlus would, no doubt, readily have compromised someone else, but to feel himself compromised by this smile formed on another person's lips, which, moreover, could have but one meaning, exasperated him. "I know absolutely nothing about the matter. I beg you to keep your curiosity to yourself. It leaves me more than cold. Besides, in this instance, you are making a mistake of the first order. I believe this young man to be absolutely the opposite." Here Monsieur de Charlus, irritated at being thus given away by a fool, was not speaking the truth. The secretary would, had the Baron been correct, have formed an exception to the rule of his embassy. It was, as a matter of fact, composed of widely different personalities, many of them extremely second-rate, so that, if one sought to discover what could have been the motive of the selection that had brought them together, the only one possible seemed to be inversion. By setting at the head of this little diplomatic Sodom an ambassador who, on the contrary, ran after women with the comic exaggeration of an old buffer in a review, who made his battalion of male impersonators toe the line, the authorities seemed to have been obeying the law of contrasts. In spite of what he had beneath his nose, he did not believe in inversion. He gave an immediate proof of this by marrying his sister to a chargé d'affaires whom he believed, quite mistakenly, to be a womanizer. After this he became rather a nuisance, and was soon replaced by a fresh excellency, who ensured the homogeneity of the party. Other embassies sought to rival this one, but could never dispute the prize, as in the matriculation examinations, where a certain school always heads the list. And more than 10 years had to pass before, heterogeneous attachés having been introduced into this too perfect whole, another might at last wrest the grim trophy from it and march at the head. Reassured as to her fear of having to talk to Swann, Madame de Guermantes felt now merely curious as to the subject of the conversation he had had with their host. "Do you know what it was about?" the Duke asked Monsieur de Bréauté. "I did hear," the other replied, "that it was about a little play which the writer Bergotte produced at their house. It was a delightful show, as it happened, but it seems the actor made up as Gilbert, whom, as it happens, Master Bergotte had intended to take off." "Oh, I should have loved to see Gilbert taken off," said the Duchess with a dreamy smile. "It was about this little performance," Monsieur de Bréauté went on, thrusting forward his rodent jaw, "that Gilbert demanded an explanation from Swann, who merely replied what everyone thought very witty. 'Why, not at all, it wasn't the least bit like you, you're far funnier.' It appears, though," Monsieur de Bréauté continued, "that the little play was quite delightful. Madame Molay was there. She was immensely amused." "What, does Madame Molay go there?" said the Duchess in astonishment. "Ah, that must be Mmes doing. That is what always happens in the end to that sort of house. One fine day everybody begins to flock to it, and I, who have deliberately remained aloof, upon principle, find myself left to mope alone in my corner." Already, since Monsieur de Bréauté's speech, the Duchesse de Guermantes, with regard, if not to Swann's house, at least to the hypothesis of encountering him at any moment, had, as we see, adopted a fresh point of view. "The explanation that you have given us," said Colonel de Froberville to M. de Bréauté, "is entirely unfounded. I have good reason to know. The prince purely and simply gave Swann a dressing down, and would have him to know, as our forebears used to say, that he was not to show his face in the house again, seeing the opinions he flaunts. And to my mind, my Uncle Gilbert was right 1,000 times over. Not only in giving Swann a piece of his mind, he ought to have finished 6 months ago with an out-and-out Dreyfusard." Poor M. de Vaugoubert, changed now from a too cautious tennis player to a mere inert tennis ball, which is tossed to and fro without compunction, found himself projected towards the Duchesse de Guermantes, to whom he made obeisance. He was none too well received, Oriane living in the belief that all the diplomats, or politicians, of her world were nincompoops. Monsieur de Froberville had greatly benefited by the social privileges that had of late been accorded to military men. Unfortunately, if the wife of his bosom was a quite authentic relative of the Guermantes, she was also an extremely poor one, and as he himself had lost his fortune, they went scarcely anywhere, and were the sort of people who were apt to be overlooked except on great occasions, when they had the good fortune to bury or marry a relative. Then they did really enter into communion with the world of fashion, like those nominal Catholics who approach the holy table but once in the year. Their material situation would indeed have been deplorable, had not Madame de Saint-Euverte, faithful to her affection for the late Général de Froberville, done everything to help the household, providing frocks and entertainments for the two girls. But the colonel, though generally considered a good fellow, had not the spirit of gratitude. He was envious of the splendours of a benefactress who extolled them herself without pause or measure. The annual garden party was for him, his wife and children, a marvellous pleasure which they would not have missed for all the gold in the world, but a pleasure poisoned by the thoughts of the joys of satisfied pride that Madame de Saint-Euverte derived from it. The accounts of this garden party in the newspapers, which, after giving detailed reports, would add with Machiavellian guile, "We shall refer again to this brilliant gathering," the complimentary details of the women's costume appearing for several days in succession, all this was so obnoxious to the Frobervilles that they, cut off from most pleasures, and knowing that they could count upon the pleasure of this one afternoon, were moved every year to hope that bad weather would spoil the success of the party, to consult the barometer, and to anticipate with ecstasy the threatenings of a storm that might ruin everything. "I shall not discuss politics with you, Froberville," said M. de Guermantes, "but so far as Swann is concerned, I can tell you frankly that his conduct towards ourselves has been beyond words. Introduced into society, in the past, by ourselves, by the Duc de Chartres, they tell me now that he is openly a Dreyfusard. I should never have believed it of him, an epicure, a man of practical judgment, a collector who goes in for old books, a member of the jockey, a man who enjoys the respect of all that know him, who knows all the good addresses, and used to send us the best port wine you could wish to drink, a dilettante, the father of a family. Oh, I have been greatly deceived. I do not complain for myself. It is understood that I am only an old fool, whose opinion counts for nothing, a mere rag, tag, and bobtail. But if only for Oriane's sake, he ought to have openly disavowed the Jews and the partisans of the man Dreyfus. Yes, after the friendship my wife has always shown him, went on the Duke, who evidently considered that to denounce Dreyfus as guilty of high treason, whatever opinion one might hold in one's own conscience as to his guilt, constituted a sort of thank-offering for the manner in which one had been received in the Faubourg Saint-Germain. He ought to have dissociated himself. For you can ask Oriane, she had a real friendship with him. The Duchess, thinking that an ingenuous, calm tone would give a more dramatic and sincere value to her words, said, in a schoolgirl voice, as though she were simply letting the truth fall from her lips, merely giving a slight melancholy expression to her eyes, "It is quite true. I have no reason to conceal the fact that I did feel a sincere affection for Charles. There, you see, I don't have to make her say it. And after that, he carries his ingratitude to the point of being a Dreyfusard." "Talking of Dreyfusard," I said, "it appears Prince Swann is one." "Ah, I'm glad you reminded me of him," exclaimed Monsieur de Guermantes. "I was forgetting that he had asked me to dine with him on Monday. But whether he is a Dreyfusard or not is entirely immaterial, since he's a foreigner. I don't give 2 straws for his opinion. With a Frenchman, it's another matter. It is true that Swann is a Jew, but until today, God forgive me, Froberville, I have always been foolish enough to believe that a Jew can be a Frenchman. That is to say, an honourable Jew, a man of the world. Now Swann was that in every sense. Ah, well, he forces me to admit that I have been mistaken, since he has taken the side of this Dreyfus, who, guilty or not, never moved in his world. He cannot ever have met him, against a society that has adopted him, had treated him as one of ourselves. It goes without saying, we were all of us prepared to vouch for Swann. I would have answered for his patriotism as for my own. Ah, he is rewarding us very badly. I must confess that I should never have expected such a thing from him. I thought better of him. He was a man of intelligence, in his own line, of course. I know that he had already made that insane, disgraceful marriage. By which token, shall I tell you someone who was really hurt by Swann's marriage? My wife. Oriane often has what I might call an affectation of insensibility, but at heart she feels things with an extraordinary keenness. Madame de Guermantes, delighted by this analysis of her character, listened to it with a modest air, but did not utter a word, from a scrupulous reluctance to acquiesce in it, but principally from fear of cutting it short. Monsieur de Guermantes might have gone on talking for an hour on this subject. She would have sat as still, or even stiller, than if she had been listening to music. Very well. I remember when she heard of Swann's marriage, she felt hurt. She considered that it was wrong in a person to whom we had given so much friendship. She was very fond of Swann. She was deeply grieved. Am I not right, Oriane? Madame de Guermantes felt that she ought to reply to so direct a challenge upon a point of fact, which would allow her unobtrusively to confirm the tribute which she felt had come to an end. In a shy and simple tone, with an air all the more studied in that it sought to show genuine feeling, she said with a meek reserve, "It is true, Bassin is quite right. Still, that was not quite the same. After all, love is love, although in my opinion it ought to confine itself within certain limits. I might excuse a young fellow, a mere boy, for letting himself be caught by an infatuation. But Swann, a man of intelligence, of proved refinement, a good judge of pictures, an intimate friend of the Duc de Chartres, of Gilbert himself." The tone in which Monsieur de Guermantes said this was, for that matter, quite inoffensive, without a trace of the vulgarity which he too often showed. He spoke with a slightly indignant melancholy, but everything about him was steeped in that gentle gravity which constitutes the broad and unctuous charm of certain portraits by Rembrandt, that of the Burgomaster 6, for example. One felt that the question of the immorality of Swann's conduct with regard to the case never even presented itself to the Duke, so confident was he of the answer. It caused him the grief of a father who sees one of his sons, for whose education he has made the utmost sacrifices, deliberately ruin the magnificent position he has created for him, and dishonour, by pranks which the principles or prejudices of his family cannot allow, a respected name. It is true that Monsieur de Guermantes had not displayed so profound and pained an astonishment when he learnt that Charlus was a Dreyfusard. But for one thing he regarded his nephew as a young man gone astray, as to whom nothing, until he began to mend his ways, could be surprising, whereas Swann was what Monsieur de Guermantes called a man of weight, a man occupying a position in the front rank. Moreover, and above all, a considerable interval of time had elapsed, during which, if, from the historical point of view, events had, to some extent, seemed to justify the Dreyfusard argument, the anti-Dreyfusard opposition had doubled its violence, and, from being purely political, had become social. It was now a question of militarism, of patriotism, and the waves of anger that had been stirred up in society had had the time to gather the force which they never have at the beginning of a storm. "Don't you see," Monsieur de Guermantes went on, "even from the point of view of his beloved Jews, since he is absolutely determined to stand by them, Swann has made a blunder of an incalculable magnitude. He has shown that they are to some extent forced to give their support to anyone of their own race, even if they do not know him personally. It is a public danger. We have evidently been too easygoing, and the mistake Swann is making will create all the more stir, since he was respected, not to say received, and was almost the only Jew anyone knew. People will say, ab uno disce omnes." His satisfaction at having hit at the right moment in his memory upon so apt a quotation alone brightened with a proud smile the melancholy of the great nobleman conscious of betrayal. I was longing to know what exactly had happened between the prince and Swann, and to catch the latter if he had not already gone home. "I don't mind telling you," the Duchess answered me when I spoke to her of this desire, "that I for my part am not over-anxious to see him, because it appears, by what I was told just now at Madame de Saint-Euverte's, that he would like me, before he dies, to make the acquaintance of his wife and daughter. Good heavens, it distresses me terribly that he should be ill, but I must say I hope it is not so serious as all that. And besides, it is not really a reason at all, because if it were, it would be so childishly simple. A writer with no talent would only have to say, 'Vote for me at the Academy because my wife is dying and I wish to give her this last happiness.' There would be no more entertaining if one was obliged to make friends with all the dying people. My coachman might come to me with, 'My daughter is seriously ill. Get me an invitation to the Princess de Parme's.' I adore Charles, and I should hate having to refuse him, and so that is why I prefer to avoid the risk of his asking me. I hope with all my heart that he is not dying, as he says, but really, if it has to happen, it would not be the moment for me to make the acquaintance of those two creatures, who have deprived me of the most amusing of my friends for the last 15 years, with the additional disadvantage that I should not even be able to make use of their society to see him, since he would be dead." End of section 5. Section 6 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. Curious conversation between Swann and the Prince de Guermantes continued. Meanwhile, Monsieur de Bréauté had not ceased to ruminate the contradiction of his story by Colonel de Froberville. "I do not question the accuracy of your version, my dear fellow," he said, "but I had mine from a very good source. It was the Prince de la Tour d'Auvergne who told me." "I'm surprised that an educated man like yourself should still say Prince de la Tour d'Auvergne," the Duc de Guermantes broke in. "You know that he is nothing of the kind. There is only one member of that family left, Oriane's uncle, the Duc de Bouillon." "The brother of Madame de Villeparisis?" I asked, remembering that she had been Mademoiselle de Bouillon. "Precisely." "Oriane, Madame de l'Embrassac is bowing to you." And indeed, one saw at certain moments form and fade like a shooting star a faint smile directed by the Duchesse de l'Embrassac at somebody whom she had recognized. But this smile, instead of taking definite shape in an active affirmation, in a language mute but clear, was drowned almost immediately in a sort of ideal ecstasy, which expressed nothing, while her head drooped in a gesture of blissful benediction, recalling the inclination towards the crowd of communicants of the head of a somewhat senile prelate. There was not the least trace of senility about Madame de l'Embrassac, but I was acquainted already with this special type of old-fashioned distinction. At Cambrai and in Paris, all my grandmother's friends were in the habit of greeting one another at a social gathering with as seraphic an air as if they had caught sight of someone of their acquaintance in church at the moment of the elevation or during a funeral, and were casting him a gentle good morning, which ended in prayer. At this point, a remark made by Mmes de Guermantes was to complete the likeness that I was tracing. "But you have seen the Duc de Bouillon," he said to me. "He was just going out of my library this afternoon as you came in, a short person with white hair." It was the person whom I had taken for a man of business from Cambrai, and yet, now that I came to think it over, I could see the resemblance to Madame de Villeparisis. The similarity between the evanescent greetings of the Duchesse de l'Embrassac and those of my grandmother's friends had first aroused my interest by showing me how in all narrow and exclusive societies, be they those of the minor gentry or of the great nobility, the old manners persist, allowing us to recapture, like an archaeologist, what might have been the standard of upbringing and the side of life which it reflects in the days of the Vicomte d'Arlincourt and Louisa Pouget. Better still now, the perfect conformity in appearance between a man of business of Cambrai of his generation and the Duc de Bouillon reminded me of what had already struck me so forcibly when I had seen Saint-Loup's maternal grandfather, the Duc de la Rochefoucauld, in a daguerreotype in which he was exactly similar in dress, air, and manner to my great-uncle, that social and even individual differences are merged when seen from a distance in the uniformity of an epoch. The truth is that the similarity of dress, and also the reflection from a person's face of the spirit of his age, occupy so much more space than his caste, which bulks largely only in his own self-esteem and the imagination of other people, that in order to discover that a great nobleman of the time of Louis Philippe differs less from a citizen of the time of Louis Philippe than from a great nobleman of the time of Louis XV, it is not necessary to visit the galleries of the Louvre. At that moment, a Bavarian musician with long hair, whom the Princesse de Guermantes had taken under her wing, bowed to Oriane. She responded with an inclination of her head, but the Duke, furious at seeing his wife bow to a person whom he did not know, who had a curious style, and, so far as Mmes de Guermantes understood, an extremely bad reputation, turned upon his wife with a terrible inquisitorial air, as much as to say, "Who in the world is that Ostrogoth?" Poor Madame de Guermantes' position was already distinctly complicated, and if the musician had felt a little pity for this martyred wife, he would have made off as quickly as possible, but whether from a desire not to remain under the humiliation that had just been inflicted on him in public before the eyes of the Duke's oldest and most intimate friends, whose presence there had perhaps been responsible to some extent for his silent bow, and to show that it was on the best of grounds, and not without knowing her already, that he had greeted the Duchesse de Guermantes, or else in obedience to the obscure but irresistible impulse to commit a blunder which drove him, at a moment when he ought to have trusted to the spirit, to apply the whole letter of the law, the musician came closer to Madame de Guermantes and said to her, "Madame la Duchesse, I should like to request the honour of being presented to the Duke." Madame de Guermantes was indeed in a quandary. But after all, she might well be a forsaken wife. She was still Duchesse de Guermantes, and could not let herself appear to have forfeited the right to introduce her husband to the people whom she knew. "Bassin," she said, "allow me to present to you Monsieur d'Arwec." "I need not ask whether you are going to Madame de Saint-Euverte's tomorrow," Colonel de Froberville said to Madame de Guermantes, to dispel the painful impression produced by Monsieur d'Arwec's ill-timed request. "The whole of Paris will be there." Meanwhile, turning with a single movement, and as though he were carved out of a solid block, towards the indiscreet musician, the Duc de Guermantes, fronting his suppliant, monumental, mute, wroth, like Jupiter Tonans, remained motionless like this for some seconds, his eyes ablaze with anger and astonishment, his waving locks seeming to issue from a crater. Then, as though carried away by an impulse which alone enabled him to perform the act of politeness that was demanded of him, and after appearing by his attitude of defiance to be calling the entire company to witness that he did not know the Bavarian musician, clasping his white-gloved hands behind his back, he jerked his body forward and bestowed upon the musician a bow so profound, instinct with such stupefaction and rage, so abrupt, so violent, that the trembling artist recoiled, stooping as he went, so as not to receive a formidable butt in the stomach. "Well, the fact is, I shall not be in Paris," the Duchess answered Colonel de Froberville. "I may as well tell you, though I ought to be ashamed to confess such a thing, that I have lived all these years without seeing the windows at Montfort de la Maurie. It is shocking, but there it is. And so, to make amends for my shameful ignorance, I decided that I would go and see them tomorrow." Monsieur de Bréauté smiled a subtle smile. He quite understood that if the Duchess had been able to live all these years without seeing the windows at Montfort la Maurie, this artistic excursion did not all of a sudden take on the urgent character of an expedition hot foot, and might, without danger, after having been put off for more than 25 years, be retarded for 24 hours. The plan that the Duchess had formed was simply the Guermantes way of issuing the decree that the Saint-Euverte establishment was definitely not a really nice house, but a house to which you were invited that you might be utilized afterwards in the account in the Gaulois, a house that would set the seal of supreme smartness upon those, or at any rate upon her, lest there should be but one, who did not go to it. The delicate amusement of Monsieur de Bréauté, enhanced by that poetical pleasure which people in society felt when they saw Madame de Guermantes do things which their own inferior position did not allow them to imitate, but the mere sight of which brought to their lips the smile of the peasant hurled to the soil when he sees freer and more fortunate men pass by above his head. This delicate pleasure could in no way be compared with the concealed but frantic ecstasy that was at once felt by Monsieur de Froberville. The efforts that this gentleman was making so that people should not hear his laughter had made him turn as red as a turkey-cock, in spite of which it was only with a running interruption of hiccups of joy that he exclaimed in a pitying tone, "Oh, poor Aunt Saint-Euverte, she will take to her bed. No, the unhappy woman is not to have her Duchess. What a blow! Why, it's enough to kill her," he went on, convulsed with laughter. And in his exhilaration he could not help stamping his feet and rubbing his hands. Smiling out of one eye and with the corner of her lips at Monsieur de Froberville, whose amiable intention she appreciated, but found the deadly boredom of his society quite intolerable, Madame de Guermantes decided finally to leave him. "Listen, I shall be obliged to bid you good night," she said to him, as she rose with an air of melancholy resignation, and as though it had been a bitter grief to her. Beneath the magic spell of her blue eyes, her gently musical voice made one think of the poetical lament of a fairy. "Bassin wants me to go to Tôte de Marie for a little." In reality, she was tired of listening to Fauberville, who did not cease to envy her going to Montfort-l'Amaury, when she knew quite well that he had never heard of the windows before in his life, nor for that matter would he for anything in the world have missed going to the Saint-Euverte party. "Goodbye. I've barely said a word to you. It's always like that at parties. We never see the people. We never say the things we should like to say. But it's the same everywhere in this life. Let us hope that when we are dead, things will be better arranged. At any rate, we shall not always be having to put on low dresses. And yet one never knows. We may perhaps have to display our bones and worms on great occasions. Why not? Look, there goes old Rampillon. Do you see any great difference between her and a skeleton in an open dress? It's true that she has every right to look like that, for she must be at least 100. She was already one of those sacred monsters before whom I refused to bow the knee when I made my first appearance in society. I thought she'd been dead for years, which, for that matter, would be the only possible explanation of the spectacle she presents. It's impressive and liturgical, quite Camposanto." The Duchess had moved away from Fauberville. He came after her. "Just one word in your ear." Slightly annoyed. "Well, what is it now?" she said to him stiffly. And he, having been afraid lest at the last moment she might change her mind about Montfort-l'Amaury, "I did not like to mention it for Madame de Saint-Euverte's sake, so as not to get her into trouble, but since you don't intend to be there, I may tell you that I am glad for your sake, for she has measles in her house." "Oh, good gracious," said Oriane, who had a horror of illnesses. "But that wouldn't matter to me. I've had them already. You can't get them twice." "So the doctors say. I know people who've had them 4 times. Anyway, you're warned." As for himself, these fictitious measles would have needed to attack him in reality, and to chain him to his bed, before he would have resigned himself to missing the Saint-Euverte party, to which he had looked forward for so many months. He would have the pleasure of seeing so many smart people there, the still greater pleasure of remarking that certain things had gone wrong, and the supreme pleasures of being able for long afterwards to boast that he had mingled with the former, and, while exaggerating or inventing them, of deploring the latter. I took advantage of the Duchess's moving to rise also, in order to make my way to the smoking-room and find out the truth about Swann. "Do not believe a word of what Babal told us," she said to me. "Little Mollet would never poke her nose into a place like that. They tell us that to draw us. Nobody ever goes to them, and they are never asked anywhere either. He admits it himself. We spend the evenings alone by our fireside. As he always says we, not like royalty, but to include his wife, I do not press him. But I know all about it," the Duchess added. We passed 2 young men whose great and dissimilar beauty took its origin from one and the same woman. They were the 2 sons of Madame de Surgis, the latest mistress of the Duc de Guermantes. Both were resplendent with their mother's perfections, but each in his own way. To one had passed, rippling through a virile body, the royal presence of Madame de Surgis, and the same pallor, ardent, flushed, and sacred, flooded the marble cheeks of mother and son. But his brother had received the Grecian brow, the perfect nose, the statuesque throat, the eyes of infinite depth. Composed thus of separate gifts, which the goddess had shared between them, their twofold beauty offered one the abstract pleasure of thinking that the cause of that beauty was something outside themselves. One would have said that the principal attributes of their mother were incarnate in 2 different bodies, that one of the young men was his mother's stature and her complexion, the other her gaze, like those divine beings who were no more than the strength and beauty of Jupiter or Minerva. Full of respect for M. de Guermantes, of whom they said, "He is a great friend of our parents," The elder, nevertheless, thought it would be wiser not to come up and greet the Duchess, of whose hostility towards his mother he was aware, though without perhaps understanding the reason for it, and at the sight of us he slightly averted his head. The younger, who copied his brother in everything because, being stupid and short-sighted to boot, he did not venture to own a personal opinion, inclined his head at the same angle, and the pair slipped past us towards the card-room, one behind the other, like a pair of allegorical figures. Just as I reached this room, I was stopped by the Marquise de Citri, still beautiful, but almost foaming at the mouth. Of decently noble birth, she had sought and made a brilliant match in marrying Monsieur de Citri, whose great-grandmother had been an Aumale-Lorraine. But no sooner had she tasted this satisfaction than her natural cantankerousness gave her a horror of people in society, which did not cut her off absolutely from social life. Not only at a party did she deride everyone present, her derision of them was so violent that mere laughter was not sufficiently bitter, and changed into a guttural hiss. "Ah," she said to me, pointing to the Duchesse de Guermantes, who had now left my side, and was already some way off, "what defeats me is that she can lead this sort of existence." Was this the speech of a righteously indignant saint, astonished that the Gentiles did not come of their own accord to perceive the truth, or that of an anarchist athirst for carnage? In any case, there could be no possible justification for this apostrophe. In the first place, the existence led by Madame de Guermantes differed hardly perceptibly, except in indignation, from that led by Madame de Citri. Madame de Citri was stupefied when she saw the Duchess capable of that mortal sacrifice, attendance at one of Marie Gilbert's parties. It must be said in this particular instance that Madame de Citri was genuinely fond of the princess, who was indeed the kindest of women, and knew that, by attending her party, she was giving her great pleasure. And so she had put off, in order to come to the party, a dancer whom she regarded as a genius, and who was to have initiated her into the mysteries of Russian choreography. Another reason which to some extent stultified the concentrated rage which Madame de Citri felt on seeing Oriane greet one or other of the guests was that Madame de Guermantes, albeit at a far less advanced stage, showed the symptoms of the malady that was devouring Madame de Citri. We have seen, moreover, that she had carried the germs of it from her birth. In fact, being more intelligent than Madame de Citri, Madame de Guermantes would have had a better right than she to this nihilism, which was more than merely social. But it is true that certain good qualities help us rather to endure the defects of our neighbours than they make us suffer from them, and a man of talent will normally pay less attention to other people's folly than would a fool. We have already described at sufficient length the nature of the Duchess's wit to convince the reader that, if it had nothing in common with great intellect, it was at least wit, a wit adroit in making use, like a translator, of different grammatical forms. Now nothing of this sort seemed to entitle Madame de Citri to look down upon qualities so closely akin to her own. She found everyone idiotic, but in her conversation, in her letters, showed herself distinctly inferior to the people whom she treated with such disdain. She had, moreover, such a thirst for destruction that, when she had almost given up society, the pleasures that she then sought were subjected, each in turn, to her terrible disintegrating force. After she had given up parties for musical evenings, she used to say, "You like listening to that sort of thing, to music? Good gracious, it all depends on what it is. It can be simply deadly. Oh, Beethoven, what a bore." With Wagner, then with Franck, Debussy, she did not even take the trouble to say the word barbe, but merely passed her hand over her face with a tonsorial gesture. Presently, everything became boring. Beautiful things are such a bore. Oh, pictures, they're enough to drive one mad. How right you are, it is such a bore to have to write letters. Finally, it was life itself that she declared to be rasante, leaving her hearers to wonder where she applied the term. I do not know whether it was the effect of what the Duchesse de Guermantes, on the evening when I first dined at her house, had said of this interior, but the card or smoking room, with its pictorial floor, its tripods, its figures of gods and animals that gazed at you, the sphinxes stretched out along the arms of the chairs, and most of all the huge table of marble or enamelled mosaic, covered with symbolical signs more or less imitated from Etruscan and Egyptian art, gave me the impression of a magician's cell. And on a chair drawn up to the glittering augural table, Monsieur de Charlus in person, never touching a card, unconscious of what was going on around him, incapable of observing that I had entered the room, seemed precisely a magician, applying all the force of his will and reason to drawing a horoscope. Not only that, but like the eyes of a Pythian on her tripod, his eyes were starting from his head, and that nothing might distract him from labours which required the cessation of the most simple movements, he had, like a calculator who will do nothing else until he has solved his problem, laid down beside him the cigar which he had previously been holding between his lips, but had no longer the necessary detachment of mind to think of smoking. Seeing the two crouching deities borne upon the arms of the chair that stood facing him, one might have thought that the Baron was endeavouring to solve the enigma of the Sphinx, had it not been that, rather, of a young and living Oedipus, seated in that very armchair where he had come to join in the game. Now, the figure to which Monsieur de Charlus was applying with such concentration all his mental powers, and which was not, to tell the truth, one of the sort that are commonly studied more geometrico, was that of the proposition set him by the lineaments of the young Comte de Surgy. It appeared, so profound was Monsieur de Charlus' absorption in front of it, to be some rebus, some riddle, some algebraical problem, of which he must try to penetrate the mystery or to work out the formula. In front of him, the Sibylline signs and the figures upon that table of the law seemed the gramarye which would enable the old sorcerer to tell in what direction the young man's destiny was shaping. Suddenly he became aware that I was watching him, raised his head as though he were waking from a dream, smiled at me, and blushed. At that moment Madame de Surgy's other son came up behind the one who was playing to look at his cards. When Monsieur de Charlus had learned from me that they were brothers, his features could not conceal the admiration that he felt for a family which could create masterpieces so splendid and so diverse. And what added to the Baron's enthusiasm, that the two sons of Madame de Surgy-le-Duc were sons not only of the same mother, but of the same father. The children of Jupiter are dissimilar, but that is because he married first Metis, whose destiny it was to bring into the world wise children, then Themis, and after her Eurynome and Mnemosyne, and Leto, and only as a last resort Juno. But to a single father, Madame de Surgy had borne these two sons who had each received beauty from her, but a different beauty. I had at length the pleasure of seeing Swann come into this room, which was very big, so big that he did not at first catch sight of me. A pleasure mingled with a sorrow which the other guests did not perhaps feel, their feeling consisting rather in that sort of fascination which is exercised by the strange and unexpected forms of an approaching death, a death that a man already has, in the popular saying, written on his face. And it was with a stupefaction that was almost offensive, into which entered indiscreet curiosity, cruelty, a scrutiny at once quiet and anxious, a blend of suave mari magno and memento quia pulvis, Robert would have said, that all eyes were fastened upon that face, the cheeks of which had been so eaten away by disease, like a waning moon, that, except at a certain angle, the angle doubtless at which Swann looked at himself, they stopped short like a flimsy piece of scenery to which only an optical illusion can add the appearance of solidity. Whether because of the absence of those cheeks, no longer there to modify it, or because arteriosclerosis, which is also a form of intoxication, had reddened it, as would drunkenness, or deformed it, as would morphine, Swann's punchinello nose, absorbed for long years in an attractive face, seemed now enormous, tumid, crimson, the nose of an old Hebrew, rather than of a dilettante Valois. Perhaps, too, in him, in these last days, the race was making appear more pronounced the physical type that characterizes it, at the same time as the sentiment of a moral solidarity with the rest of the Jews, a solidarity which Swann seemed to have forgotten throughout his life, and which, one after another, his mortal illness, the Dreyfus case, and the anti-Semitic propaganda had revived. There are certain Israelites, superior people for all that, and refined men of the world, in whom there remain in reserve and in the wings, ready to enter at a given moment in their lives, as in a play, a bounder and a prophet. Swann had arrived at the age of the prophet. Certainly, with his face from which, by the action of his disease, whole segments had vanished, as when a block of ice melts and slabs of it fall off bodily, he had greatly altered. But I could not help being struck by the discovery how far more he had altered in relation to myself. This man, excellent, cultivated, whom I was far from annoyed at meeting, I could not bring myself to understand how I had been able to invest him long ago in a mystery so great that his appearance in the Champs-Élysées used to make my heart beat so violently that I was too bashful to approach his silk-lined cape, that at the door of his flat, in which such a being dwelt, I could not ring the bell without being overcome by boundless emotion and dismay. All this had vanished, not only from his home, but from his person, and the idea of talking to him might or might not be agreeable to me, but had no effect whatever upon my nervous system. And besides, how he had altered since that very afternoon when I had met him, after all only a few hours earlier, in the Duc de Guermantes' study. Had he really had a scene with the prince, and had it left him crushed? The supposition was not necessary. The slightest efforts that are demanded of a person who is very ill quickly become for him an excessive strain. He has only to be exposed, when already tired, to the heat of a crowded drawing-room for his countenance to decompose and turn blue, as happens in a few hours with an overripe pear or milk that is ready to turn. Besides, Swann's hair was worn thin in patches, and, as Madame de Guermantes remarked, needed attention from the furrier, looked as if it had been camphored, and camphored badly. End of section 6. Section 7 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. Curious conversation between Swann and the Prince de Guermantes continued. I was just crossing the room to speak to Swann when, unfortunately, a hand fell on my shoulder. "Hello, old boy. I'm in Paris for 48 hours. I called at your house. They told me you were here, so that it is to you that my aunt is indebted for the honour of my company at her party." It was Saint-Loup. I told him how greatly I admired the house. "Yes, it makes quite a historic edifice. Personally, I think it appalling. We mustn't go near my uncle Palamede, or we shall be caught. Now that Madame Mollet has gone, for it is she that is ruling the roost just now, he's quite at a loose end. It seems it was as good as a play. He never let her out of his sight for a moment, and only left her when he had put her safely into her carriage. I bear my uncle no ill will, only I do think it odd that my family council, which has always been so hard on me, should be composed of the very ones who have led giddy lives themselves, beginning with the giddiest of the lot. My uncle Charlus, who is my official guardian, has had more women than Don Juan, and is still carrying on in spite of his age. There was a talk at one time of having me made a ward of court. I bet, when all those gay old dogs met to consider the question, and had me up to preach to me and tell me that I was breaking my mother's heart, they dared not look at one another in the face for fear of laughing. Just think of the fellows who formed the council. You would think that they had deliberately chosen the biggest womanizers. Leaving out of account Monsieur de Charlus, with regard to whom my friend's astonishment no longer seemed to me to be justified, but for different reasons, and reasons which, moreover, were afterwards to undergo modification in my mind, Robert was quite wrong in finding it extraordinary that lessons in worldly wisdom should be given to a young man by people who had done foolish things, or were still doing them. Even if we take into account only atavism, family likenesses, it is inevitable that the uncle who delivers the lecture should have more or less the same faults as the nephew whom he had been deputed to scold. Nor is the uncle in the least hypocritical in so doing, taken in as he is by the faculty that people have of believing in every fresh experience that this is quite different, a faculty which allows them to adopt artistic, political, and other errors, without perceiving that they are the same errors which they exposed 10 years ago in another school of painters whom they condemned, another political affair which they considered merited a loathing that they no longer feel, and espouse those errors without recognizing them in a fresh disguise. Besides, even if the faults of the uncle are different from those of the nephew, heredity may nonetheless be responsible, for the effect does not always resemble the cause, as a copy resembles its original. Even if the uncle's faults are worse, he may easily believe them to be less serious. When Monsieur de Charlus made indignant remonstrances to Robert, who, moreover, was unaware of his uncle's true inclinations at that time, and indeed if it had still been the time when the Baron used to scarify his own inclinations, he might perfectly well have been sincere in considering, from the point of view of a man of the world, that Robert was infinitely more to blame than himself. Had not Robert, at the very moment when his uncle had been deputed to make him listen to reason, come within an inch of getting himself ostracized by society? Had he not very nearly been blackballed at the jockey? Had he not made himself a public laughing-stock by the vast sums that he threw away upon a woman of the lowest order, by his friendships with people, authors, actors, Jews, not one of whom moved in society, by his opinions, which were indistinguishable from those held by traitors, by the grief he was causing to all his relatives? In what respect could it be compared, this scandalous existence, with that of Monsieur de Charlus, who had managed, so far, not only to retain, but to enhance still further his position as a Guermantes, being in society an absolutely privileged person, sought after, adulated in the most exclusive circles, a man who, married to a Bourbon princess, a woman of eminence, had been able to ensure her happiness, had shown a devotion to her memory more fervent, more scrupulous than is customary in society, and had thus been as good a husband as a son. "But are you sure that Monsieur de Charlus has had all those mistresses?" I asked, not, of course, with any diabolical intent of revealing to Robert the secret that I had surprised, but irritated nevertheless at hearing him maintain an erroneous theory with so much certainty and assurance. He merely shrugged his shoulders in response to what he took for ingenuousness on my part. Not that I blame him in the least. I consider that he is perfectly right. And he began to sketch in outline a theory of conduct that would have horrified him at Baalbek, where he was not content with denouncing seducers, death seeming to him then the only punishment adequate to their crime. Then, however, he had been in love and jealous. He went so far as to sing me the praises of houses of assignation. They're the only places where you can find a shoe to fit you. Sheathe your weapon, as we say in the regiment. He no longer felt for places of that sort the disgust that had inflamed him at Baalbek when I made an allusion to them, and, hearing what he now said, I told him that Bloch had introduced me to one. But Robert replied that the one which Bloch frequented must be extremely mixed, the poor man's paradise. It all depends, though. Where is it? I remained vague, for I had just remembered that it was the same house at which one used to have for a Louis that Rachel whom Robert had so passionately loved. Anyhow, I can take you to some far better ones, full of stunning women. Hearing me express the desire that he would take me as soon as possible to the ones he knew, which must indeed be far superior to the house to which Bloch had taken me, he expressed a sincere regret that he could not on this occasion, as he would have to leave Paris next day. It will have to be my next leave, he said. You'll see, there are young girls there even, he added with an air of mystery. There's a little Mademoiselle de... I think it's d'Orgoville. I can let you have the exact name, who is the daughter of quite tip-top people. Her mother was by way of being a La Croix-l'Évêque, and they're a really decent family. In fact, they're more or less related, if I'm not mistaken, to my Aunt Oriane. Anyhow, you have only to see the child. You can see at once that she comes of decent people. I could detect, hovering for a moment over Robert's voice, the shadow of the genius of the Guermantes, which passed like a cloud, but at a great height and without stopping. It seems to me to promise marvellous developments. The parents are always ill and can't look after her. God, the child must have some amusement, and I count upon you to provide it. Ah, when are you coming back? I don't know. If you don't absolutely insist upon duchesses, duchess being in aristocracy the only title that denotes a particularly brilliant rank, as the lower orders talk of princesses. In a different class of goods there is Madame Putbus's maid. At this moment Madame de Surgy entered the room in search of her sons. As soon as he saw her, Monsieur de Charlus went up to her with a friendliness by which the Marquise was all the more agreeably surprised, in that an icy frigidity was what she had expected from the Baron, who had always posed as Oriane's protector, and alone of the family, the rest being too often inclined to forgive the Duke his irregularities by the glamour of his position and their own jealousy of the Duchess, kept his brother's mistresses pitilessly at a distance. And so Madame de Surgy had fully understood the motives of the attitude that she dreaded to find in the Baron, but never for a moment suspected those of the wholly different welcome that she did receive from him. He spoke to her with admiration of the portrait that Jacquet had painted of her years before. This admiration waxed indeed to an enthusiasm which, if it was partly deliberate, with the object of preventing the Marquise from going away, of hooking her, as Robert used to say of enemy armies when you seek to keep their effective strength engaged at one point, might also be sincere. For if everyone was delighted to admire in her sons the regal bearing and eyes of Madame de Surgy, the Baron could taste an inverse but no less keen pleasure in finding those charms combined in the mother, as in a portrait which does not by itself excite desire, but feeds, with the aesthetic admiration that it does excite, the desires that it revives. These came now to give, in retrospect, a voluptuous charm to Jacquet's portrait itself, and at that moment the Baron would gladly have purchased it to study upon its surface the physiognomic pedigree of the two young Surgis. "You see, I wasn't exaggerating," Robert said in my ear. "Just look at the way my uncle is running after Madame de Surgis, though I must say that does surprise me. If Oriane knew, she would be furious. Really, there are enough women in the world without his having to go and sprawl over that one," he went on. Like everybody who is not in love, he imagined that one chose the person whom one loved after endless deliberations and on the strength of various qualities and advantages. Besides, while completely mistaken about his uncle, whom he supposed to be devoted to women, Robert, in his rancour, spoke too lightly of Monsieur de Charlus. We are not always somebody's nephew with impunity. It is often through him that a hereditary habit is transmitted to us, sooner or later. We might indeed arrange a whole gallery of portraits, named like the German comedy, Uncle and Nephew, in which we should see the uncle watching jealously, albeit unconsciously, for his nephew to end by becoming like himself. I go so far as to say that this gallery would be incomplete were we not to include in it the uncles who are not really related by blood, being the uncles only of their nephews' wives. The Messieurs de Charlus are indeed so convinced that they themselves are the only good husbands, what is more, the only husbands of whom their wives are not jealous, that generally, out of affection for their niece, they make her marry another Charlus, which tangles the skein of family likenesses, and to affection for the niece is added at times affection for her betrothed as well. Such marriages are not uncommon, and are often what are called happy. What were we talking about? Oh yes, that big fair girl, Madame Picpus's maid. She goes with women too, but I don't suppose you mind that. I can tell you frankly, I've never seen such a gorgeous creature. I imagine her rather Giorgione. Wildly Giorgione. Oh, if only I had a little time in Paris, what wonderful things there are to be done. And then one goes on to the next. For love is all rot, mind you. I've finished with all that. I soon discovered, to my surprise, that he had equally finished with literature, whereas it was merely with regard to literary men that he had struck me as being disillusioned at our last meeting. "They're practically all a pack of scoundrels," he said to me, a saying that might be explained by his justified resentment towards certain of Rachel's friends. They had indeed persuaded her that she would never have any talent if she allowed Robert, scion of an alien race, to acquire an influence over her, and with her used to make fun of him to his face at the dinners to which he entertained them. But in reality, Robert's love of letters was in no sense profound, did not spring from his true nature, was only a byproduct of his love of Rachel, and he had got rid of it at the same time as of his horror of voluptuaries and his religious respect for the virtue of women. "There's something very strange about those two young men. Look at that curious passion for gambling, Marquise," said Monsieur de Charlus, drawing Madame de Surgis's attention to her own sons, as though he were completely unaware of their identity. "They must be a pair of Orientals. They have certain characteristic features. They are perhaps Turks," he went on, so as both to give further support to his feint of innocence, and to exhibit a vague antipathy which, when in due course it gave place to affability, would prove that the latter was addressed to the young men solely in their capacity as sons of Madame de Surgis, having begun only when the Baron discovered who they were. Perhaps, too, Monsieur de Charlus, whose insolence was a natural gift which he delighted in exercising, took advantage of the few moments in which he was supposed not to know the names of these two young men to have a little fun at Madame de Surgis's expense, and to indulge in his habitual sarcasm, as Scapin takes advantage of his master's disguise to give him a sound drubbing. "They are my sons," said Madame de Surgis, with a blush which would not have coloured her cheeks had she been more discerning, without necessarily being more virtuous. She would then have understood that the air of absolute indifference or of sarcasm which M. de Charlus displayed towards a young man was no more sincere than the wholly superficial admiration which he showed for a woman did not express his true nature. The woman to whom he could go on indefinitely paying the prettiest compliments might well be jealous of the look which, while talking to her, he shot at a man whom he would pretend afterwards not to have noticed. For that look was not of the sort which M. de Charlus kept for women, a special look springing from the depths, which, even at a party, could not help straying innocently in the direction of the young men, like the look in a tailor's eye which betrays his profession by immediately fastening upon your attire. "Oh, how very strange," replied M. de Charlus, not without insolence, as though his mind had to make a long journey to arrive at a reality so different from what he had pretended to suppose. "But I don't know them," he added, fearing lest he might have gone a little too far in the expression of his antipathy, and have thus paralysed the Marquise's intention to let him make their acquaintance. "Would you allow me to introduce them to you?" Madame de Surgis inquired timidly. "Well, good gracious, just as you please. I shall be delighted. I am perhaps not very entertaining company for such young people," M. de Charlus intoned, with the air of hesitation and coldness of a person who is letting himself be forced into an act of politeness. "Arnulf! Victournien! Come here at once," said Madame de Surgis. Victournien rose with decision. Arnulf, although he could not see where his brother was going, followed him meekly. "It's the son's turn now," muttered Saint-Loup. "It's enough to make one die with laughing. He tries to curry favour with everyone, down to the dog in the yard. It's all the funnier as my uncle detests pretty boys. Just look how seriously he's listening to them. If it had been I who tried to introduce them to him, he would have given me what for. Listen, I shall have to go and say how do you do to Oriane. I have so little time in Paris that I want to try and see all the people here that I ought to leave cards on." "What a well-bred air they have! What charming manners!" M. de Charlus was saying. "You think so?" Madame de Surgis replied, highly delighted. Swann, having caught sight of me, came over to Saint-Loup and myself. His Jewish gaiety was less refined than his witticisms as a man of the world. "Good evening," he said to us. "Heavens, all three of us together. People would think it is a meeting of the syndicate. In another minute they'd be looking for the safe." He had not observed that M. de Montcerfeuil was just behind his back and could hear what he said. The General could not help wincing. We heard the voice of M. de Charlus close beside us. "What, you are called Victournien, after the Cabinet des Antiques," the Baron was saying, to prolong his conversation with the two young men. "By Balzac, yes," replied the elder Surgis, who had never read a line of that novelist's work, but to whom his tutor had remarked a few days earlier upon the similarity of his Christian name and d'Escrignon's. Madame de Surgis was delighted to see her son shine, and at M. de Charlus's ecstasy before such a display of learning. "It appears that Loubet is entirely on our side. I have it from an absolutely trustworthy source," Swann informed Saint-Loup, but this time in a lower tone, so as not to be overheard by the General. Swann had begun to find his wife's Republican connections more interesting, now that the Dreyfus case had become his chief preoccupation. "I tell you this because I know your heart is with us." "Not quite to that extent. You're entirely mistaken," was Robert's answer. "It's a bad business, and I'm sorry I ever had a finger in it. It was no affair of mine. If it were to begin over again, I should keep well clear of it. I am a soldier, and my first duty is to support the army. If you will stay with Mrs. Swann for a minute, I shall be back presently. I must go and talk to my aunt." But I saw that it was with Mademoiselle d'Ambressac that he went to talk, and was distressed by the thought that he had lied to me about the possibility of their engagement. My mind was set at rest when I learned that he had been introduced to her half an hour earlier by Madame de Marsantes, who was anxious for the marriage, the Ambressacs being extremely rich. "At last," Monsieur de Charlus said to Madame de Surgy, "I find a young man with some education, who has read, who knows what is meant by Balzac, and it gives me all the more pleasure to meet him, where that sort of thing has become most rare, in the house of one of my peers, one of ourselves," he added, laying stress upon the words. It was all very well for the Guermantes to profess to regard all men as equal. On the great occasions when they found themselves among people who were born, especially if they are not quite so well born as themselves, whom they are anxious and able to flatter, they did not hesitate to trot out old family memories. "But at one time," the Baron went on, "the word aristocrat meant the best people in intellect, in heart. Now here is the first person I find among ourselves who has ever heard of Victorien d'Estrignon. I am wrong in saying the first. There are also a Polignac and a Montesquieu," added Monsieur de Charlus, who knew that this twofold association must inevitably thrill the Marquise. "However, your sons have every reason to be learned. Their maternal grandfather had a famous collection of 18th century stuff. I will show you mine, if you will do me the pleasure of coming to luncheon with me one day," he said to the young Victorien. "I could show you an interesting edition of the Cabinet des Antiques, with corrections in Balzac's own hand. I shall be charmed to bring the two Victoriens face to face." I could not bring myself to leave Swann. He had arrived at that stage of exhaustion in which a sick man's body becomes a mere retort in which we study chemical reactions. His face was mottled with tiny spots of Prussian blue, which seemed not to belong to the world of living things, and emitted a sort of odour which, at school, after the experiments, makes it so unpleasant to have to remain in a science classroom. I asked him whether he had not a long conversation with the Prince de Guermantes, and if he would tell me what it had been about. "Yes," he said, "but go for a moment first with Monsieur de Charlus and Madame de Surgy. I shall wait for you here." Indeed, Monsieur de Charlus, having suggested to Madame de Surgy that they should leave this room, which was too hot, and go and sit for a little in another, had invited not the two sons to accompany their mother, but myself. In this way he made himself appear, after he had successfully hooked them, to have lost all interest in the two young men. He was, moreover, paying me an inexpensive compliment, Madame de Surgy being in distinctly bad odour. Unfortunately, no sooner had we sat down in an alcove from which there was no way of escape, than Madame de Saint-Euverte, a butt for the Baron's gibes, came past. She, perhaps to mask, or else openly to show her contempt for the ill will which she inspired in Monsieur de Charlus, and, above all, to show that she was on intimate terms with a woman who was talking so familiarly to him, gave a disdainfully friendly greeting to the famous beauty, who acknowledged it, peeping out of the corner of her eye with a mocking smile. But the alcove was so narrow that Madame de Saint-Euverte, when she tried to continue, behind our backs, her canvass of her guests for the morrow, found herself a prisoner, and had some difficulty in escaping, a precious moment which Monsieur de Charlus, anxious that his insolent wit should shine before the mother of the two young men, took good care not to let slip. A silly question which I had put to him without malice aforethought gave him the opportunity for a hymn of triumph of which the poor Saint-Euverte, almost immobilized behind us, could not have lost a word. "Would you believe it? This impertinent young man," he said, indicating me to Madame de Surgy, "asked me just now, without any sign of that modesty which makes us keep such expeditions private, if I was going to Madame de Saint-Euverte's, which is to say, I suppose, if I was suffering from the colic. I should endeavour, in any case, to relieve myself in some more comfortable place than in the house of a person who, if my memory serves me, was celebrating her centenary when I first began to go about town, though not, of course, to her house. Yet who could be more interesting to listen to? What a host of historic memories, seen and lived through in the eyes of the First Empire and the Restoration, and secret history too, which could certainly have nothing of the saint about it, but must be decidedly verdant, if we are to judge by the amount of kick still left in the old trot's shanks. What would prevent me from questioning her about those passionate times is the acuteness of my olfactory organ. The proximity of the lady is enough. I say to myself all at once, 'Oh, good Lord, someone has broken the lid of my cesspool,' when it is simply the Marquise opening her mouth to emit some invitation. And you can understand that if I had the misfortune to go to her house, the cesspool would be magnified into a formidable sewage cart. She bears a mystic name, though, which has always made me think with jubilation, although she has long since passed the date of her jubilee, of that stupid line of poetry called Deliquescent. Ah, green, how green my soul was on that day. But I require a cleaner sort of verdure. They tell me that the indefatigable old streetwalker gives garden parties. I should describe them as invitations to explore the sewers. Are you going to wallow there?" he asked Madame de Surgy, who this time was annoyed. Wishing to pretend for the Baron's benefit that she was not going, and knowing that she would give days of her life rather than miss the Saint-Euverte party, she got out of it by taking a middle course, that is to say, uncertainty. This uncertainty took so clumsily amateurish, so sordidly material a form, that M. de Charlus, with no fear of offending Madame de Surgy, whom nevertheless he was anxious to please, began to laugh, to show her that it cut no ice with him. "I always admire people who make plans," she said. "I often change mine at the last minute. There is a question of a summer frock which may alter everything. I shall act upon the inspiration of the moment." For my part, I was furious at the abominable little speech that M. de Charlus had just made. I would have liked to shower blessings upon the giver of garden parties. Unfortunately, in the social as in the political world, the victims are such cowards that one cannot for long remain indignant with their tormentors. Madame de Saint-Euverte, who had succeeded in escaping from the alcove to which we were barring the entry, brushed against the Baron inadvertently as she passed him, and by a reflex action of snobbishness which wiped out all her anger, perhaps even in the hope of securing an opening, at which this could not be the first attempt, exclaimed, "Oh, I beg your pardon, Monsieur de Charlus, I hope I did not hurt you," as though she were kneeling before her lord and master. The latter did not deign to reply, save by a broad, ironical smile, and conceded only a "Good evening," which, uttered as though he were only now made aware of the Marquise's presence after she had greeted him, was an insult the more. Lastly, with a supreme want of spirit, which pained me for her sake, Madame de Saint-Euverte came up to me and, drawing me aside, said in my ear, "Tell me, what have I done to offend Monsieur de Charlus? They say that he doesn't consider me smart enough for him," she said, laughing from ear to ear. I remained serious. For one thing, I thought it stupid of her to appear to believe, or to wish other people to believe, that nobody really was as smart as herself. For another thing, people who laugh so heartily at what they themselves have said, when it is not funny, dispense us, accordingly, by taking upon themselves the responsibility for the mirth, from joining in it. Other people assure me that he is cross because I do not invite him, but he does not give me much encouragement. He seems to avoid me. This expression struck me as inadequate. Try to find out and come and tell me tomorrow, and if he feels remorseful and wishes to come too, bring him. I shall forgive and forget. Indeed, I shall be quite glad to see him, because it will annoy Madame de Surgy. I will give you a free hand. You have the most perfect judgment in these matters, and I do not wish to appear to begging my guests to come. In any case, I count on you absolutely. It occurred to me that Swann must be getting tired of waiting for me. I did not wish, moreover, to be too late in returning home because of Albertine, and, taking leave of Madame de Surgy and Monsieur de Charlus, I went in search of my sick man in the card-room. I asked him whether what he had said to the prince in their conversation in the garden was really what Monsieur de Bréauté, whom I did not name, had reported to us about a little play by Bergotte. He burst out laughing. There's not a word of truth in it, not one. It's entirely made up, and would have been an utterly stupid thing to say. Really, it is unheard of, this spontaneous generation of falsehood. I do not ask who it was that told you, but it would be really interesting, in a field as limited as this, to work back from one person to another and find out how the story arose. Anyway, what concern can it be of other people what the prince said to me? People are very inquisitive. I have never been inquisitive, except when I was in love and when I was jealous. And a lot I ever learned. Are you jealous? I told Swann that I had never experienced jealousy, that I did not even know what it was. Indeed, I congratulate you. A little jealousy is not at all a bad thing, from 2 points of view. For one thing, because it enables people who are not inquisitive to take an interest in the lives of others, or of one other at any rate. And besides, it makes one feel the pleasure of possession, of getting into a carriage with a woman, of not allowing her to go about by herself. But that occurs only in the very first stages of the disease, or when the cure is almost complete. In the interval, it is the most agonizing torment. However, even the 2 pleasures I have mentioned, I must own to you that I have tasted very little of them. The first, by the fault of my own nature, which is incapable of sustained reflection. The second, by force of circumstances, by the fault of the woman, I should say the women, of whom I have been jealous. But that makes no difference. Even when one is no longer interested in things, it is still something to have been interested in them, because it was always for reasons which other people did not grasp. The memory of those sentiments is, we feel, to be found only in ourselves. We must go back into ourselves to study it. You mustn't laugh at this idealistic jargon. What I mean to say is that I've been very fond of life and very fond of art. Very well. Now that I'm a little too weary to live with other people, those old sentiments, so personal and individual that I felt in the past, seem to me, it is the mania of all collectors, very precious. I open my heart to myself like a sort of showcase, and examine one by one ever so many love affairs of which the rest of the world can have known nothing. And of this collection, to which I am now even more attached than to my others, I say to myself, rather as Mazarin said of his library, but still without any keen regret, that it will be very tiresome to have to leave it all. But to come back to my conversation with the prince, I shall repeat it to one person only, and that person is going to be yourself. My attention was distracted by the conversation that Monsieur de Charlus, who had returned to the card-room, was prolonging indefinitely close beside us. "Are you a reader too? What do you do?" he asked Comte Arnulf, who had never heard even the name of Balzac. But his short-sightedness, as he saw everything very small, gave him the appearance of seeing to great distances, so that, rare poetry in a sculptural Greek god, there seemed to be engraved upon his pupil remote, mysterious stars. "Suppose we took a turn in the garden, sir," I said to Swann, while Comte Arnulf, in a lisping voice which seemed to indicate that, mentally at least, his development was incomplete, replied to M. de Charlus with an artlessly obliging precision, golf chiefly, tennis, football, running, polo I'm really keen on." So Minerva, being subdivided, ceased in certain cities to be the goddess of wisdom, and incarnated part of herself in a purely sporting, horse-loving deity, Athene Hippia. And he went to Saint-Moritz also to ski, for Pallas Trilaganaya frequents the high peaks and outruns swift horsemen. "Ah," replied M. de Charlus, with the transcendent smile of the intellectual who does not even take the trouble to conceal his derision, but, on the other hand, feels himself so superior to other people and so far despises the intelligence of those who are the least stupid that he barely differentiates between them and the most stupid the moment they can be attractive to him in some other way. While talking to Arnulf, M. de Charlus felt that by the mere act of addressing him he was conferring upon him a superiority which everyone else must recognize and envy. "No," Swann replied, "I'm too tired to walk about. Let us sit down somewhere in a corner. I cannot remain on my feet any longer." This was true, and yet the act of beginning to talk had already given him back a certain vivacity. This was because in the most genuine exhaustion there is, especially in neurotic people, an element that depends upon attracting their attention and is kept going only by an act of memory. We at once feel tired as soon as we are afraid of feeling tired, and to throw off our fatigue, it suffices us to forget about it. To be sure, Swann was far from being one of those indefatigable invalids who, entering a room worn out and ready to drop, revive in conversation like a flower in water, and are able for hours on end to draw from their own words a reserve strength which they do not, alas, communicate to their hearers, who appear more and more exhausted the more the talker comes back to life. But Swann belonged to that stout Jewish race in whose vital energy, its resistance to death, its individual members seem to share. Stricken severally by their own diseases, as it is stricken itself by persecution, they continue indefinitely to struggle against terrible suffering, which may be prolonged beyond every apparently possible limit, when already one sees nothing more than a prophet's beard surmounted by a huge nose which dilates to inhale its last breath before the hour strikes for the ritual prayers and the punctual procession begins of distant relatives advancing with mechanical movements as upon an Assyrian frieze. We went to sit down, but before moving away from the group formed by M. de Charlus with the two young Surgis and their mother, Swann could not resist fastening upon the lady's bosom the slow, expansive, concupiscent gaze of a connoisseur. He put up his monocle for a better view, and while he talked to me, kept glancing in the direction of the lady. "This is, word for word," he said to me when we were seated, "my conversation with the prince. And if you remember what I said to you just now, you will see why I choose you as my confidant. There is another reason as well, which you shall one day learn. My dear Swann," the Prince de Guermantes said to me, "you must forgive me if I have appeared to be avoiding you for some time past." I'd never even noticed it, having been ill and avoiding society myself. In the first place, I had heard it said that, as I fully expected, in the unhappy affair which is splitting the country in two, your views were diametrically opposed to mine. Now, it would have been extremely painful to me to have to hear you express them. So sensitive were my nerves that when the Princess, 2 years ago, heard her brother-in-law, the Grand Duke of Hesse, say that Dreyfus was innocent, she was not content with promptly denying the assertion, but refrained from repeating it to me in order not to upset me. About the same time, the Crown Prince of Sweden came to Paris, and having probably heard someone say that the Empress Eugénie was a Dreyfusist, confused her with the Princess, a strange confusion, you will admit, between a woman of the rank of my wife and a Spaniard, a great deal less well-born than people make out, and married to a mere Bonaparte, and said to her, "Princess, I am doubly glad to meet you, for I know that you hold the same view as myself of the Dreyfus case, which does not surprise me, since your Highness is Bavarian," which drew down upon the prince the answer, "Sir, I am nothing now but a French princess, and I share the views of all my fellow countrymen. Now, my dear Swann, about 18 months ago, a conversation I had with the Général de Beaucerfeuil made me suspect that not an error, but grave illegalities had been committed in the procedure of the trial." We were interrupted. Swann did not wish people to overhear his story, by the voice of Monsieur de Charlus, who, without, as it happened, paying us the slightest attention, came past, escorting Madame de Surgis, and stopped in the hope of detaining her for a moment longer, whether on account of her sons, or from that reluctance common to all the Guermantes to bring anything to an end, which kept them plunged in a sort of anxious inertia. Swann informed me, in this connection, a little later, of something that stripped the name Surgis-le-Duc for me of all the poetry that I had found in it. The Marquise de Surgis-le-Duc boasted a far higher social position, far finer connections by marriage, than her cousin the Comte de Surgis, who had no money and lived on his estate in the country. But the words that ended her title, Le Duc, had not at all the origin which I ascribed to them, and which had made me associated in my imagination with Bourg-l'Abbé, Bois-le-Roi, etc. All that had happened was that a Comte de Surgis had married, during the Restoration, the daughter of an immensely rich industrial magnate, Monsieur le Duc, or Le Duc, himself the son of a chemical manufacturer, the richest man of his day, and a peer of France. King Charles X had created for the son born of this marriage the Marquisate of Surgis-le-Duc, a Marquisate of Surgis existing already in the family. The addition of the plebeian surname had not prevented this branch from allying itself, on the strength of its enormous fortune, with the first families of the realm, and the present Marquise de Surgis-le-Duc, herself of exalted birth, might have moved in the very highest circles. A demon of perversity had driven her, scorning the position ready-made for her, to flee from the conjugal roof, to live a life of open scandal. Whereupon the world which she had scorned at 20, when it was at her feet, had cruelly failed her at 30, when, after 10 years, everybody, except a few faithful friends, had ceased to bow to her, and she set to work to reconquer laboriously, inch by inch, what she had possessed as a birthright. An outward and return journey which are not uncommon. As for the great nobles, her kinsmen, whom she had disowned in the past, and who in their turn had now disowned her, she found an excuse for the joy that she would feel in gathering them again to her bosom in the memories of childhood that they would be able to recall. And in so saying, to cloak her snobbishness, she was perhaps less untruthful than she supposed. "Bassin is all my girlhood," she said on the day on which he came back to her. As a matter of fact, there was a grain of truth in the statement, but she had miscalculated when she chose him for her lover. For all the women friends of the Duchesse de Guermantes were to rally round her, and so Madame de Surgis must descend for a second time that slope up which she had so laboriously toiled. "Well," M. de Charlus was saying to her, in his attempt to prolong the conversation, "you will lay my tribute at the feet of the beautiful portrait. How is it? What has become of it?" "Why," replied Madame de Surgis, "you know I haven't got it now. My husband wasn't pleased with it." "Not pleased? With one of the greatest works of art of our time, equal to Natier's Duchesse de Châteauroux, and, moreover, perpetuating no less majestic and heart-shattering a goddess. Oh, that little blue collar! I swear Vermeer himself never painted a fabric more consummately. We must not say it too loud, or Swann will fall upon us to avenge his favourite painter, the master of Delft." The Marquise, turning round, addressed a smile, and held out her hand to Swann, who had risen to greet her. But almost without concealment, whether in his declining days he had lost all wish for concealment by indifference to opinion, or the physical power by the excitement of his desire and the weakening of the control that helps us to conceal it, as soon as Swann, on taking the Marquise's hand, saw her bosom at close range and from above, he plunged an attentive, serious, absorbed, almost anxious gaze into the cavity of her bodice, and his nostrils, drugged by the lady's perfume, quivered like the wings of a butterfly about to alight upon a half-hidden flower. He checked himself abruptly on the edge of the precipice, and Madame de Surgis herself, albeit annoyed, stifled a deep sigh. So contagious can desire prove at times. "The painter was cross," she said to M. de Charlus, "and took it back. I have heard that it is now at Diane de Saint-Euverte." "I decline to believe," said the Baron, "that a great picture can have such bad taste." "He is talking to her about her portrait. I could talk to her about that portrait just as well as Charlus," said Swann, affecting a drawling, slangy tone as he followed the retreating couple with his gaze. "And I should certainly enjoy talking about it more than Charlus," he added. I asked him whether the things that were said about M. de Charlus were true, in doing which I was lying twice over, for I had no proof that anyone had ever said anything. I had, on the other hand, been perfectly aware for some hours past that what I was hinting at was true. Swann shrugged his shoulders, as though I had suggested something quite absurd. "It's quite true that he's a charming friend, but, need I add, his friendship is purely platonic. He's more sentimental than other men, that is all. On the other hand, as he never goes very far with women, that has given a sort of plausibility to the idiotic rumours to which you refer. Charlus is perhaps greatly attached to his men friends, but you may be quite certain that the attachment is only in his head and in his heart. At last, we may perhaps be left in peace for a moment. Well, the Prince de Guermantes went on to say, I don't mind telling you that this idea of a possible illegality in the procedure of the trial was extremely painful to me, because I have always, as you know, worshipped the army. I discussed the matter again with the General, and alas, there could be no two ways of looking at it. I don't mind telling you frankly that all this time the idea that an innocent man might be undergoing the most degrading punishment had never even entered my head. But, starting from this idea of illegality, I began to study what I had always declined to read, and then the possibility not, this time, of illegal procedure, but of the prisoner's innocence began to haunt me. I did not feel that I could talk about it to the princess. Heaven knows that she has become just as French as myself. You may say what you like. From the day of our marriage, I took such pride in showing her our country in all its beauty, and what to me is the most splendid thing in it, our army, that it would have been too painful to me to tell her of my suspicions, which involved, it is true, a few officers only. But I come of a family of soldiers. I did not like to think that officers could be mistaken. I discussed the case again with Beaucerfeuille. He admitted that there had been culpable intrigues, that the bordereau was possibly not in Dreyfus's writing, but that an overwhelming proof of his guilt did exist. This was the Henry document, and a few days later we learned that it was a forgery. After that, without letting the princess see me, I began to read the Siècle and the Aurore every day. Soon I had no doubt left. It kept me awake all night. I confided my distress to our friend, the Abbé Poiret, who, I was astonished to find, held the same conviction. And I got him to say masses for the intention of Dreyfus, his unfortunate wife, and their children. Meanwhile, one morning as I was going to the princess's room, I saw her maid trying to hide something from me that she had in her hand. I asked her, chaffingly, what it was. She blushed and refused to tell me. I had the fullest confidence in my wife, but this incident disturbed me considerably, and the princess too, no doubt, who must have heard of it from her woman. For my dear Marie barely uttered a word to me that day at luncheon. I asked the Abbé Poiret whether he could say my mass for Dreyfus on the following morning. And so much for that, exclaimed Swann, breaking off his narrative. I looked up and saw the Duc de Guermantes bearing down upon us. Forgive me for interrupting you, boys. My lad, he went on, addressing myself, I am instructed to give you a message from Oriane. Marie and Gilbert have asked her to stay and have supper at their table with only 5 or 6 other people, the Princess of Hesse, Madame de Ligny, Madame de Chevreuse, the Duchesse d'Arenberg. Unfortunately, we can't wait. We're going on to a little ball of sorts. I was listening, but whenever we have something definitive to do at a given moment, we depute a certain person who is accustomed to that sort of duty to keep an eye on the clock and warn us in time. This indwelling servant reminded me, as I had asked him to remind me a few hours before, that Albertine, who at the moment was far from my thoughts, was to come and see me immediately after the theatre, and so I declined the invitation to supper. This does not mean that I was not enjoying myself at the Prince de Guermantes. The truth is that men can have several sorts of pleasure. The true pleasure is that for which they abandon the other, but the latter, if it is apparent, or rather if it alone is apparent, may put people off the scent of the other, reassure or mislead the jealous, create a false impression. And yet all that is needed to make us sacrifice it to the other is a little happiness or a little suffering. Sometimes a third order of pleasures, more serious but more essential, does not yet exist for us, in whom its potential existence is indicated only by its arousing regrets, discouragement. And yet it is to these pleasures that we shall devote ourselves in time to come. To give an example of quite secondary importance, a soldier in time of peace will sacrifice a social existence to love, but once war is declared, and without there being any need to introduce the idea of a patriotic duty, will sacrifice love to the passion, stronger than love, for fighting. It was all very well Swann's saying that he enjoyed telling me his story. I could feel that his conversation with me, because of the lateness of the hour, and because he himself was too ill, was one of those fatigues at which those who know they are killing themselves by sitting up late, by overexerting themselves, feel when they return home an angry regret, similar to that felt at the wild extravagance of which they have again been guilty by the spendthrifts, who will not, for all that, be able to restrain themselves tomorrow from throwing money out of the windows. After we have passed a certain degree of enfeeblement, whether it be caused by age or by ill health, all pleasure taken at the expense of sleep, in departure from our habits, every breach of the rules, becomes a nuisance. The talker continues to talk, out of politeness, from excitement, but he knows that the hour at which he might still have been able to go to sleep has already passed. and he knows also the reproaches that he will heap upon himself during the insomnia and fatigue that must ensue. Already, moreover, even the momentary pleasure has come to an end. Body and brain are too far drained of their strength to welcome with any readiness what seems to the other person entertaining. They are like a house on the morning before a journey or removal, where visitors become a perfect plague, to be received sitting upon locked trunks with our eyes on the clock. "At last we are alone," he said. "I quite forget where I was. Oh yes, I had just told you, hadn't I, that the prince asked the Abbé Poiret if he could say his mass next day for Dreyfus." "No," the Abbé informed me. I say "me" to you, Swann explained to me, because it is the prince who is talking, you understand. "For I have another mass that I have been asked to say for him tomorrow as well." "What?" I said to him. "Is there another Catholic as well as myself who is convinced of his innocence?" "It appears so. But this other supporter's conviction must be of more recent growth than mine." "Maybe, but this other was making me say masses when you still believed Dreyfus guilty." "Ah, I can see that it is not anyone in our world." "On the contrary." "Indeed, there are Dreyfusists among us, are there? You intrigue me. I should like to unbosom myself to this rare bird if I knew him." "You do know him." "His name?" "The Princess de Guermantes." While I was afraid of shocking the nationalist opinions, the French faith of my dear wife, she had been afraid of alarming my religious opinions, my patriotic sentiments. But privately she had been thinking as I did, though for longer than I had. What her maid had been hiding as she went into her room, what she went out to buy for her every morning, was the Aurore. My dear Swann, from that moment I thought of the pleasure that I should give you when I told you how closely akin my views upon this matter were to yours. Forgive me for not having done so sooner. If you bear in mind that I have never said a word to the princess, it will not surprise you to be told that thinking the same as yourself must at that time have kept me farther apart from you than thinking differently. For it was an extremely painful topic for me to approach. The more I believe that an error, that crimes even, have been committed, the more my heart bleeds for the army. It had never occurred to me that these opinions, like mine, could possibly cause you similar pain, until I was told the other day that you were emphatically protesting against the insults to the army and against the Dreyfusists for consenting to ally themselves with those who insulted it. That settled it. I admit that it has been most painful for me to confess to you what I think of certain officers, few in number, fortunately, but it is a relief to me not to have to keep at arm's length from you any longer, and especially that you should quite understand that if I was able to entertain other sentiments, it was because I had not a shadow of doubt as to the soundness of the verdict. As soon as my doubts began, I could wish only for one thing, that the mistake should be rectified. I must tell you that this speech of the Prince de Guermantes moved me profoundly. If you knew him as I do, if you could realize the distance he has had to traverse in order to reach his present position, you would admire him as he deserves. Not that his opinion surprises me. His is such a straightforward nature." Swann was forgetting that in the afternoon he had, on the contrary, told me that people's opinions as to the Dreyfus case were dictated by atavism. At the most, he had made an exception in favour of intelligence, because in Saint-Loup it had managed to overcome atavism, and had made a Dreyfusard of him. Now he had just seen that this victory had been of short duration, and that Saint-Loup had passed into the opposite camp. And so it was to straightforwardness now that he assigned the part which had previously devolved upon intelligence. In reality, we always discover afterwards that our adversaries had a reason for being on the side they espoused, which has nothing to do with any element of right that there may be on that side, and that those who think as we do so because their intelligence, if their moral nature is too base to be invoked, or their straightforwardness, if their penetration is feeble, has compelled them. Swann now found equally intelligent anyone who was of his opinion, his old friend the Prince de Guermantes, and my schoolfellow Bloch, whom previously he had avoided, and whom he now invited to luncheon. Swann interested Bloch greatly by telling him that the Prince de Guermantes was a Dreyfusard. "We must ask him to sign our appeal for Picard. A name like his would have a tremendous effect." But Swann, blending with his ardent conviction as an Israelite the diplomatic moderation of a man of the world, whose habits he had too thoroughly acquired to be able to shed them at this late hour, refused to allow Bloch to send the prince a circular to sign, even on his own initiative. "We cannot do such a thing. We must not expect the impossible," Swann repeated. "There you have a charming man who has travelled thousands of miles to come over to our side. He can be very useful to us. If he were to sign your list, he would simply be compromising himself with his own people, would be made to suffer on our account, might even repent of his confidences and not confide in us again." Nor was this all. Swann refused his own signature. He felt that his name was too Hebraic not to create a bad effect. Besides, even if he approved of all the attempts to secure a fresh trial, he did not wish to be mixed up in any way in the anti-militarist campaign. He wore, a thing he had never done previously, the decoration he won as a young militiaman in '70, and added a codicil to his will asking that, contrary to his previous dispositions, he might be buried with the military honours due to his rank as Chevalier of the Legion of Honour, a request which assembled round the church of Cambrai a whole squadron of those troopers over whose fate Françoise used to weep in days gone by, when she envisaged the prospect of a war. In short, Swann refused to sign Bloch's circular, with the result that, if he passed in the eyes of many people as a fanatical Dreyfusard, my friend found him lukewarm, infected with nationalism, and a militarist. End of section 6. Section 8 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C.K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. Curious conversation between Swann and the Prince de Guermantes continued. Swann left me without shaking hands, so as not to be forced into a general leave-taking in this room which swarmed with his friends, but said to me, "You ought to come and see your friend Gilberte. She has really grown up now and altered. You would not know her. She would be so pleased." I was no longer in love with Gilberte. She was for me like a dead person for whom one has long mourned, then forgetfulness has come, and if she were to be resuscitated, she could no longer find any place in a life which has ceased to be fashioned for her. I had no desire now to see her, not even that desire to show her that I did not wish to see her, which, every day when I was in love with her, I vowed to myself that I would flaunt before her when I should be in love with her no longer. And so, seeking now only to give myself, in Gilberte's eyes, the air of having longed with all my heart to meet her again, and of having been prevented by circumstances of the kind called beyond our control, albeit they only occur, with any certainty at least, when we have done nothing to prevent them, so far from accepting Swann's invitation with reserve, I would not let him go until he had promised to explain in detail to his daughter the mischances that had prevented, and would continue to prevent me, from going to see her. "Anyhow, I'm going to write to her as soon as I get home," I added. "But be sure you tell her it will be a threatening letter, for in a month or two I shall be quite free, and then let her tremble, for I shall be coming to your house as regularly as in the old days." Before parting from Swann, I said a word to him about his health. No, it is not as bad as all that, he told me. Still, as I was saying, I am quite worn out, and I accept with resignation whatever may be in store for me. Only I must say that it would be most annoying to die before the end of the Dreyfus case. Those scoundrels have more than one card up their sleeves. I have no doubt of their being defeated in the end, but still they are very powerful. They have supporters everywhere. Just as everything is going on splendidly, it all collapses. I should like to live long enough to see Dreyfus rehabilitated and Picard a colonel. When Swann had left, I returned to the great drawing-room, in which was to be found that Princess de Guermantes, with whom I did not then know that I was one day to be so intimate. Her passion for Monsieur de Charlus did not reveal itself to me at first. I noticed only that the Baron, after a certain date, and without having taken one of those sudden dislikes, which were not surprising in him, to the Princess de Guermantes, while continuing to feel for her just as strong an affection, a stronger affection perhaps than ever, appeared worried and annoyed whenever anyone mentioned her name to him. He never included it now in his list of the people whom he wished to meet at dinner. It is true that before this time I had heard an extremely malicious man about town say that the princess had completely changed, that she was in love with Monsieur de Charlus, but this slander had appeared to me absurd and had made me angry. I had indeed remarked with astonishment that when I was telling her something that concerned myself, if Monsieur de Charlus's name cropped up in the middle, the princess immediately screwed up her attention to the narrower focus of a sick man who, hearing us talk about ourselves and listening in consequence in a careless and distracted fashion, suddenly realizes that a name we have mentioned is that of the disease from which he is suffering, which at once interests and delights him. So if I said to her, "Why, Monsieur de Charlus told me," the princess at once gathered up the slackened reins of her attention. And having on one occasion said in her hearing that Monsieur de Charlus had at that moment a warm regard for a certain person, I was astonished to see appear in the princess's eyes that momentary change of colour, like the line of a fissure in the pupil, which is due to a thought which our words have unconsciously aroused in the mind of the person to whom we are talking, a secret thought that will not find expression in words, but will rise from the depths which we have stirred to the surface, altered for an instant, of his gaze. But if my remark had moved the princess, I did not then suspect in what fashion. Anyhow, shortly after this, she began to talk to me about Monsieur de Charlus, almost without ambiguity. If she made any allusion to the rumours which a few people here and there were spreading about the Baron, it was merely as though to absurd and scandalous inventions. But on the other hand, she said, "I feel that any woman who fell in love with a man of such priceless worth as Palamede ought to have sufficient breadth of mind, enough devotion, to accept him and understand him as a whole for what he is, to respect his freedom, humour his fancies, seek only to smooth out his difficulties and console him in his griefs." Now, by such a speech, vague as it was, the Princess de Guermantes revealed the weakness of the character she was seeking to extol, just as Monsieur de Charlus himself did at times. Have I not heard him over and again say to people who until then had been uncertain whether or not he was being slandered, "I, who have climbed many hills and crossed many valleys in my life, who have known all manner of people, burglars as well as kings, and indeed I must confess with a slight preference for the burglars, who have pursued beauty in all its forms," and so forth. And by these words, which he thought adroit, and in contradicting rumours to the currency of which no one suspected, or to introduce from inclination, moderation, love of accuracy, an element of truth which he was alone in regarding as insignificant, he removed the last doubts of some of his hearers, inspired others who had not yet begun to doubt him with their first. For the most dangerous of all forms of concealment is that of the crime itself in the mind of the guilty party. His permanent consciousness of it prevents him from imagining how generally it is unknown, how readily a complete lie would be accepted, and, on the other hand, from realizing at what degree of truth other people will detect, in his words which he believes to be innocent, a confession. Not that he would not be entirely wrong in seeking to hush it up, for there is no vice which does not find ready support in the best society, and one has seen a country house turned upside down in order that two sisters might sleep in adjoining rooms as soon as their hostess learned that theirs was a more than sisterly affection. But what revealed to me all of a sudden the princess's love was a trifling incident upon which I shall not dwell here, for it forms part of quite another story, in which M. de Charlus allowed a queen to die rather than miss an appointment with the hairdresser who was to singe his hair for the benefit of an omnibus conductor who filled him with alarm. However, to be done with the princess's love, let us say what the trifle was that opened my eyes. I was, on the day in question, alone with her in her carriage. As we were passing a post office, she stopped the coachman. She had come out without a footman. She half drew a letter from her muff, and was preparing to step down from the carriage to put it into the box. I tried to stop her. She made a show of resistance, and we both realized that our instinctive movements had been, hers compromising in appearing to be guarding a secret, mine indiscreet in attempting to pass that guard. She was the first to recover. Suddenly, turning very red, she gave me the letter. I no longer dared not to take it, but as I slipped it into the box, I could not help seeing that it was addressed to M. de Charlus. To return to this first evening at the Prince de Guermantes, I went to bid her good night, for her cousins, who had promised to take me home, were in a hurry to be gone. M. de Guermantes wished, however, to say good-bye to his brother, Madame de Surgy having found time to mention to the Duke, as she left, that M. de Charlus had been charming to her and her sons. This great courtesy on his brother's part, the first, moreover, that he had ever shown in that line, touched Bassin deeply, and aroused in him old family sentiments which were never asleep for long. At the moment when we were saying good-bye to the princess, he was attempting, without actually thanking M. de Charlus, to give expression to his fondness for him, whether because he really found a difficulty in controlling it, or in order that the Baron might remember that actions of the sort that he had performed this evening did not escape the eyes of a brother, just as, with the object of creating a chain of pleasant associations in the future, we give sugar to a dog that has done its trick. "Well, little brother," said the Duke, stopping M. de Charlus and taking him lovingly by the hand, "so this is how one walks past one's elders and betters without so much as a word. I never see you now, Mmes, and you can't think how I miss you. I was turning over some old letters just now, and came upon some from poor mamma, which are all so full of love for you." "Thank you, Bassin," replied M. de Charlus in a broken voice, for he could never speak without emotion of their mother. "You must make up your mind to let me fix up bachelor quarters for you at Guermantes," the Duke went on. "It is nice to see the two brothers so affectionate towards each other," the princess said to Oriane. "Yes, indeed. I don't suppose you could find many brothers like that. I shall invite you to meet him," she promised me. "You've not quarrelled with him. But what can they be talking about?" she added in an anxious tone, for she could catch only an occasional word of what they were saying. She had always felt a certain jealousy of the pleasure that M. de Guermantes found in talking to his brother of a past from which he was inclined to keep his wife shut out. She felt that when they were happy at being together like this, and she, unable to restrain her impatient curiosity, came and joined them, Her coming did not add to their pleasure. But this evening this habitual jealousy was reinforced by another. For if Madame de Surgis had told Monsieur de Guermantes how kind his brother had been to her, so that the Duke might thank his brother, at the same time certain devoted female friends of the Guermantes couple had felt it their duty to warn the Duchess that her husband's mistress had been seen in close conversation with his brother. And this information was torture to Madame de Guermantes. "Think of the fun we used to have at Guermantes long ago," the Duke went on. "If you came down sometimes in the summer, we could take up our old life again. Do you remember old Father Corveau? Why is Pascal vexing? Because he is vec. Said, put in Monsieur de Charlus, as though he were still answering the tutor's question. And why is Pascal vexed? Because he is vexing. Very good, you will pass. You are certain to be mentioned, and Madame la Duchesse will give you a Chinese dictionary." How it all comes back to me, young Mmes. And the old china vase Hervé brought you from Saint-Denis, I can see it now. You used to threaten us that you would go and spend your life in China. You were so fond of that country. And even then you used to love wandering about at night. Ah, you are a peculiar type, for I can honestly say that never in anything did you have the same tastes as other people. But no sooner had he uttered these words than the Duke flamed up, as the saying is, for he was aware of his brother's reputation, if not of his actual habits. As he never made any allusion to them before his brother, he was all the more annoyed at having said something which might be taken to refer to them, and more still at having shown his annoyance. After a moment's silence, "Who knows," he said, to cancel the effect of his previous speech. "You are perhaps in love with a Chinese girl, before loving so many white ones, and finding favour with them, if I am to judge by a certain lady to whom you have given great pleasure this evening by talking to her. She was delighted with you." The Duke had vowed that he would not mention Madame de Surgis, but in the confusion that the blunder he had just made had wrought in his ideas, he had fallen upon the first that occurred to him, which happened to be precisely the one that ought not to have appeared in the conversation, although it had started it. But Monsieur de Charlus had observed his brother's blush, and, like guilty persons who do not wish to appear embarrassed that you should talk in their presence of the crime which they are supposed not to have committed, and feel that they ought to prolong a dangerous conversation, "I'm charmed to hear you say it," he replied, "but I should like to go back to what you were saying before, which struck me as being profoundly true. You were saying that I never had the same ideas as other people. How right you are! You said that I had peculiar tastes." "No," replied Monsieur de Guermantes, who, as a matter of fact, had not used those words, and may not have believed that their meaning was applicable to his brother. Besides, what right had he to bully him about eccentricities, which in any case were vague enough or secret enough to have in no way impaired the Baron's tremendous position in society? What was more, feeling that the resources of his brother's position were about to be placed at the service of his mistresses, the Duke told himself that this was well worth a little tolerance in exchange. Had he at that moment known of some peculiar intimacy of his brother, Monsieur de Guermantes would, in the hope of the support that the other was going to give him, have passed it over, shutting his eyes to it, and, if need be, lending a hand. "Come along, Bassin. Good night, Palamede," said the Duchess, who, devoured by rage and jealousy, could endure no more. "If you have made up your minds to spend the night here, we might just as well have stayed to supper. You've been keeping Marie and me standing for the last half-hour." The Duke parted from his brother after a significant pressure of his hand, and the three of us began to descend the immense staircase of the princess's house. On either side of us, on the topmost steps, were scattered couples who were waiting for their carriages to come to the door. Erect, isolated, Flanked by her husband and myself, the Duchess kept to the left of the staircase, already wrapped in her tiepolo cloak, her throat clasped in its band of rubies, devoured by the eyes of women and men alike, who sought to divine the secret of her beauty and distinction. Waiting for her carriage upon the same step of the stair as Madame de Guermantes, but at the opposite side of it, Madame de Gallardon, who had long abandoned all hope of ever receiving a visit from her cousin, turned her back so as not to appear to have seen her, and, what was more important, so as not to furnish a proof of the fact that the others did not greet her. Madame de Gallardon was in an extremely bad temper because some gentlemen in her company had taken it upon themselves to speak to her of Oriane. "I've not the slightest desire to see her," she had replied to them. "I did see her, as a matter of fact, just now. She is beginning to show her age. It seems she can't get over it. Bassin says so himself. And good Lord, I can understand that, for as she has no brains, is as mischievous as a weevil, and has shocking manners, she must know very well that once her looks go, she will have nothing left to fall back on." I had put on my greatcoat, for which Monsieur de Guermantes, who dreaded chills, reproached me, as we went down together, because of the heated atmosphere indoors. And the generation of noblemen which more or less passed through the hands of Monseigneur du Panloup speaks such bad French, except the Castellan brothers, that the Duke expressed what was in his mind thus: "It is better not to put on your coat before going out of doors, at least as a general rule." I can see all that departing crowd now. I can see, if I be not mistaken in placing him upon that staircase, a portrait detached from its frame, the Prince de Sagon, whose last appearance in society this must have been, baring his head to offer his homage to the Duchess, with so sweeping a revolution of his tall hat in his white-gloved hand, harmonizing with the gardenia in his buttonhole, that one felt surprised that it was not a plumed felt hat of the old regime, several ancestral faces from which were exactly reproduced in the face of this great gentleman. He stopped for but a short time in front of her, but even his momentary attitudes were sufficient to compose a complete tableau vivant, and, as it were, an historical scene. Moreover, as he has since then died, and as I never had more than a glimpse of him in his lifetime, he has so far become for me a character in history, social history at least, that I am quite astonished when I think that a woman and a man whom I know are his sister and nephew. While we were going downstairs, there came up, with an air of weariness that became her, a woman who appeared to be about 40, but was really older. This was the Princesse d'Orvilliers, a natural daughter, it was said, of the Duke of Parma, whose pleasant voice rang with a vaguely Austrian accent. She advanced, tall, stooping, in a gown of white flowered silk, her exquisite, throbbing, cankered bosom heaving beneath a harness of diamonds and sapphires. Tossing her head like a royal palfrey embarrassed by its halter of pearls, of an incalculable value but an inconvenient weight, she let fall here and there a gentle, charming gaze of an azure which, as time began to fade it, became more caressing than ever, and greeted most of the departing guests with a friendly nod. "You choose a nice time to arrive, Paulette," said the Duchess. "Yes, I'm so sorry, but really it was a physical impossibility," replied the Princesse d'Orvilliers, who had acquired this sort of expression from the Duchesse de Guermantes, but added to it her own natural sweetness and an air of sincerity conveyed by the force of a remotely Teutonic accent in so tender a voice. She appeared to be alluding to complications of life too elaborate to be related, and not merely to evening parties, although she had just come on from a succession of these. But it was not they that obliged her to come so late, as the Prince de Guermantes had for many years forbidden his wife to receive Madame d'Orvilliers, that lady, when the ban was withdrawn, contented herself with replying to the others' invitations so as not to appear to be thirsting after them by simply leaving cards. After 2 or 3 years of this method, she came in person, but very late, as though after the theatre. In this way, she gave herself the appearance of attaching no importance to the party, nor to being seen at it, but simply of having come to pay the prince and princess a visit, for their own sakes, because she liked them, at an hour when, the great majority of their guests having gone, she would have them more to herself. "Oriane has really sunk very low," muttered Madame de Gallardon. "I cannot understand Bassin's allowing her to speak to Madame d'Orvilliers. I'm sure that Monsieur de Gallardon would never have allowed me." For my part, I had recognized in Madame d'Orvilliers the woman who, outside the Hôtel Guermantes, used to cast languishing glances at me, turn around, stop and gaze into a shop window. Madame de Guermantes introduced me. Madame d'Orvilliers was charming, neither too friendly nor annoyed. She gazed at me, as at everyone else, out of her gentle eyes. But I was never again, when I met her, to receive from her one of those overtures with which she had seemed to be offering herself. There is a special kind of glance, apparently of recognition, which a young man never receives from certain women, nor from certain men, after the day on which they have made his acquaintance and have learned that he is the friend of people with whom they too are intimate. We were told that the carriage was at the door. Madame de Guermantes gathered up her red skirt as though to go downstairs and get into the carriage, but seized perhaps by remorse or by the desire to give pleasure, and above all to profit by the brevity with which the material obstacle to prolonging it imposed upon so boring an action, she looked at Madame de Gallardon. Then, as though she had only just caught sight of her, acting upon a sudden inspiration, before going down, tripped across the whole width of the step, and, upon reaching her delighted cousin, held out her hand. "Such a long time," said the Duchess, who then, so as not to have to develop all the regrets and legitimate excuses that this formula might be supposed to contain, turned with a look of alarm towards the Duke, who, as a matter of fact, having gone down with me to the carriage, was storming with rage when he saw that his wife had gone over to Madame de Gallardon and was holding up the stream of carriages behind. "Oriane is still very good-looking, after all," said Madame de Gallardon. "People amuse me when they say that we have quarrelled. We may, for reasons which we have no need to tell other people, go for years without seeing one another. We have too many memories in common ever to be separated, and in her heart she must know that she cares far more for me than for all sorts of people whom she sees every day, and who are not of her rank." Madame de Gallardon was, in fact, like those scorned lovers who try desperately to make people believe that they are better loved than those whom their fair one cherishes. And, by the praises which, without heeding their contradiction of what she had been saying a moment earlier, she now lavished in speaking of the Duchesse de Guermantes, she proved indirectly that the other was thoroughly conversant with the maxims that ought to guide in her career a great lady of fashion who, at the self-same moment when her most marvellous gown is exciting an admiration not unmixed with envy, must be able to cross the whole width of a staircase to disarm it. "Do at least take care not to wet your shoes." A brief but heavy shower of rain had fallen, said the Duke, who was still furious at having been kept waiting. On our homeward drive, in the confined space of the coupé, the red shoes were of necessity very close to mine, and Madame de Guermantes, fearing that she might actually have touched me, said to the Duke, "This young man will have to say to me, like the person in the caricature, 'Madam, tell me at once that you love me, but don't tread on my feet like that.'" My thoughts, however, were far from Madame de Guermantes. ever since Saint-Loup had spoken to me of a young girl of good family who frequented a house of ill fame, and of the Baroness Putbus's maid, it was in these two persons that were coalesced and embodied the desires inspired in me day by day by countless beauties of two classes: on the one hand the plebeian and magnificent, the majestic ladies' maids of great houses, swollen with pride and saying we when they spoke of duchesses, and on the other hand those girls of whom it was enough for me to sometimes, without even having seen them go past in carriages or on foot, to have read the names in the account of a ball, for me to fall in love with them, and having conscientiously searched the yearbook for the country houses in which they spent the summer, as often as not letting myself be led astray by similarity of names, to dream alternately of going to live amid the plains of the west, the sand hills of the north, the pine forests of the south. But in vain might I fuse together all the most exquisite fleshly matter to compose, after the ideal outline traced for me by Saint-Loup, the young girl of easy virtue, and Madame Putbus's maid, my two possessible beauties still lacked what I should never know until I had seen them, an individual character. I was to wear myself out in seeking to form a mental picture during the months in which I would have preferred the lady's maid of the maid of Madame Putbus. But what peace of mind, after having been perpetually troubled by my restless desires for so many fugitive creatures whose very names I often did not know, who were in any case so hard to find again, harder still to become acquainted with, impossible perhaps to captivate, to have subtracted from all that scattered, fugitive, anonymous beauty two choice specimens duly labelled, whom I was at least certain of being able to procure when I chose. I kept putting off the hour for devoting myself to this twofold pleasure, as I put off that for beginning to work, but the certainty of having it whenever I chose dispensed me almost from the necessity of taking it, like those soporific tablets which one only has to have within reach of one's hand, not to need them and to fall asleep. In the whole universe I desired only two women, of whose faces I could not, it is true, form any picture, but whose names Saint-Loup had told me, and had guaranteed their consent. So that if he had, by what he had said this evening, set my imagination a heavy task, he had at the same time procured an appreciable relaxation, a prolonged rest for my will. "Well," said the Duchess to me, "apart from your balls, can I be of any use to you? Have you found a house where you would like me to introduce you?" I replied that I was afraid the only one that tempted me was hardly fashionable enough for her. "Whose is that?" she asked in a coarse and menacing voice, scarcely opening her lips. "Baroness Putbus." This time she pretended to be really angry. "No, not that. I believe you're trying to make a fool of me. I don't even know how I came to have heard the creature's name. But she is the dregs of society. It's just as though you were to ask me for an introduction to my milliner. And worse than that, for my milliner is charming. You're a little bit cracked, my poor boy. In any case, I beg that you will be polite to the people to whom I have introduced you, leave cards on them, and go and see them, and not talk to them about Baroness Putbus, of whom they have never heard." I asked whether Madame d'Orvilliers was not inclined to be flighty. "Oh, not in the least. You are thinking of someone else. Why, she's rather a prude, if anything. Ain't she, Bassin?" "Yes. In any case, I don't think there has ever been anything to be said about her," said the Duke. "You won't come with us to the ball?" he asked me. "I can lend you a Venetian cloak, and I know someone who'll be damned glad to see you there. Oriane, for one, that I needn't say, but the Princess de Parme. She's never tired of singing your praises, and swears by you alone. It's fortunate for you, since she is a trifle mature, that she is the model of virtue. Otherwise she would certainly have chosen you as a chisisbé, as it was called in my young days, a sort of cavaliere servente." I was interested not in the ball, but in my appointment with Albertine, and so I refused. The carriage had to be stopped. The footman was shouting for the gate to be opened, the horses pawing the ground until it was flung apart, and the carriage passed into the courtyard. "Till we meet again," said the Duke. "I've sometimes regretted living so close to Marie," the Duchess said to me, "because I may be very fond of her, but I'm not quite so fond of her company. But I've never regretted it so much as tonight, since it has allowed me so little of yours. Come, Oriane, no speech-making." The Duchess would have liked me to come inside for a minute. She laughed heartily, as did the Duke, when I said that I could not, because I was expecting a girl to call at any moment. "You choose a funny time to receive visitors," she said to me. "Come along, my child, there's no time to waste," said Monsieur de Guermantes to his wife. "It's 11:15 and time you were dressed." He came into collision outside his front door, which they were grimly guarding, with the two ladies of the walking sticks, who had not been afraid to descend at dead of night from their mountain top to prevent a scandal. "Bassin, we felt we must warn you, in case you were seen at that ball. Poor Amagnan has just passed away, an hour ago." The Duke felt a momentary alarm. He saw the delights of the famous ball snatched from him as soon as these accursed mountaineers had informed him of the death of Monsieur d'Osmond. But he quickly recovered himself, and flung at his cousins a retort into which he introduced, in his determination not to forego a pleasure, his incapacity to assimilate exactly the niceties of the French language. "He is dead? No, they exaggerate. And without giving a further thought to his two relatives, who, armed with their alpenstocks, were preparing to make their nocturnal ascent, he fired off a string of questions at his valet. "Are you sure my helmet has come?" "Yes, Monsieur le Duc." "You're sure there's a hole in it I can breathe through? I don't want to be suffocated, damn it." "Yes, Monsieur le Duc." "Oh, thunder of heaven, this is an unlucky evening. Oriane, I forgot to ask Babal whether the shoes with pointed toes were for you." "But, my dear, the dresser from the Opéra Comique is here. He will tell us." "I don't see how they could go with your spurs." "Let us go and find the dresser," said the Duke. "Goodbye, my boy. I should ask you to come in while we are trying on. It would amuse you. But we should only waste time in talking. It is nearly midnight, and we must not be late in getting there, or we shall spoil the set." I, too, was in a hurry to get away from Monsieur and Madame de Guermantes as quickly as possible. Phèdre finished at about 11:30. Albertine must have arrived by now. I went straight to Françoise. "Is Mademoiselle Albertine in the house?" "No one has called." Good God! That meant that no one would call. I was in torment. Albertine's visit seeming to me now all the more desirable, the less certain it had become. Françoise was cross too, but for quite a different reason. She had just installed her daughter at the table for a succulent repast. But on hearing me come in, and seeing that there was not time to whip away the dishes and put out needles and thread, as though it were a work party and not a supper party. "She's just been taking a spoonful of soup," Françoise explained to me. "I forced her to gnaw a bit of bone," to reduce thus to nothing her daughter's supper, as though the crime lay in its abundance. Even at luncheon or dinner, if I committed the error of entering the kitchen, Françoise would pretend that they had finished, and would even excuse herself with, "I just felt I could eat a scrap," or "a mouthful." But I was speedily reassured on seeing the multitude of the plates that covered the table, which Françoise, surprised by my sudden entry like a thief in the night, which she was not, had not time to conjure out of sight. Then she added, "Go along to your bed now, you've done enough work today." For she wished to make it appear that her daughter not only cost us nothing, lived by privations, but was actually working herself to death in our service. "You're only crowding up the kitchen and disturbing master, who is expecting a visitor. Go on, upstairs," she repeated, as though she were obliged to use her authority to send her daughter to bed, who, the moment supper was out of the question, remained in the kitchen only for appearance's sake, and if I had stayed 5 minutes longer, would have withdrawn of her own accord. And turning to me in that charming, popular, and yet somehow personal French, which was her spoken language, "Master doesn't see that her face is just cut in two with want of sleep." I remained, delighted at not having to talk to Françoise's daughter. I have said that she came from a small village which was quite close to her mother's, and yet differed from it in the nature of the soil, its cultivation, in dialect, above all in certain characteristics of the inhabitants. Thus the butcheress and Françoise's niece did not get on at all well together, but had this point in common, that when they went out on an errand, they would linger for hours at the sister's or the cousin's, being themselves incapable of finishing a conversation, in the course of which the purpose with which they had set out faded so completely from their minds, that if we said to them on their return, "Well, will Monsieur le Marquis de Norpois be at home at 6:15? They did not even beat their brows and say, "Oh, I forgot all about it," but, "Oh, I didn't understand that master wanted to know that. I thought that I had just to go and bid him good day." And if they lost their heads in this manner about a thing that had been said to them an hour earlier, it was, on the other hand, impossible to get out of their heads what they had once heard said by the sister or cousin. Thus, if the butcheress had heard it said that the English made war upon us in 70 at the same time as the Prussians, and I had explained to her until I was tired that this was not the case, every 3 weeks the butcheress would repeat to me in the course of conversation, "It's all because of that war the English made on us in 70 with the Prussians." "But I've told you 100 times that you're wrong," she would then answer, implying that her conviction was in no way shaken. "In any case, that's no reason for wishing them any harm. Plenty of water has run under the bridges since 70, and so forth. On another occasion, advocating a war with England, which I opposed, she said, "To be sure, it's always better not to go to war, but when you must, it's best to do it at once. As the sister was explaining just now, ever since that war the English made on us in 70, the commercial treaties have ruined us. After we've beaten them, we won't allow one Englishman into France unless he pays 300 francs to come in, as we have to pay now to land in England." Such was, in addition to great honesty, and when they were speaking, an obstinate refusal to allow any interruption, going back 20 times over the point at which they had been interrupted, which ended by giving to their talk the unshakable solidity of a Bach fugue, the character of the inhabitants of this tiny village, which did not boast 500, set among its chestnuts, its willows, and its fields of potatoes and beetroot. Françoise's daughter, on the other hand, spoke, regarding herself as an up-to-date woman who had got out of the old ruts, Parisian slang, and was well versed in all the jokes of the day. Françoise having told her that I had come from the house of a princess. "Oh, indeed, the Princess of Brazil, I suppose, where the nuts come from." Seeing that I was expecting a visitor, she pretended to suppose my name was Charles. I replied innocently that it was not, which enabled her to get in. "Oh, I thought it was, and I was just saying to myself, charlatan, charlatan." This was not in the best of taste, but I was less unmoved when, to console me for Albertine's delay, she said to me, "I expect you'll go on waiting till doomsday. She's never coming. Oh, those modern flappers." And so her speech differed from her mother's, but, what is more curious, her mother's speech was not the same as that of her grandmother, a native of Bayeux-le-Pin, which was so close to Françoise's village, and yet the dialects differed slightly, like the scenery. Françoise's mother's village, scrambling down a steep bank into a ravine, was overgrown with willows, and miles away from either of them there was, on the contrary, a small district of France where the people spoke almost precisely the same dialect as at Méséglise. I made this discovery only to feel its drawbacks. In fact, I once came upon Françoise eagerly conversing with a neighbour's housemaid who came from this village and spoke its dialect. They could more or less understand one another. I did not understand a word. They knew this, but did not, however, cease, excused, they felt, by the joy of being fellow countrywomen, although born far apart, to converse in this strange tongue in front of me, like people who do not wish to be understood. These picturesque studies in linguistic geography and comradeship below stairs were continued weekly in the kitchen, without my deriving any pleasure from them. Since, whenever the outer gate opened, the doorkeeper pressed an electric button which lighted the stairs, and since all the occupants of the building had already come in, I left the kitchen immediately and went to sit down in the hall, keeping watch at a point where the curtains did not quite meet over the glass panel of the outer door, leaving visible a vertical strip of semi-darkness on the stair. If all of a sudden this strip turned to a golden yellow, that would mean that Albertine had just entered the building and would be with me in a minute. Nobody else would be coming at that time of night. And I sat there, unable to take my eyes from the strip, which persisted in remaining dark. I bent my whole body forward to make certain of noticing any change, but, gaze as I might, the vertical black band, despite my impassioned longing, did not give me the intoxicating delight that I should have felt had I seen it changed by a sudden and significant magic to a luminous bar of gold. This was a great to-do to make about that Albertine to whom I had not given 3 minutes' thought during the Guermantes party, but reviving my feelings when in the past I had been kept waiting by other girls, Gilberte especially when she had delayed her coming, the prospect of having to forego a simple bodily pleasure caused me an intense mental suffering. End of section 8. Section 9 of Cities of the Plain by Marcel Proust, translated by C. K. Scott Moncrief. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Michael O'Kelly. Albertine on the telephone. My social life in the interval before my second and final visit to Baalbek. I was obliged to retire to my room. Françoise followed me. She felt that, as I had come away from my party, there was no point in keeping the rose that I had in my buttonhole, and approached to take it from me. Her action, by reminding me that Albertine was perhaps not coming, and by obliging me also to confess that I wished to look smart for her benefit, caused an irritation that was increased by the fact that, in tugging myself free, I crushed the flower, and Françoise said to me, "It would have been better to let me take it than to go and spoil it like that." But anything that she might say exasperated me. When we are kept waiting, we suffer so keenly from the absence of the person for whom we are longing that we cannot endure the presence of anyone else. When Françoise had left my room, it occurred to me that, if it only meant that I now wanted to look my best before Albertine, it was a pity that I had so many times let her see me unshaved, with several days' growth of beard, on the evenings when I let her come in to renew our caresses. I felt that she took no interest in me, and was giving me the cold shoulder. To make my room look a little brighter, in case Albertine should still come, and because it was one of the prettiest things that I possessed, I set out, for the first time in years, on the table beside my bed, the turquoise-studded cover which Gilberte had made for me to hold Bergotte's pamphlet, and which, for so long a time, I had insisted on keeping by me while I slept, with the agate marble. Besides, as much perhaps as Albertine herself, who still did not come, her presence at that moment in an alibi which she had evidently found more attractive, and of which I knew nothing, gave me a painful feeling which, in spite of what I had said barely an hour before to Swann as to my incapacity for being jealous, might, if I had seen my friend at less protracted intervals, have changed into an anxious need to know where, with whom, she was spending her time. I dared not send round to Albertine's house because it was too late, but in the hope that, having supper perhaps with some other girls in a cafe, she might take it into her head to telephone to me, I turned the switch and, restoring the connection to my own room, cut it off between the post office and the porter's lodge, to which it was generally switched at that hour. A receiver in the little passage on which Françoise's room opened would have been simpler, less inconvenient, but useless. The advance of civilization enables each of us to display unsuspected merits or fresh defects which make him dearer or more insupportable to his friends. Thus, Dr. Bell's invention had enabled Françoise to acquire an additional defect, which was that of refusing, however important, however urgent the occasion might be, to make use of the telephone. She would manage to disappear whenever anybody was going to teach her how to use it, as people disappear when it is time for them to be vaccinated. And so the telephone was installed in my bedroom, and that it might not disturb my parents, a rattle had been substituted for the bell. I did not move for fear of not hearing it sound. So motionless did I remain that for the first time in months I noticed the tick of the clock. Françoise came in to make the room tidy. She began talking to me, but I hated her conversation, beneath the uniformly trivial continuity of which my feelings were changing from one minute to the next, passing from fear to anxiety, from anxiety to complete disappointment. Belying the words of vague satisfaction which I thought myself obliged to address to her, I could feel that my face was so wretched that I pretended to be suffering from rheumatism to account for the discrepancy between my feigned indifference and my woebegone expression. Besides, I was afraid that her talk, which, for that matter, Françoise carried on in an undertone, not on account of Albertine, for she considered that all possibility of her coming was long past, might prevent me from hearing the saving call, which now would not sound. At length Françoise went off to bed. I dismissed her with an abrupt civility, so that the noise she made in leaving the room should not drown that of the telephone, and I settled down again to listen, to suffer. When we are kept waiting, from the ear which takes in sounds, to the mind which dissects and analyzes them, and from the mind to the heart, to which it transmits its results, the double journey is so rapid that we cannot even detect its course, and imagine that we have been listening directly with our heart. I was tortured by the incessant recurrence of my longing, ever more anxious and never to be gratified, for the sound of a call. Arrived at the culminating point of a tortuous ascent through the coils of my lonely anguish, from the heart of the populous nocturnal Paris that had suddenly come close to me, there beside my bookcase, I heard all at once, mechanical and sublime, like in Tristan the fluttering veil or the shepherd's pipe, the purr of the telephone. I sprang to the instrument. It was Albertine. "I'm not disturbing you, ringing you up at this hour." "Not at all," I said, restraining my joy, for her remark about the lateness of the hour was doubtless meant as an apology for coming in a moment so late, and did not mean that she was not coming. "Are you coming round?" I asked in a tone of indifference. "Why, no, unless you absolutely must see me." Part of me, which the other part sought to join, was in Albertine. It was essential that she came, but I did not tell her so at first. Now that we were in communication, I said to myself that I could always oblige her at the last moment, either to come to me or to let me hasten to her. "Yes, I'm near home," she said, "and miles away from you. I hadn't read your note properly. I've just found it again and was afraid you might be waiting up for me." I felt sure that she was lying, and it was now, in my fury, from a desire not so much to see her as to upset her plans, that I determined to make her come. But I felt it better to refuse at first what in a few moments I should try to obtain from her. But where was she? With the sound of her voice were blended other sounds, the braying of a cyclist's horn, a woman's voice singing. A brass band in the distance rang out as distinctly as the beloved voice, as though to show me that it was indeed Albertine in her actual surroundings who was beside me at that moment, like a clod of earth with which we have carried away all the grass that was growing from it. The same sounds that I heard were striking her ear also, and were distracting her attention. Details of truth, extraneous to the subject under discussion, valueless in themselves, all the more necessary to our perception of the miracle for what it was. Elements sober and charming, descriptive of some street in Paris, elements heart-rending also and cruel of some unknown festivity which, after she came away from Phèdre, had prevented Albertine from coming to me. "I must warn you first of all that I don't in the least want you to come, because at this time of night it will be a frightful nuisance," I said to her. "I'm dropping with sleep. Besides, there are endless complications. I am bound to say that there was no possibility of your misunderstanding my letter. You answered that it was all right. Very well, if you hadn't understood, what did you mean by that?" "I said it was all right, only I couldn't quite remember what we'd arranged. But I see you're cross with me. I'm sorry. I wish now I'd never gone to Phèdre. If I'd known there was going to be all this fuss about it," she went on, as people invariably do when, being in the wrong over one thing, they pretend to suppose that they are being blamed for another. "I'm not in the least annoyed about Phèdre, seeing as it was I that asked you to go to it." "Then you're angry with me. It's a nuisance so late now, otherwise I should have come to you, but I shall call tomorrow or the day after and make it up." "Oh, please, Albertine, I beg of you not to. After making me waste an entire evening, the least you can do is to leave me in peace for the next few days. I shan't be free for a fortnight or 3 weeks. Listen, if it worries you to think that we seem to be parting in anger, and perhaps you're right after all, then I greatly prefer, all things considered, since I have been waiting for you all this time, and you've not gone home yet, that you should come at once. I shall take a cup of coffee to keep myself awake." "Couldn't you possibly put it off till tomorrow? Because the trouble is—" As I listened to these words of deprecation, uttered as though she did not intend to come, I felt that, with the longing to see again the velvet-blooming face which in the past, at Baalbek, used to point all my days to the moment when, by the mauve September sea, I should be walking by the side of that roseate flower, a very different element was painfully endeavouring to combine. This terrible need of a person, at Combray, I had learned to know it in the case of my mother, and to the pitch of wanting to die if she sent word to me by Françoise that she could not come upstairs. This effort on the part of the old sentiment to combine and form but a single element with the other, more recent, which had for its voluptuous object only the coloured surface, the rosy complexion of a flower of the beach, this effort results often only in creating, in the chemical sense, a new body, which can last for but a few moments. This evening, at any rate, and for long afterwards, the two elements remained apart. But already, from the last words that had reached me over the telephone, I was beginning to understand that Albertine's life was situated, not in a material sense, of course, at so great a distance from mine that I should always have to make a strenuous exploration before I could lay my hand on her, and what was more, organized like a system of earthworks, and, for greater security, after the fashion which, at a later period, we learned to call camouflaged. Albertine, in fact, belonged, although at a slightly higher social level, to that class of persons to whom their doorkeeper promises your messenger that she will deliver your letter when she comes in, until the day when you realize that it is precisely she, the person whom you met out of doors and to whom you have allowed yourself to write, who is the doorkeeper. So that she does indeed live, but in the lodge only, at the address she has given you, which, for that matter, is that of a private brothel, in which the doorkeeper acts as pander, or who gives as her address a house where she is known to accomplices who will not betray her secret to you, from which your letters will be forwarded to her, but in which she does not live, keeps at most a few articles of toilet. Lives entrenched behind 5 or 6 lines of defence, so that when you try to see the woman, or to find out about her, you invariably arrive too far to the right, or to the left, or too early, or too late, and may remain for months on end, for years even, knowing nothing. About Albertine, I felt that I should never find out anything, that out of that tangled mass of details of fact and falsehood, I should never unravel the truth, and that it would always be so, unless I were to shut her up in prison, but prisoners escape, until the end. This evening, this conviction gave me only a vague uneasiness, in which, however, I could detect a shuddering anticipation of long periods of suffering to come. "No," I replied. "I told you a moment ago that I should not be free for the next 3 weeks. No more tomorrow than any other day." "Very well, in that case, I shall come this very instant. It's a nuisance, because I'm at a friend's house, and she—" I saw that she had not believed that I would accept her offer to come, which therefore was not sincere, and I decided to force her hand. "What do you suppose I care about your friend? Either come or don't. It's for you to decide. It wasn't I that asked you to come. It was you who suggested it to me." "Don't be angry with me. I'm going to jump into a cab now and shall be with you in 10 minutes. And so, from that Paris, out of whose murky depths there had already emanated as far as my room, delimiting the sphere of action of an absent person, a voice which was now to emerge and appear, after this preliminary announcement, it was that Albertine whom I had known long ago beneath the sky of Baalbec, when the waiters of the Grand Hotel, as they laid the tables, were blinded by the glow of the setting sun, when, the glass having been removed from all the windows, every faintest murmur of the evening passed freely from the beach, where the last strolling couples still lingered, into the vast dining-room in which the first diners had not yet taken their places, and across the mirror placed behind the cashier's desk there passed the red reflection of the hull, and lingered long after it the grey reflection of the smoke of the last steamer for Rivabelle. I no longer asked myself what could have made Albertine late, and when Françoise came into my room to inform me, "Mademoiselle Albertine is here," if I answered, without even turning my head, that was only to conceal my emotion. "What in the world makes Mademoiselle Albertine come at this time of night?" But then, raising my eyes to look at Françoise, as though curious to hear her answer, which must corroborate the apparent sincerity of my question, I perceived with admiration and wrath that, capable of rivaling Burma herself in the arts of endowing with speech inanimate garments and the lines of her face, Françoise had taught their part to her bodice. Her hair, the whitest threads of which had been brought to the surface, were displayed there like a birth certificate, her neck bowed by weariness and obedience. They commiserated her for having been dragged from her sleep and from her warm bed in the middle of the night, at her age, obliged to bundle into her clothes in haste at the risk of catching pneumonia, and so, afraid that I might have seemed to be apologizing for Albertine's late arrival, "Anyhow, I'm very glad she's come. It's just what I wanted," and I gave free vent to my profound joy. It did not long remain unclouded when I had heard Françoise's reply. Without uttering a word of complaint, seeming indeed to be doing her best to stifle an irrepressible cough, and simply folding her shawl over her bosom as though she were feeling cold, she began by telling me everything that she had said to Albertine, whom she had not forgotten to ask after her aunt's health. "I was just saying, Monsieur must have been afraid that Mademoiselle was not coming, because this is no time to pay visits. It's nearly morning. But she must have been in some place where she was enjoying herself, because she never even said as much as that she was sorry she had kept Monsieur waiting. She answered me with a devil-may-care look, 'Better late than never.'" And Françoise added, in words that pierced my heart, "When she spoke like that, she gave herself away. She would have liked to hide what she was thinking, perhaps, but—" I had no cause for astonishment. I said a few pages back that Françoise rarely paid attention when she was sent with a message, if not to what she herself had said, which she would willingly relate in detail, at any rate to the answer that we were awaiting. But if, in making an exception, she repeated to us the things that our friends had said, however short they might be, she generally arranged, appealing if need be to the expression, the tone that, she assured us, had accompanied them, to make them in some way or other wounding. At a pinch, she would bow her head beneath an insult, probably quite imaginary, which she had received from a tradesman to whom we had sent her, provided that, being addressed to her as our representative, who was speaking in our name, the insult might indirectly injure us. The only thing would have been to tell her that she had misunderstood the man, that she was suffering from persecution mania, and that the shopkeepers were not all in league against her. However, their sentiments affected me little. It was a very different matter what Albertine's sentiments were, and as she repeated the ironical words, "Better late than never," Françoise at once made me see the friends in whose company Albertine had finished the evening, preferring their company, therefore, to mine. "She is a comical sight. She has a little flat hat on, with those big eyes of hers. It does make her look funny, especially with her cloak, which she did ought to have sent to the amenders, for it's all in holes. She amuses me," added, as though laughing at Albertine, Françoise, who rarely shared my impressions, but felt a need to communicate her own. I refused even to appear to understand that this laugh was indicative of scorn, but, to give tit for tat, replied, although I had never seen the little hat to which she referred, "What you call a little flat hat is simply charming." "That is to say, it's just nothing at all," said Françoise, giving expression, frankly this time, to her genuine contempt. Then, in a mild and leisurely tone, so that my mendacious answer might appear to be the expression, not of my anger, but of the truth, wasting no time, however, so as not to keep Albertine waiting, I heaped upon Françoise these cruel words. "You are excellent," I said to her in a honeyed voice. "You are kind, You have 1,000 merits, but you have never learned a single thing since the day when you first came to Paris, either about ladies' clothes or about how to pronounce words without making silly blunders." And this reproach was particularly stupid, for those French words which we are so proud of pronouncing accurately are themselves blunders made by the Gallic lips, which mispronounced Latin or Saxon, our language being merely a defective pronunciation of several others. The genius of language in a living state, the future and past of French, that is what ought to have interested me in Françoise's mistakes. Her amender for mender was not so curious as those animals that survive from remote ages, such as the whale or the giraffe, and show us the states through which animal life has passed. "And," I went on, "since you haven't managed to learn in all these years, you never will. But don't let that distress you. It doesn't prevent you from being a very good soul and making spiced beef with jelly to perfection, and lots of other things as well. The hat that you think is so simple is copied from a hat belonging to the Princesse de Guermantes, which cost 500 francs. However, I mean to give Mademoiselle Albertine an even finer one very soon." I knew that what would annoy Françoise more than anything was the thought of my spending money upon people whom she disliked. She answered me in a few words which were made almost unintelligible by a sudden attack of breathlessness. When I discovered afterwards that she had a weak heart, how remorseful I felt that I had never denied myself the fierce and sterile pleasure of making these retorts to her speeches. Françoise detested Albertine, moreover, because, being poor, Albertine could not enhance what Françoise regarded as my superior position. She smiled benevolently whenever I was invited by Madame de Villeparisis. On the other hand, she was indignant that Albertine did not practice reciprocity. It came to my being obliged to invent fictitious presents, which she was supposed to have given me, in the existence of which Françoise never for an instant believed. This want of reciprocity shocked her most of all in the matter of food. That Albertine should accept dinners from Mamma when we were not invited to Madame Bontemps, who, for that matter, spent half her time out of Paris, her husband accepting posts, as in the old days when he had had enough of the ministry, seemed to her an indelicacy on the part of my friend, which she rebuked indirectly by repeating a saying current at Combray: "Let's eat my bread. Aye, that's the stuff. Let's eat thy bread. I've had enough." I pretended that I was obliged to write a letter. "To whom are you writing?" Albertine asked me as she entered the room. "To a pretty little friend of mine, Gilberte Swann. Don't you know her?" "No." I decided not to question Albertine as to how she had spent the evening. I felt that I should only find fault with her, and that we should not have any time left, seeing how late it was already, to be reconciled sufficiently to pass to kisses and caresses. And so it was with these that I chose to begin from the first moment. Besides, if I was a little calmer, I was not feeling happy. The loss of all orientation, of all sense of direction that we feel when we are kept waiting, still continues after the coming of the person awaited, and taking the place inside of us of the calm spirit in which we were picturing her coming as so great a pleasure, prevents us from deriving any from it. Albertine was in the room. My unstrung nerves, continuing to flutter, were still expecting her. "I want a nice kiss, Albertine." "As many as you like," she said to me in her kindest manner. I had never seen her looking so pretty. "Another?" "Why, you know it's a great, great pleasure to me." "And 1,000 times greater to me," she replied. "Oh, what a pretty book cover you have there." "Take it. I give it to you as a keepsake." You are too kind. People would be cured forever of romanticism if they could make up their minds, in thinking of the girl they love, to try to be the man they will be when they are no longer in love with her. Gilberte's book cover, her agate marble, must have derived their importance in the past from some purely inward distinction, since now they were to me a book cover, a marble like any others. I asked Albertine if she would like something to drink. I seem to see oranges over there and water, she said. That will be perfect. I was thus able to taste with her kisses that refreshing coolness which had seemed to me to be better than they at the Prince de Guermantes. And the orange squeezed into the water seemed to yield to me, as I drank, the secret life of its ripening growth, its beneficent action upon certain states of that human body which belong to so different a kingdom, its powerlessness to make that body live, but, on the other hand, the process of irrigation by which it was able to benefit it, 100 mysteries concealed by the fruit from my senses, but not from my intellect. When Albertine had gone, I remembered that I had promised Swann that I would write to Gilberte, and courtesy, I felt, demanded that I should do so at once. It was without emotion, and as though drawing a line at the foot of a boring school essay, that I traced upon the envelope the name Gilberte Swann, with which at one time I used to cover my exercise books to give myself the illusion that I was corresponding with her. For if, in the past, it had been I who wrote that name, now the task had been deputed by habit to one of the many secretaries whom she employs. He could write down Gilberte's name with all the more calm, in that, placed with me only recently by habit, having but recently entered my service, he had never known Gilberte, and knew only, without attaching any reality to the words, because he had heard me speak of her, that she was a girl with whom I had once been in love. I could not accuse her of hardness. The person that I now was in relation to her was the clearest possible proof of what she herself had been. The book cover, the agate marble, had simply become for me, in relation to Albertine, what they had been for Gilberte, what they would have been to anybody who had not suffused them with the glow of an internal flame. But now I felt a fresh disturbance, which in its turn destroyed the very real power of things and words. And when Albertine said to me, in a further outburst of gratitude, "I too love turquoises," I answered her, "Do not let them die," entrusting to them, as to some precious jewel, the future of our friendship, which, however, was no more capable of inspiring a sentiment in Albertine than it had been of preserving the sentiment that had bound me in the past to Gilberte. There appeared about this time a phenomenon which deserves mention only because it recurs in every important period of history. At the same moment when I was writing to Gilberte, Monsieur de Guermantes, just home from his ball, still wearing his helmet, was thinking that next day he would be compelled to go into formal mourning, and decided to proceed a week earlier to the cure that he had been ordered to take. When he returned from it 3 weeks later, to anticipate for a moment, since I am still finishing my letter to Gilberte, those friends of the Duke who had seen him, so indifferent at the start, turn into a raving anti-Dreyfusard, were left speechless with amazement when they heard him, as though the action of the cure had not been confined to his bladder, answer, "Oh, well, there'll be a fresh trial and he'll be acquitted. You can't sentence a fellow without any evidence against him. Did you ever see anyone so gaga as Forcheville? An officer leading the French people to the shambles, heading straight for war. Strange times we live in." The fact was that, in the interval, the Duke had met, at the spa, 3 charming ladies, an Italian princess and her 2 sisters-in-law. After hearing them make a few remarks about the books they were reading, a play that was being given at the casino, the Duke had at once understood that he was dealing with women of superior intellect, by whom, as he expressed it, he would be knocked out in the first round. He was all the more delighted to be asked to play bridge by the princess. But the moment he entered her sitting-room, as he began, in the fervour of his double-dyed anti-Dreyfusism, "Well, we don't hear very much more of the famous Dreyfus and his appeal," his stupefaction had been great when he heard the princess and her sisters-in-law say, "It's becoming more certain every day. They can't keep a man in prison who has done nothing." Eh? The Duke had gasped at first, as at the discovery of a fantastic nickname employed in this household to turn to ridicule a person whom he had always regarded as intelligent. But after a few days, as from cowardice and the spirit of imitation, we shout, "Hello, Jajotte," without knowing why, at a great artist whom we hear so addressed by the rest of the household, the Duke, still greatly embarrassed by the novelty of this attitude, began nevertheless to say, "After all, there is no evidence against him." The 3 charming ladies decided that he was not progressing rapidly enough, and began to bully him. "But really, nobody with a grain of intelligence can ever have believed for a moment that there was anything." Whenever any revelation came out that was damning to Dreyfus, and the Duke, supposing that now he was going to convert the 3 charming ladies, came to inform them of it, they burst out laughing, and had no difficulty in proving to him, with great dialectic subtlety, that his argument was worthless and quite absurd. The Duke had returned to Paris a frantic Dreyfusard, and certainly we do not suggest that the 3 charming ladies were not, in this instance, messengers of truth, but it is to be observed that every 10 years or so, when we have left a man filled with a genuine conviction, it so happens that an intelligent couple or simply a charming lady come in touch with him, and after a few months he's won over to the opposite camp. And in this respect there are plenty of countries that behave like the sincere man, plenty of countries which we have left full of hatred for another race, and which, 6 months later, have changed their attitude and broken off all their alliances. I ceased for some time to see Albertine, but continued, failing Madame de Guermantes, who no longer spoke to my imagination, to visit other fairies and their dwellings, as inseparable from themselves as is from the mollusk that fashioned it and takes shelter within it the pearly or enamelled valve or crenellated turret of its shell. I should not have been able to classify these ladies, the difficulty being that the problem was so vague in its terms and impossible not merely to solve, but to set. Before coming to the lady, one had first to approach the fairy mansion. Now, as one of them was always at home after luncheon in the summer months, before I reached her house, I was obliged to close the hood of my cab, so scorching were the sun's rays, the memory of which was, without my realizing it, to enter into my general impression. I supposed that I was merely being driven to the Cour de la Reine. In reality, before arriving at the gathering which a man of wider experience would perhaps have despised, I received, as though on a journey through Italy, a delicious, dazzled sensation from which the house was never afterwards to be separated in my memory. What was more, in view of the heat of the season and the hour, the lady had hermetically closed the shutters of the vast rectangular saloons on the ground floor in which she entertained her friends. I had difficulty at first in recognizing my hostess and her guests. Even the Duchesse de Guermantes, who, in her hoarse voice, bade me come and sit down next to her, in a Beauvais armchair, illustrating The Rape of Europa. Then I began to make out on the walls the huge 18th century tapestries representing vessels whose masts were hollyhocks in blossom, beneath which I sat as though in the palace not of the Seine, but of Neptune, by the brink of the river Oceanus, where the Duchesse de Guermantes became a sort of goddess of the waters. I should never stop if I began to describe all the different types of drawing room. This example is sufficient to show that I introduced into my social judgments poetical impressions, which I never included among the items when I came to add up the sum, so that when I was calculating the importance of a drawing room, my total was never correct. Certainly, these were by no means the only sources of error, but I have no time left now before my departure for Baalbek, where, to my sorrow, I am going to make a second stay, which will also be my last, to start upon a series of pictures of society, which will find their place in due course. I need here say only that to this first erroneous reason, my relatively frivolous existence, which made people suppose that I was fond of society, for my letter to Gilberte, and for that reconciliation with the Swann family to which it seemed to point, Odette might very well, and with equal inaccuracy, have added a second. I have suggested hitherto the different aspects that the social world assumes in the eyes of a single person only by supposing that if a woman who the other day knew nobody now goes everywhere, and another who occupied a commanding position is ostracized, one is inclined to regard these changes merely as those purely personal ups and downs of fortune which from time to time bring about in a given section of society, in consequence of speculations on the stock exchange, a crashing downfall or enrichment beyond the dreams of avarice. But there is more in it than that. To a certain extent, social manifestations, vastly less important than artistic movements, political crises, the evolution that sweeps the public taste in the direction of the theatre of ideas, then of music that is German and complicated, then of music that is Russian and simple, or of ideas of social service, justice, religious reaction, patriotic outbursts, are nevertheless an echo of them, remote, broken, uncertain, disturbed, changing. So that even drawing rooms cannot be portrayed in a static immobility, which has been conventionally employed up to this point for the study of characters, though these too must be carried along in an almost historical flow. The thirst for novelty that leads men of the world, who are more or less sincere in their eagerness for information as to intellectual evolution, to frequent the circles in which they can trace its development, makes them prefer, as a rule, some hostess as yet undiscovered, who represents still in their first freshness the hope of a superior culture so faded and tarnished in the women who for long years have wielded the social sceptre, and who, having no secrets from these men, no longer appeal to their imagination. And every age finds itself personified thus in fresh women, in a fresh group of women, who, closely adhering to whatever may at that moment be the latest object of interest, seem, in their attire, to be at that moment making their first public appearance, like an unknown species, born of the last deluge, irresistible beauties of each new consulate, of each new directory. But very often the new hostess is simply like certain statesmen who may be in office for the first time, but have for the last 40 years been knocking at every door without seeing any open. Women who were not known in society, but who nevertheless had been receiving, for years past, and failing anything better, a few chosen friends from its ranks. To be sure, this is not always the case, and when, with the prodigious flowering of the Russian ballet, revealing one after another Bakst, Nijinsky, Benoist, the genius of Stravinsky, Princess Urbelletiev, the youthful sponsor of all these new great men, appeared bearing on her head an immense quivering egret, unknown to the women of Paris, which they all sought to copy. One might have supposed that this marvellous creature had been imported in their innumerable baggage as their most priceless treasure by the Russian dancers. But when presently by her side in her stage box we see at every performance of the Russians, seated like a true fairy godmother, unknown until that moment to the aristocracy, Madame Verdurin, we shall be able to tell the society people who naturally supposed that Madame Verdurin had recently entered the country with Diaghilev's troupe, that this lady had already existed in different periods and had passed through various avatars, of which this is remarkable only in being the first that is bringing to pass at last, assured henceforth, and at an increasingly rapid pace, the success so long awaited by the mistress. In Madame Swann's case, it is true, the novelty she represented had not the same collective character. Her drawing-room was crystallized round a man, a dying man, who had almost in an instant passed, at the moment when his talent was exhausted, from obscurity to a blaze of glory. The passion for Bergot's works was unbounded. He spent the whole day on show at Madame Swann's, who would whisper to some influential man, "I shall say a word to him. He will write an article for you." He was, for that matter, quite capable of doing so, and even of writing a little play for Madame Swann. A stage nearer to death, he was not quite so feeble at that time when he used to come and inquire after my grandmother. This was because intense physical suffering had enforced a regime on him. Illness is the doctor to whom we pay most heed. To kindness, to knowledge, we make promises only. Pain, we obey. It is true that the Verdurins and their little clan had at this time a far more vital interest than the drawing-room faintly nationalist, more markedly literary, and preeminently Bergotic than Madame Swann. The little clan was in fact the active centre of a long political crisis which had reached its maximum of intensity, Dreyfusism. But society people were for the most part so violently opposed to the appeal that a Dreyfusian house seemed to them as inconceivable a thing as, at an earlier period, a communard house. The Principessa di Caprarola, who had made Madame Verdurin's acquaintance over a big exhibition which she had organized, had indeed been to pay her a long call, in the hope of seducing a few interesting specimens of the little clan and incorporating them in her own drawing-room, a call in the course of which the princess, playing the Duchesse de Guermantes in miniature, had made a stand against current ideas, declared the people in her world were idiots, all of which, thought Madame Verdurin, showed great courage. But this courage was not, in the sequel, to go to the length of venturing, under the fire of the gaze of nationalist ladies, to bow to Madame Verdurin at the Balbec races. With Madame Swann, on the contrary, the anti-Dreyfusard gave her credit for being sound, which, in a woman married to a Jew, was doubly meritorious. Nevertheless, the people who had never been to her house imagined her as visited only by a few obscure Israelites and disciples of Bergotte. In this way, we place women far more outstanding than Madame Swann on the lowest rung of the social ladder, whether on account of their origin or because they do not care about dinner parties and receptions at which we never see them, and suppose this, erroneously, to be due to their not having been invited, or because they never speak of their social connections, but only of literature and art, or because people conceal the fact that they go to their houses, or they, to avoid impoliteness to yet other people, conceal the fact that they open their doors to these, in short, for 1,000 reasons which, added together, make of one or other of them, in certain people's eyes, the sort of woman whom one does not know. So it was with Odette. Madame d'Epinoy, when busy collecting some subscription for the Patrie Française, having been obliged to go and see her as she would have gone to her dressmaker, convinced, moreover, that she would find only a lot of faces that were not so much impossible as completely unknown, stood rooted to the ground when the door opened, not upon the drawing-room she imagined, but upon a magic hall in which, as in the transformation scene of a pantomime, she recognized, in the dazzling chorus, half reclining upon divans, seated in armchairs, addressing their hostess by her Christian name, the royalties, the duchesses, whom she, the Princesse d'Epinoy, had the greatest difficulty in enticing into her own drawing-room, and to whom at that moment, beneath the benevolent eyes of Odette, the Marquis du Lau, the Comte Louis de Turenne, Prince Borghese, the Duc d'Estrées, carrying orangeade and cakes, were acting as cup-bearers and henchmen. The Princesse d'Epinoy, as she instinctively made people's social value inherent in themselves, was obliged to discarnate Madame Swann and reincarnate her in a fashionable woman. Our ignorance of the real existence led by the women who do not advertise it in the newspapers draws thus over certain situations, thereby helping to differentiate one house from another, a veil of mystery. In Odette's case, at the start, a few men of the highest society, anxious to meet Bergotte, had gone to dine quite quietly at her house. She had had the tact, recently acquired, not to advertise their presence. They found when they went there a memory perhaps of the little nucleus whose traditions Odette had preserved in spite of the schism, a place laid for them at table, and so forth. Odette took them with Bergotte, whom these excursions incidentally finished off, 2 interesting first nights. They spoke of her to various women of their own world who were capable of taking an interest in such a novelty. These women were convinced that Odette, an intimate friend of Bergotte, had more or less collaborated in his works, and believed her to be 1,000 times more intelligent than the most outstanding women of the Faubourg, for the same reason that made them pin all their political faith to certain Republicans of the right shade, such as Monsieur Doumet and Monsieur Deschanel, whereas they saw France doomed to destruction were her destinies entrusted to the monarchy men who were in the habit of dining with them, like Charette or Dudovy. This change in Odette's status was carried out, so far as she was concerned, with a discretion that made it more secure and more rapid, but allowed no suspicion to filter through to the public that is prone to refer to the social columns of the Gaulois for evidence as to the advance or decline of a house, with the result that one day, at the dress rehearsal of a play by Bergotte, given in one of the most fashionable theatres in aid of a charity, the really dramatic moment was when people saw enter the box opposite, which was that reserved for the author, and sit down by the side of Madame Swann, Madame de Marsantes, and her who, by the gradual self-effacement of the Duchesse de Guermantes, glutted with fame and retiring to save the trouble of going on the way to becoming the lion, the queen of the age, Comtesse Molé. "We never even supposed she'd begun to climb," people said of Odette as they saw Comtesse Molé enter her box, And look, she has reached the top of the ladder. So that Madame Swann might suppose that it was from snobbishness that I was taking up again with her daughter. Odette, notwithstanding her brilliant escort, listened with close attention to the play, as though she had come there solely to see it performed, just as in the past she used to walk across the Bois for her health as a form of exercise. Men who in the past had shown less interest in her came to the edge of the box, disturbing the whole audience, to reach up to her hand and so approach the imposing circle that surrounded her. She, with a smile that was still more friendly than ironical, replied patiently to their questions, affecting greater calm than might have been expected, a calm which was perhaps sincere, this exhibition being only the belated revelation of a habitual and discreetly hidden intimacy. Beneath these three ladies, to whom every eye was drawn, was Bergotte, flanked by the Prince de Guermantes, Comte Louis de Turenne, and the Marquis de Bréauté. And it is easy to understand that, to men who were received everywhere and could not expect any further advancement, save as a reward for original research, this demonstration of their merit, which they considered that they were making in letting themselves succumb to a hostess with a reputation for profound intellectuality, in whose house they expected to meet all the dramatists and novelists of the day, was more exciting, more lively than those evenings at the Princesse de Guermantes, which, without any change of programme or fresh attraction, had been going on year after year, all more or less like the one we have described in such detail. In that exalted sphere, the sphere of the Guermantes, in which people were beginning to lose interest, the latest intellectual fashions were not incarnate in entertainments fashioned in their image, as in those sketches that Bergotte used to write for Madame Swann, or those positive committees of public safety, had society been capable of taking an interest in the Dreyfus case, at which, in Madame Verdurin's drawing room, used to assemble Picard, Clemenceau, Zola, Reinach, and Laborie. Gilberte, too, helped to strengthen her mother's position, for an uncle of Swann had just left nearly 24 million francs to the girl, which meant that the Faubourg Saint-Germain was beginning to take notice of her. The reverse of the medal was that Swann, who, however, was dying, held Dreyfusard opinions, though this, as a matter of fact, did not injure his wife, but was actually of service to her. It did not injure her because people said, "He's dotty, his mind is quite gone, nobody pays any attention to him, his wife is the only person who counts, and she's charming." But even Swann's Dreyfusism was useful to Odette. Left to herself, she would quite possibly have allowed herself to make advances to fashionable women which would have been her undoing. Whereas, on the evenings when she dragged her husband out to dine in the Faubourg Saint-Germain, Swann, sitting sullenly in his corner, would not hesitate, if he saw Odette seeking an introduction to some nationalist lady, to exclaim out loud, "Really, Odette, you are mad! Why can't you keep yourself to yourself? It is idiotic of you to get introduced to anti-Semites. I forbid you." People in society whom everyone else runs after are not accustomed either to such pride or to such ill-breeding. For the first time, they beheld someone who thought himself superior to them. The fame of Swann's mutterings was spread abroad, and cards with turned-down corners rained upon Odette. When she came to call upon Madame d'Arpajon, there was a brisk movement of friendly curiosity. "You don't mind my introducing her to you," said Madame d'Arpajon. "She's so nice. It was Marie de Marsan who told me about her." "No, not at all. We hear she's so wonderfully clever, and she's charming. I'd been longing to meet her. Do tell me where she lives." Madame d'Arpajon told Madame Swann that she had enjoyed herself hugely at the latter's house the other evening, and had joyfully forsaken Madame de Saint-Euverte for her. And it was true, for to prefer Madame Swann was to show that one was intelligent, like going to concerts instead of to tea parties. But when Madame de Saint-Euverte called on Madame d'Arpajon at the same time as Odette, as Madame de Saint-Euverte was a great snob, and Madame d'Arpajon, albeit she treated her without ceremony, valued her invitations, she did not introduce Odette, so that Madame de Saint-Euverte should not know who it was. The Marquise imagined that it must be some princess who never went anywhere, since she had never seen her before, prolonged her call, replied indirectly to what Odette was saying, but Madame d'Arpajon remained adamant. And when Madame de Saint-Euverte owned herself defeated and took her leave, "I did not introduce you," her hostess told Odette, "because people don't much care about going to her parties, and she's always inviting one. You would never hear the last of her." "Oh, that is all right," said Odette, with a pang of regret. But she retained the idea that people did not care about going to Madame de Saint-Euverte's, which was to a certain extent true, and concluded that she herself held a position in society vastly superior to Madame de Saint-Euverte's, albeit that lady held a very high position, and Odette so far had none at all. That made no difference to her, and albeit all Madame de Guermantes' friends were friends also of Madame d'Arpajon, whenever the latter invited Madame Swann, Odette would say with an air of compunction, "I'm going to Madame d'Arpajon's. You'll think me dreadfully old-fashioned, I know, but I hate going, for Madame de Guermantes' sake," whom, as it happened, she had never met. The distinguished men thought that the fact that Madame Swann knew hardly anyone in good society meant that she must be a superior woman, perhaps a great musician, and that it would be a sort of extra distinction, as for a duke to be a doctor of science, to go to her house. The completely unintelligent women were attracted by Odette for a diametrically opposite reason. Hearing that she attended the Cologne concerts and professed herself a Wagnerian, they concluded from this that she must be rather a lark, and were greatly excited by the idea of getting to know her. But being themselves none too firmly established, they were afraid of compromising themselves in public if they appeared to be on friendly terms with Odette, and if, at a charity concert, they caught sight of Madame Swann, would turn away their heads, deeming it impossible to bow beneath the very nose of Madame de Rochechouart to a woman who was perfectly capable of having been to Bayreuth, which was as good as saying that she would stick at nothing. Everybody becomes different upon entering another person's house. Not to speak of the marvellous metamorphoses that were accomplished thus in the fairy palaces. In Madame Swann's drawing-room, Monsieur de Bréauté, acquiring a sudden importance from the absence of the people by whom he was normally surrounded, by his air of satisfaction at finding himself there, just as if, instead of going out to a party, he had slipped on his spectacles to shut himself up in his study and read the Revue des Deux Mondes, the mystic rite that he appeared to be performing in coming to see Odette, Monsieur de Bréauté himself seemed another man. I would have given anything to see what alterations the Duchesse de Montmorency-Luxembourg would undergo in this new environment. But she was one of the people who could never be induced to meet Odette. Madame de Montmorency, a great deal kinder to Oriane than Oriane was to her, surprised me greatly by saying, with regard to Madame de Guermantes, "She knows some quite clever people. Everybody likes her. I believe that if she had just had a slightly more coherent mind, she would have succeeded in forming a salon. The fact is, she never bothered about it. She's quite right. She's very well off as she is, with everybody running after her." If Madame de Guermantes had not had a salon, what in the world could a salon be? The stupefaction in which this speech plunged me was no greater than that which I caused Madame de Guermantes when I told her that I should like to be invited to Madame de Montmorency's. Oriane thought her an old idiot. I go there, she said, because I'm forced to, because she's my aunt. But you? She don't even know how to get nice people to come to her house. Madame de Guermantes did not realize that nice people left me cold, that when she spoke to me of the Arpajon drawing-room, I saw a yellow butterfly, and the Swann drawing-room, Madame Swann was at home in the winter months between 6 and 7, a black butterfly, its wings powdered with snow. Even this last drawing-room, which was not a salon at all, she considered, albeit out of bounds for herself, permissible to me on account of the clever people to be found there. But Madame de Luxembourg! Had I already produced something that had attracted attention, she would have concluded that an element of snobbishness may be combined with talent. But I put the finishing touch to her disillusionment. I confessed to her that I did not go to Madame de Montmorency's, as she supposed, to take notes and make a study. Madame de Guermantes was in this respect no more in error than the social novelists who analyse mercilessly from the outside the actions of a snob or supposed snob, but never place themselves in his position at the moment when a whole social springtime is bursting into blossom in his imagination. I myself, when I sought to discover what was the great pleasure that I found in going to Madame de Montmorency's, was somewhat taken aback. She occupied in the Faubourg Saint-Germain an old mansion ramifying into pavilions which were separated by small gardens. In the outer hall, a statuette, said to be by Falconet, represented a spring which did, as it happened, exude a perpetual moisture. A little farther on, the doorkeeper, her eyes always red, whether from grief or neurasthenia, a headache or a cold in the head, never answered your inquiry, waved her arm vaguely to indicate that the Duchess was at home, and let a drop or two trickle from her eyelids into a bowl filled with forget-me-nots. The pleasure that I felt on seeing the statuette, because it reminded me of a little gardener in plaster that stood in one of the Combray gardens, was nothing to that which was given me by the great staircase, damp and resonant, full of echoes, like the stairs in certain old-fashioned bathing establishments, with the vases filled with cinerarias, blue against blue, in the entrance hall, and most of all the tinkle of the bell, which was exactly like that of the bell in Eulalie's room. This tinkle raised my enthusiasm to a climax, but seemed to me too humble a matter for me to be able to explain it to Madame de Montmorency, with the result that she invariably saw me in a state of rapture of which she might never guess the cause. End of section 9.